sorry I haven't made a video in a while. Okay, so as you can see, this is a presentation, a lecture, if you will, on Mega Man, the video game. This will cover everything of importance that happens in the canon storyline of Mega Man. So, what does that mean? That means all the numbered Mega Man games. That means Mega Man X, the sequel series. That means Mega Man Zero, the other sequel series to that. And that means Mega Man ZX, ZX Advent, and Mega Man Legends. That is the canon timeline. To get ready for this lecture, I played, I think, 38 or 39, maybe 40 games. It took me like 3 months, I think. That was back in May. Now it's the end of August, so yeah, took me about 3 months. Something like 40 games. I played so much, so much Mega Man. I beat all the real games. Some of the stupider ones I just played a little bit. Just right now, I just played a little bit of Battle and Chase. So, what's this? All right. Well, if you just want to get right into hearing about the subject matter at hand, which is understandable, it's probably why you click the video. I'll put a timestamp down below, and you can jump right to the next chapter. But if you want to know why I'm doing this, why does this video exist? Well, there's a few reasons. Let me tell you about them. If you've been to my channel before, you've probably seen a couple of my other lectures. My two other... Three? How many? 3. I think I did 3. Yeah. Those were done as part of a series that we called the PCP lectures. That stands for the Procrastinators Podcast Lectures. Because they were done at events called RadCon, which was a thing where me and my fellow members of the Procrastinators podcast would get together and do stuff like that. Anyway, a few months ago, my friend Merriweather DMs me on Twitter, and he says, Ben, why don't you make videos? You make good videos, I like your videos. Why don't you make more videos? And I said, I'll think about it. And guess what? I did think about it. I thought about it, and this happened. And I thought about those lectures, and, me and the other PCP people and other people had talked about them, and there were some thoughts about what makes for a good lecture topic. For instance, my friend Cybershell, in his Tails Gets Trolled video, says that he would recommend my Sonichu lecture because Sonichu, it's hard to understand. Like, it's hard to read it, and it's bad, and it's not fun to read. And even if you do read it, you don't really get what it's trying to say because it's confusing, and it requires, outside information to grant context. And so it's a difficult thing to really come to grips with, and that's why a lecture is helpful. Tails Gets Trolled, he said, good lecture, but he could not recommend it to someone who wanted to understand Tails Gets Trolled, because the best way to understand Tails Gets Trolled is just to read Tails Gets Trolled. And I agreed with that. That's true. But anyway, mulling that over, I don't remember how I had the idea, but I remembered Mega Man. I considered myself a fan of the series. I played them ever since I was a kid, and I've played many of the games. And yet, there was a lot that I didn't know about the story, about what happens. I didn't realize, for instance, that Legends was part of the timeline. I was sure it wasn't, actually. I was proven wrong in my research for this project. I think a lot of people might be aware of Mega Man. They might know about Dr. Light, Dr. Wily, Roll, Proto Man. Maybe they heard the Proto Man album, but they might be looking at this what I got back here, and they might be saying, like, what the hell are the Elf Wars? And that's and that's what I'm gonna explain to you today. I used to rent the NES Mega Mans from Blockbuster. on weekends or whatever. And I would play 1 through 6, play them a little bit. Don't think I ever beat any of them. Maybe I beat 2. I played 2 the most. And, I had the story completely wrong. I thought that Mega Man was a real boy who had like robot parts put on him. I think the reason I thought that was because of the iconic intro scene from Mega Man 2, where he's standing on the building over the city, and he's got no helmet on. You see his hair, and then you hit start, and the helmet appears, and then you teleport off to do battle. So, I saw that, and I thought, oh, he's a real boy, flesh and blood, under his robot exoskeleton. I was wrong, but I guess I didn't read the manual, or maybe the copies that I rented didn't have manuals that came with them. Honestly, even if I did read the manuals, I might not know, because, as I'll explain, the English manuals leave a lot out. The English manuals change things seemingly at random. They just don't really explain the story as well as the Japanese ones did in a lot of cases. Localization is a big problem. Even a scrupulous Western Mega Man fan might not have ever known some things that a Japanese speaker would know, because the localization just they were sloppy. They were quite sloppy in places. What I'm getting at is that it's hard to know. It's hard to learn the entire series, the entire canon. And so I thought condensing it down into a watchable format like this, just have someone explain it to you. I would have been interested to know. I was interested to learn some of the weird stuff that goes on in some of the games I hadn't played. And my hope is that you will also be interested and fascinated and horrified in equal measures. Anyway, so that was my plan. That was my master plan. Do a lecture about Mega Man, about the lore of Mega Man. Good topic. I think it makes sense. But then, remember, those lectures were done at RadCons. Those were live events where we all got together. Turns out, oops, it's 2022, and most of members of the PCP have jumped ship and disappeared, vanished off the face of the earth, turned traitor and attacked me, or some combination of those things. So, so what do I do? Well, I thought, okay, there's one left. There's me and Gib. Give-and-take.site, Lord of Ghosts. She came to visit America earlier this year, and I had planned that when she was here, I would get her and I would get a couple other people together, and we would recreate a live lecture scenario with the audience participation and all of that. And I was serious about it. I had a guy. I had contracted a man, an individual, to to make it possible. I had a cameraman. I had studio space reserved. I had invited people, and I was gonna do it. However, back then, I was under a time crunch, this was time sensitive, and so I was like, okay, whatever. I did something unforgivable. I said, I'm just gonna read it on the wiki. I'm gonna go to the Mega Man wiki, and I'm just gonna read it. I'm gonna take notes, okay, and then I'll explain it, and that'll be it. I don't have to play the games to understand the story. I can just read it on the wiki, and I'll know everything. Well, guess what? The spirits of gaming were offended, angered by my hubris, and so they smote me with the coronavirus. Not me, Gib. Gib got the coronavirus. Everybody had to quarantine. We couldn't do the lecture. The lecture was canceled. I had to call my guy and say, no video, no cameraman, you gotta stay home today. We're not doing it. And he tearfully said, no, but what about the legacy of the Procrastinators podcast? And I said, no, nobody cares about that. Anyway, the lecture was canceled. And so I fell into despair. I thought, oh no, it's impossible. Getting people together to do something like this, it'll never happen. It can never happen. It is unthinkable. So, as I say, I fell into despair until I saw 2 YouTube videos. The videos were, one a desperate attempt to explain the plot of Crescent City so you don't have to read all 800 pages by Carrie Can Read. And the other one was an appropriately unhinged recap of Pretty Little Liars by Mike's Mike. I saw those 2 videos, and I thought, wait a minute. These are, like, long-ass videos where someone just stands in front of a wall and points at pictures of stuff and explains something. It's like a lecture, but without an audience. Oh my god. The code has been cracked. It can be done. It is possible. And so I realized, well, that's what I gotta do. I just gotta do it on my own. It's okay. It's okay if there's no audience participation. It's fine. People will understand. And, you know, interestingly enough, both of those videos cited Jenny Nicholson's Vampire Diaries video as inspiration for those videos. Another video that I had seen, although it had not given me it did not give me the idea to copy it like I'm doing now. I guess it all comes together because I've talked to Jenny before, and she actually voiced a character in a video that I would generously call an animation that I did on another channel that I used to post on back in what I lovingly like to call the pony days. So it's all very serendipitous. And you know, one thing that does appeal to me about doing this without any live audience is that with people there, I would feel bad keeping them there for 4, 6, 8, 12 hours. I couldn't do it. All my other lectures wrapped up in around 2 hours. I was gonna keep it to around that time. That was the plan. That was what was in my notes, was for about a 2-hour presentation. Well, now I don't have to worry about that. And I'm just gonna say everything until there's nothing more to say. And I stand before you, you know, about to embark on this journey with you and take you along with me. As we go on this wild magic carpet ride. I don't know how long this is going to take. I have no idea. I'll be just as shocked as you when I get to the end and I look down at that timestamp and say, oh my god, a guy spent that many hours standing in front of a wall talking about Mega Man? Society. You know, hang on a second. I'm thirsty. Need a sip from my refreshing beverage. What do you think? It's cute, right? I got it for the lecture. It costs like $12. Oh my god, is that a Mega Man reference? So anyway, that's the story of how I decided to do this video. I had already done my reading. I had read up on the plots of the games. I knew basically what happened from the wiki and such. But I decided that that's not good enough. You know, I wanted to be confident in explaining what's going on in these stories. And so a summary wasn't going to do it. I resolved that I would play every game. So I played Mega Man, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 6, Mega Man 7, Mega Man 8, Mega Man and Bass, Mega Man 9, Mega Man 10, Mega Man 11, Mega Man Wily's Revenge, Mega Man Roman numeral 2, Mega Man Roman numeral 3, Mega Man Roman numeral 4, Mega Man Roman numeral 5, Mega Man and Bass Challenger from the Future, Mega Man The Wily Wars, Mega Man for DOS, Mega Man 3 The Robots Are Revolting for DOS, Wily and Light's Rockboard That's Paradise, Mega Man Soccer, Mega Man The Power Battle, Mega Man 2 The Power Fighters, Mega Man Battle and Fighters, Mega Man Battle and Chase, Mega Man X, Mega Man X2, Mega Man X3, Mega Man X4, Mega Man X5, Mega Man X6, Mega Man X7, Mega Man X8, Mega Man Xtreme, Mega Man Xtreme 2, Mega Man Legends, Mega Man Legends 2, The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, Mega Man 0, Mega Man 02, Mega Man 03, Mega Man 04, Mega Man ZX, and Mega Man ZX Advent. So on second count, that's actually 45. That's 45 games that I played. Now, I didn't beat all of them, but I did beat all of the regular ones. All the main numbered Mega Mans, the Roman numeral Game Boy Mega Mans, the Mega Man X's, the Mega Man Xtremes, Mega Man Zeros, the ZX's, and the Mega Man Legends games. I beat all those. I beat Power Battle and Power Fighters. Well, I beat them. I beat one campaign. I didn't beat every campaign. I didn't beat Battle and Chase because it's just a racing game. I don't think there's any story. Same with soccer. Played one match of soccer. Hated it, but I did it so I could say I did it. Didn't beat Battle and Fighters because it's just a demake of Power Battle and Power Fighters. There were some games that I would have liked to play, but I was not able to find them playable and in English. That would be Rockman Gold Empire and Rockman Strategy. Those were both, I believe, Taiwan-only games. Did not play Super Adventure Rockman because I'm pretty sure it's like an alternate timeline. Actually, I didn't play any game that is an alternate timeline or alternate canon. So I did not play Command Mission. I did not play any of the Battle Network or what's the other one? Space? Cyber? Shooting Star. That's a Japanese title. Star Force. I did not play Battle Network or Star Force, because that is an alternate timeline, different canon. Oh, Rockman Dash Grand 5 Island Adventure. I was not able to get to play, and that's not available in English, but I did watch most of it, on a video, so I mostly know what happens and I read the script. I did my best with that one. Rockman X Dive and Rockman Crossover, seem... I don't like them. They seem to exist basically to just be a big giant series of callbacks. I don't know. It just doesn't pass my sniff test for canon, those two. Did not play Patchy Slot Rockman Ability, the Pachinko machine. Don't think that exists in the West. Street Fighter X Mega Man or Cross Mega Man. Don't think that's canon to either series. Didn't play any of the mobile games like Kobun Punishment or Kobun Flies or Kobun Flies Christmas Edition. Don't have a flip phone, so I couldn't get those. Didn't play any of these. I'm not even going to try to pronounce these names. Something Whirlwind, like IQ Whirlwind. They're like IQ, like brain teaser games or something. Those were also Taiwan only. And I mean, man, look at all those Diacritics. I did not buy the collectible card-ass trading cards or collectible card series, which have their own canon. Won't be discussing that. Won't be discussing any of the toy lines or figurines, which sometimes have their own canon and their own characters unique to them. Didn't watch the cartoons or read the mangas. Those all mostly hew pretty close to the game storyline, but they are technically their own canon. I will be discussing the canon games and the canon around the games. The thing about that, there's a lot of supplementary material that you kind of you almost need to know about. I mean, right off the bat, the first couple games, there was more story in the manuals. Usually in the Japanese manuals had more, but like the manuals had more story than the games themselves. So I will have to be talking about that. And some of that, you know, it's not actually in the game, but I feel like the manual counts as part of the game. It was part of the product that you would have bought at the time. My goal here is not to relate to you a chronological list of facts and events from the Mega Man canon, because if I was going to do that, I would actually have to start with the most recent game. Mega Man 11 actually contains events that are the furthest back in the timeline. And that seems dumb. I don't think it makes sense to start with that game. I want to start at the beginning, and by that I mean the beginning of the actual series. So my goal is to explain the story of the games as you might have experienced it if you were a fan at the time playing the games as they came out. So I'm going to start with Mega Man 1. We will see things develop. I think that's a more fair and more interesting way to go about it. I mean, the Legends games come last in the canon, but they were made well before, I think they were made like before Zero or around the time of Zero. So, I mean, these games take place before, but they were made after, and so they contain some references to them. And it's interesting to try and pick apart what story elements were included in response to what other ones, and to look at it from that perspective, you have to look at the games in the order they were made. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm going to prioritize what's actually in the games above everything else in terms of canon. What's in the games and in the manuals that come with them come first. I will be unable to avoid discussing some supplementary material, especially for the West, which didn't get a lot of the stuff that Japan got. In Japan, there were also, there were newsletters. There were like Capcom newsletters with Q&A sections, Ask Dr. Wright, that shed some light on some stuff. If you were an English speaker or a Westerner, you might have never been privy to key facts, about the storyline. Unless you were to like hear about it secondhand through fan sites or something like that, which is bizarre, but it's true. I will tell you what's in the games, and when I need to tell you something about the story that is not in the games, that come from, a newsletter or a promotional material or some supplementary thing like, say, an audio drama track, which come a little later, I will mention that and try to draw the distinction, because I think it's worth making. And since this is a lecture, I want you to consider yourself a student, and you can't raise your hand in this format, but if you have a question, if there's something that I don't mention or something's unclear, feel free to leave a comment and ask a question, and I might know the answer, and I may have just skipped past it, or I might be able to look it up and find it, probably with the help of the Reploid Research Laboratory, which is one of the key sources that I used in terms of reading translations of Japanese promo materials and things like that. Really great blog. We're going back to, I think, 2009, translating, reporting on Mega Man news of the time, as well as translating materials like the Japanese manuals and the newsletters and the Q&As and things like that. So, but yeah, you can ask me a question in the comments if you like, and I will try to answer if I know, if I'm able to. I think that's it. I think we're ready to begin. Maybe just one more swig of energy juice. So, let's refer to the board. I'm going to be drawing on this. I'm going to be drawing some stuff, and this is a chronological timeline. As you see, it starts over here with the original games and then moves into the X games in the time of the Maverick Wars, and then the Elf Wars. What the heck are the Elf Wars? Well, we'll talk about it. And then Vile's Incident, which is what happens in the Zero games. And then what I have dubbed the Age of Legion is the ZX games here. And then the Halcyon Days. Again, they're not strictly called that, but there's a reason why I called it that, and I'll talk about that later. This is the Legends. This is the Legends games. So they go down and to the right. So more or less chronologically. So I have included, I think every character. Maybe I should have said this at the beginning of the lecture along when I was saying that I played every game. Yeah, this chart here behind me includes, I mean, unless I've missed anything, and I don't think I really have, it includes basically every character in the series, except for I mean, there are more sort of unimportant NPCs like townspeople and stuff in, like here, these guys are one big group, so I just put them all as one picture. Otherwise, it would have taken up too much space, and I didn't want to. And then there are townspeople and stuff in ZX and ZX Advent and hunters, and I just didn't. I'm not counting them, so I didn't include them. There are actually, same with Halcyon Days Legends, there are townspeople. I didn't include them, so that doesn't count. But every robot master and every maverick, every Mutos Reploid is on here. Every Pseudoroid, you know, hitting all the highlights. So this is a pretty comprehensive, and I'm going to be desecrating it for the sake of education. So let's start at the beginning. 1987, the original Mega Man, the world of Mega Man is our world, set in the far, far distant future of 2000 and X. Kind of. In the intro to the second game, Mega Man 2, it says the year is 2000 and X. Although I believe the wording is a little ambiguous. It might be referring to the year that Mega Man was made. It's not clear. He might have been made in 2000 and X, and then maybe this is 10 years later the game's happening. The later games, I think 3 and onward, retcon that to be 20XDX. 20XDX, because 2000 and X was rapidly approaching, and we are in fact well beyond it at this point. And we didn't have robots. Well, I mean, we kind of do, but like we had pretty scary police state violence robots, surveillance drones. Let's not get into real robots because it's depressing. So we didn't get cool robots, so they changed the date. They retconned it 20XDX. Could still technically happen. Anyway, it all starts with these two bros. They're not actually bros. They're just guys. They're geniuses. Dr. Light and Dr. Wily. Dr. Light is credited with advancing robotics technology to create new beings, robots, that are good at stuff. They do things like cutting down trees, building buildings, doing demolitions work. Creates useful robots that do industry things. Dr. Light makes robots that serve humans. That's the point. In the year 20XDX, it's an age where humans have helpful robots who do stuff for them, and the robots are happy to do it, and everybody loves it. That's the plot. And then one day, this total dickhead named Dr. Wily, he has reprogrammed 6 of Dr. Light's robots: Cutman, Gutsman, Iceman, Bombman, Fireman, and Elec Man. They start going haywire. They start doing destructive things. They start being evil. And it's the work of this dickhead, Dr. Wily. Dr. Wily is another robot genius, but he's evil. He wants to take over the world, I guess, and he has reprogrammed the robots to help him do that. And that's the story of Mega Man 1. Okay. Mega Man, the guy. He is a household robot. Him and Roll are household robots. The manual doesn't actually even mention Roll. The Japanese manual doesn't mention her at all. The English one sort of gives her a passing mention. You don't see her until the very end. The very end of the game, you know, Mega Man runs home, and you see Dr. Light, and you see Roll, and they're waiting for him, and they're a big happy family, and it's nice. Roll and Mega Man are household robots. Mega Man is a boy robot called Rock, so they're Rock and Roll. And then when, you know, danger happens, Rock has a strong sense of justice, so he says, I'll stop the problems. And Dr. Light says, okay. And he outfits him in battle armor, gives him the Mega Buster, and he goes out and he does battle. I think everybody knows that in Japan, he's called Rockman. You know, he's Rock normally. He becomes Rockman when he's in battle mode. They didn't call it that in America, in the West, because it just didn't read right. It read like he's made of rocks, or he uses rocks like stones. And so they were like, it's not going to work. They changed it to Mega Man. Good call. Apparently, according to an interview with someone who might have been Keiji Inafune, they were originally going to call him, hang on, Rainbow Warrior Miracle Kid was a title that was being considered for a while, and they didn't go with it. Also, originally, the plot of the game was going to be, you were going to be rescuing Roll. She was going to get kidnapped, and you were going to have to go out and save her. But that's not what happens. Instead, you just fight the robots, and then you go and you fight Wily, and that's the story. The English manual calls, it refers to the place where the game takes place as Monsteropolis. It says that, yeah, you've got to protect Monsteropolis from these evil robots that are leading hordes of minions to do harm. And I guess that second part is true. I don't know where they got Monsteropolis. No other... That is never a thing ever again. So let's make a note here. Let's use cyan teal here for Dr. Light. And we'll draw a line here to say that he created Roll and Rock. And you know what? He also made these 6 guys. Some other material, for instance, Super Adventure Rockman, which is, I will not be discussing in depth, but it's a sort of an alternate telling of the story, refers to them as like brothers. They like kind of hang out and talk to each other like they're brothers, like they grew up together. In a piece of writing called Dr. Light's Journal, yeah, he describes making these 6, and the 6 sort of they get made in his lab, and then they hang out for a while, and they are like Mega Man and Roll's brothers until they get shipped off to, go work in industrial settings. So these guys, they have serial numbers. They are referred to by the serial numbers DLN. It stands for Dr. Light number, and they are Dr. Light number 003, 004, 005, 006, 007, 008. I don't think they actually have numbers in the original game, because I don't think they knew they were going to make a sequel. What's up, guys? It's your boy, Ben Saint here from the future, time-stoppering in to correct some egregious mistakes that I made in the past, set the record straight, or elaborate on something that I really should have mentioned in the lecture itself. When I need to correct something like that, this will happen. Anyway, right now I just want to say that the serial numbers are in the first game. At least they're in the manual. In the Japanese manual, they are numbered. They list Mega Man as number 1 and the rest as 3, 4, etc. They skip Roll completely, although it seems like obviously she would be number 2, so it sort of implies her without ever actually mentioning her. Strange. But yeah, they had serial numbers even in number 1, so I don't know, make of that what you will. I guess while I got you here, I might as well also mention some differences in the localization. In English, the manual says that Dr. Wily is Dr. Light's assistant. That's not the case in Japanese. It also refers to the robots as robot-like humanoids, which I would just call a mistake. I mean, they're definitely robots, so, whatever. Okay, back to the time stream. Going forward, they will have serial numbers, and those will be their serial numbers. So just keep that in mind. I think that's pretty much all I have to say about the first game. Wait, no, actually, I do want to mention that I think it was in an Ask Dr. Wright. Some of the Japanese media calls him Dr. Wright because, Japanese L's and R's. In answering some question, Dr. Light mentions that Mega Man sometimes like to sip on energy juice while he's working in the lab. He's just like me for real. Adorable. Okay, so Mega Man 2, or as it's called in Japan, Rockman 2, Dr. Wily no Nazo. Sorry to be back again so soon, but I feel the need to interject. In the Japanese titles, they are written with the Arabic numeral for the number. So you would think that they would pronounce the number in Japanese, but in all of the commercials for the games, they pronounce the number phonetically in English, 2, 3, 4, and so on. I don't know why it's like this. I can't explain it. I don't speak Japanese, but that's just the way it is. So I just want to clarify in case you think I sound like an idiot. Okay. All right. Enough. That means the secret of Dr. Wily, or the mystery of Dr. Wily. All the Mega Man games, the main ones in Japanese, have cute little dramatic subtitles to them. So the plot of Mega Man 2 is very funny. It barely has one. Basically, it's just Wily's back, and this time he made his own dang robots. So how do you like that, Rock? Eat dirt, you juice-sipping kid. Fight my robots, if you dare, fool. So he does. And then you get to the end of the game, and you fight Wily in a cave. And the last fight against Wily, you go into this cave, and Wily is, like, there, and he turns into an alien, and he's floating around, and you gotta shoot him with bubbles. And then when you shoot the alien with enough bubbles, a, like, projector machine breaks and turns off, and it turns out that Dr. Wily was actually behind a desk controlling a hologram machine projecting an image of an alien, just pretending to be an alien. I guess that's the secret of Dr. Wily, is that he's pretending to be an alien, or the secret is that he's not actually an alien, even though there's no reason why he would have been. Anyway, we got Metal Man, Air Man, Bubble Man, Quick Man, Crash Man, Flash Man, Heat Man, and Wood Man. Yeah, later media suggests that some of these guys were based on these guys. Like, Metal Man was built as sort of using designs based on Cut Man. Crash Man was sort of based on features of both Guts Man and Bomb Man. Heat Man based on Flame Man. I don't know if that was the intention when the game was made. I'm not sure about that. Later games do say it. A lot of facts that will become true about these games retroactively, a lot of them come from the Mega Man and Base database. You can collect discs that have data on them, and they have facts about various characters, including Robot Masters. But these guys are not made by Dr. Light, so these have their own serial numbers. Well, they're numbered in the same sequence, but they have a different lettering scheme. They're DWN, Dr. Wily numbers, and they are DWN 009, 010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Not so much at first, but in later games, when they sort of redesign Wily, he will often wear like a purple bow tie and like a cloak with like a purple interior. So I'll use purple for Wily. I think he'd like that. So the next game, I think both in terms of release order and chronologically, well, it was called Rockman World in Japan. In English, they called it Dr. Wily's Revenge. It's on the Game Boy. It's basically just a remake of portions of 1 and 2. They have, I forget which robots. They just have, like, you know, three from this game, 3 from that game, and you fight them again. They kind of remade the levels. That's all fine. The one new thing that's going on in Rockman World is that Wily has a space station. In all the Game Boy games, he has a space station for some reason. In the NES games, he has like a fortress with a big skull on it. And in the Game Boy games, his final fortress is a space station. Before you fight Wily, the semi-final boss is this new guy called Anchor. He's this dude right here. And he was kind of, sort of, I think, gonna be like Mega Man's rival. He appeared in a bunch of promotional material at the time, and it seemed like maybe they wanted him to be a little bit more important than he ended up being. But anyway, he's designated a Mega Man killer. His serial number is MKN, Mega Man killer number. MKN 001. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I don't think he was originally made with that number in mind. He was assigned it retroactively later. Because, spoiler, there will be a few more Mega Man killer units in the handheld games. Apparently, enka is a sort of kind of traditional sort of folk style of music in Japan. So he is continuing the rock and roll theme that was basically dropped in English, but remains present in Japan. Anchor's thing is that he has this spear that if you shoot it, it absorbs your shots and shoots them back at you in a wave. And that's Anchor. You know, I forgot to mention this when I was talking about rock. Mega Man, if you're interested, He runs on solar power. He does. The bullets that he fires, the little shots from his Mega Buster, they are compressed solar energy. They can blast through metal. They're powerful, he's pretty strong. He's a superhero, basically. Oh, and he's made of a material called ceratanium, or ceramic titanium. This is a fictional material that, again, I think this was something that they don't say it in the game. This is something that they talked about in newsletters and stuff. They gave diagrams of him, what he looks like on the inside. He's got a such and such processing unit, and his body is made of ceratanium, ceramic titanium. It's flexible, light, strong, yada, yada, yada. That will be referenced in future games, though. So I thought I might as well mention it here. Solar powered. Also, I didn't mention his copy ability. Yeah, kind of the thing about Mega Man is that he copies the abilities of the bosses that he beats. This is why they were originally gonna call it Rainbow Warrior Miracle Kid, because he changes color with each of his different abilities. It's like a central mechanic of the game is like copying the boss abilities. It's I don't know, there's not really like a explanation for it. In the first game, when you beat a boss, they drop a little item and you pick it up, and I guess maybe it's supposed to be like their brain or like their circuitry or their memory chip or something like that, and that's how he's copying their abilities. In other games, he just like absorbs energy. He just jumps up and goes and it like absorbs into him. Where's it coming from? I don't know. What is he doing to copy? I don't know. He's copying the enemy data or something, I guess. And that's how he does it. That's all there is to say about that. Copying stuff's just a thing that he does. Mega Man 3, aka Rockman Strategy, Dr. Wily no Saigo, or the end of Dr. Wily, ? New to this game, you can slide, you can press down and jump, and you can do a little fast slide, which is very good. Makes you go fast. So this game starts, and Dr. Wily's good now. He has changed his ways. Light has forgiven him. It's all water under the bridge. No harm, no foul. So they're working together. So Dr. Wily says to Light, "Hey Light, what if we made the giantest, most deadly battle robot ever for world peace?" And Dr. Light says, "Yes, I love peace." So they're building this massive battle robot for peace called Gamma. But in order to complete Gamma, you gotta go and get 8 energy elements or energy crystals. I think it varies between the English and the Japanese. And you get them from 8 quote-unquote mining worlds or planets. So yeah, in 3, you're going like around the solar system or maybe around the galaxy. It's kind of hard to tell because like Mega Man levels don't really feel like places very much. They feel more like levels. But yeah, you're teleporting to different planets. You never do that again. It's the only time in the series that happens. But it's goes by without even any fanfare whatsoever. It's just a thing that happens in 3. In 3, Mega Man gets his dog companion Rush. Rush is a dog, and he does things. In the last game, you had some tools that would let you climb walls or make platforms to jump on. Rush replaces that in this game. He can turn into a jet that you can fly on. He can turn into a spring that you can jump on, and he can turn into a little submarine that lets you go through the water. Pretty neat. So these robots here, I guess they were made by Dr. Wily and Light working together, because that's like the plot of this game or whatever. I don't really know like what they're supposed to be good for, right? Like these original 6, they were made for a purpose. They're meant to do some specific work for humans, building stuff. And so on. These don't really have... I mean, there is some explanation in the Mega Man and Base database about what these guys for. I'm sure that it was thought up after the fact. Snake Man is good for, like... He's good at, like, wriggling through tight spaces, and that's, I don't know, useful in some way. Needle Man, I guess he works in a mine. Like, he uses his needles to, like, puncture the rock in a mine to mine energy crystals, so on and so forth. Charge Man charges electrical things, and that's helpful, as you can imagine, in this robot future. Yeah, I confused Charge Man for Spark Man for this whole section. I don't figure it out until later, so please bear with me and know that this guy is actually Spark Man. Thank you. Anyway, Needle Man, Magnet Man, Gemini Man, Hard Man, Top Man, Snake Man, Charge Man, Shadow Man. They were made by Wily and Wright working together, supposedly. So let me just update my chart to reflect that. Dr. Wily did not build Rush. That's a light-only project. This guy's Gamma down here, the big guy. So anyway, you go to different planets to get the 8 energy elements, but the robots that Dr. Light and Dr. Wily built together to guard the elements, they've gone crazy, and you have to fight them. Who could be behind it? So you fight them, you get the things, and then there is a guy, you gotta go through a bunch of extra stages where you fight this guy. I forgot to print him out, so I had to draw him on here. This little skull man called Doc Robot. And Doc Robot is a Wily creation. And Doc Robot uses the powers of the guys from 2. He has, like, Metal Man's blades and Woodman's wood and so on and so forth. Leafs. Sorry, he uses leaf barrier. He just does that, and you have to deal with it. Oh, I forgot to mention. A couple times in a few of the stages, this guy shows up, and he gives a little whistle. I can't whistle, I'm sorry, I had to hum it. But that's the tune. And it's this guy. You'll find out later, but his name is Proto Man. And he just shows up and fights you for some reason. You shoot him a bunch, and he goes away. And then you continue on your quest. And then curiously, before the final, series of levels, the ones where you fight Wily. By the way, there's the format of these games is always each robot has a level. You fight through the level, you fight the robot. Then at the end, there's a bunch of Wily levels, and you have to go through a series of levels. Usually there's a mini boss at the end of each of them. And then there's always a part where you fight all the bosses again in back to back, and then you fight Wily in a big robot. Usually it has a skull on it, and it's hard. Anyway, right before the Wily levels in this game, a mysterious guy called Brakeman shows up, and you fight him, and he whistles, and he looks exactly like Proto Man, except he's got a helmet, more of a helmet on, that covers more of his face, and he fights just like Proto Man, and you fight him, and it's like, oops, I guess it was Proto Man. He was in disguise for some reason. I don't know why he bothered, but he did. He called himself Brakeman for a minute, before quickly abandoning that ruse. Brakeman! Actually, you know what I'll mention? In all the games so far, there are a couple of enemies. They're called, they're called Joes. Some of them are Sniper Joes. Most of them have a shield and a gun. Those are Sniper Joes. In some of the games, they have other things, like some of them drive trucks or drive turrets, or they're driving like mech armor walker machines. And they're all different kinds of Joes. And my understanding is that Joes are sort of like all-purpose, mass-produced robots in this world. Like, Cutman is a specialist in felling trees, but Joes are just, they're like a guy, but they're a robot, and you might buy some to be your, I mean, I don't want to say slave, but, worker, uncompensated worker, programmed to work for you forever for no money. But he likes it, so it's okay. He's programmed that way. At this point, I get distracted from the point I was about to make by a side tangent on the nature of free will as it relates to the robots in the classic series of the Mega Man games. So just let me say it now before I do that. What I was saying about the Joes is that later material suggests that they were based on Proto Man and Brakeman. They kind of have the same eye. They have one eye in the middle, and plus the snipers carry the shield, so they kind of resemble Proto Man, and especially Proto Man in his Brakeman form. So I don't know if this was intended at the time or if this was a retcon later, but there are suggestions later that, the design of the Joes was taken from Proto Man. And on the subject of Proto Man, since I don't think I'll mention it for a while, Proto Man's Japanese name is Blues, to go along with the rock and roll music theme. The robots in Mega Man do have human intelligence. This is kind of a fine point. They don't exactly have complete free will like a human. It's a little bit of a kind of up to your interpretation. The way that I interpret the robots is they're basically like people. They each have different personalities, different, some are smarter or stupider. Some of them might be jerks, whatever. They can exert some level of autonomy, like they can have opinions about things. Like they might decide that they don't like what they're programmed to do. It's possible, but they have to do it. Like they do at the end of the day have to follow their programming. They do not have free will. But, I guess their programs are complicated enough that they might act in unpredictable ways sometimes, in a way that approximates a human being's capacity for change and free will and so on. They are ultimately beholden to their programming. But it seems like sometimes they can kind of act within loopholes. They can sort of act within wiggle room that exists in the way that they're programmed. They're not quite like people, but in most ways they are like people in terms of they have feelings. I mean, they are sentient, they experience emotions, they experience sensations, they might have hopes and dreams, but, they have the hopes and dreams that were programmed into them. They have an interior life, is what I'm saying. They're not mere automatons. They are conscious, they are alive. I mean, not alive, but, It would be wrong to kill one, for instance. Q&As and supplementary materials make it clear that, Mega Man doesn't kill these robot masters. He disables them. He damages them so that they cease to function, but can be repaired. Anyway, back to the plot of Mega Man 3. You get the energy crystals, but oh no. Once you got them all together, Wily steals Gamma. He was making the big battle. It wasn't for peace. Oops. And he steals Gamma, and you go to Wily's new fortress, you fight Gamma, you beat him, and then the castle's collapsing, and whenever you beat Wily, he bows down, he pathetically begs, like, oh no, I'm sorry, mate. I mean, he doesn't say that, because they don't have dialogue for it, but he does a theatrical, pitiful, like, oh, please spare me, I'm an old man. So that happens, you beat him, his castle's collapsing, and then a mysterious figure, a shadowy figure, jumps down and saves you, picks you up, you, Mega Man, from the collapsing building. But this is after a big rock falls on Dr. Wily, and he says, where's Dr. Wily? Oh no, too late. And then he runs away. So, this is Proto Man. Proto Man does work for Dr. Wily, and he was there to save Wily, but it seems like he thinks Wily was killed. I mean, we'll find out in subsequent games that he wasn't. There are some wacky theories out there that say that Wily might have died at this point in the series, and he may be replaced by a robot duplicate. I don't really think there's a lot to that theory, other than the fact that it sort of seemed like he died at this point. I mean, it's an argument, but there's not much else to it. There are times when robot duplicates of Wily occur, but I mean that doesn't really prove that Wily himself has been replaced by a duplicate. This is where we start reaching parts where the ambiguity leads to heated debate. Anyway, Proto Man works for Wily. He's bad, but he saved you. He's good. So, end of Mega Man 3. Mega Man wakes up in Dr. Light's laboratory. Dr. Light says, "Who brought you here?" "It must have been Proto Man," and you hear the whistle. The ending of the game, it retroactively assigns numbers to the robots from the first game, and it counts them down from 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and then it lists Roll. Roll is DLN002, housekeeping robot. Mega Man, Rock, 001, former assistant to Dr. Light, it says. And then it counts down to 000, Proto Man, new robot prototype, brother of Mega Man. Oh my god, your secret older brother, your secret older bro. And that's all you learn about him for now. But there'll be more later. You know, Dr. Light made him, but he works for Dr. Wily, so I'm gonna go ahead and give a little second line there. So, that's Mega Man 3. Next game. Actually, wait. Let me make sure I haven't skipped anything interesting. No. What the hell is Panic Shot? Oh, it's Pinball. That's right. Actually, I did skip Mega Man for DOS. It's not a good game, but I think it's technically canon. There's only 3 robots that you fight in that one. Sonic Man, Dynaman, and Volt Man. It's really hard. I admit I played it with the cheat for invincibility turned on, and it was still hard. I did beat it, technically. There's a supercomputer called CRORQ, C-R-O-R-Q. It's an acronym. It's like a peacekeeping United Nations supercomputer robot that keeps peace, and Dr. Wily has turned it evil. That's Mega Man for DOS. Mega Man, this one's a little weird. Mega Man Roman numeral 2. That's, does this have a subtitle? No. The handhelds do not have subtitles. It's just Mega Man Roman numeral 2 or Rockman World 2. This is similar to the last one in that the most of the game is just, they got some of the old Robot Masters, they remade their levels, and you fight them again on the Game Boy. That's the meat and potatoes of it. However, there is more to the story on the box. So in Mega Man Roman numeral 2, according to the box and the manual, Dr. Wily has heard tell that an institute called the Kronos Institute has created a time machine. It is called the Time Skimmer. And so he goes and he steals it with the idea that he will go back in time and kill Rockman, Mega Man, before, I don't know, at some point in the past, to get rid of him. I mean, none of this is in the game. This is all just written on the box. So he steals the Time Skimmer, but he realizes that the Time Skimmer is flawed. It doesn't work. He can only go to the future. He cannot go to the past. So he's like, dang. Well, when life gives you lemons, you gotta make lemonade. What can I do with a time machine that can only go to the future? It can go to the future and back. It can return to the place you went from. So he's not stuck in the future. But he can't go before where he starts using it. That's the deal. So he comes up with a plan. The plan is this. In the future, after, I guess, Wily has been defeated or given up trying to take over the world, peace has returned, and therefore, Mega Man, or Rockman, has no need to continue to be in his battle body form. He has no need to be Rockman. He can just go back to being Rock. He's a civilian household robot again. He's been changed by Dr. Light. So, Dr. Wily goes to the future after the point where he has stopped trying to take over the world. At the point where Rock is just Rock again. And he finds his future self, the one who I guess gave up or lost or something, and he and his future self conspire to get Rock, future Rock, who is no longer Mega Man, kidnap him, brainwash him, modify him, and reprogram him. And that's what they do. And they bring him back to the present. It's 37 years. He went 37 years into the future. And that's when this happened. And I guess Rock still looked like a little kid. I wonder if Dr. Light was still alive. 37, I don't know. I wouldn't think so. Wait. Would Dr. Wily still be alive? 37, I mean, he's gotta be at least like 60. I guess he could live to be 100. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Dr. Wily is still alive, 37 years in the future. And maybe Light is too. I don't know. But Mega Man's the same as ever. Rock, rather. Only he's been turned back into his civilian form. So they kidnap future Rock, reprogram him, bring him back to the present, and, at the end of the Wily thing, when you fight him in the space station, whatever, where last time there was Anchor, now, it's this guy. His name's Quint, which might be like Quintet with the music theme. I'm not really sure what the name is supposed to be a reference to. But yeah, this is Mega Man from the future, brainwashed and reprogrammed and brought back to the past to be the semi-final boss for Rockman World 2. And he has a robot jackhammer that he rides, and that's like his weapon. When you beat him, you get that as your weapon, and you use it against Wily in the final battle. So yeah, you could argue that this is the fate of Rockman. That Rockman eventually, in the future, will be kidnapped by Dr. Wily and brought back to the past to fight himself. Maybe. I would say that's probably not the actual future. There's probably an alternate timeline thing going on. But anyway, it's interesting also that when you beat Quint in this game, he doesn't explode. Most of the time when you beat a robot, and you beat them, like I said, you don't kill them. Canonically, they don't die. Sometimes they do, actually. But generally not. But they are destroyed. But, Quint, no. When you beat him, he just teleports away. To where? No idea. Maybe he goes back to the future? Or maybe not. It's unclear. So, Quint's fate, who knows? Mega Man's fate? But yeah. Quint. Mega Man. So how am I going to draw this here? Thus far, I've used a line to indicate that someone either made someone or influenced someone. In the case where one character literally is another, I'm going to use a black line with a colored border. So I'm going to do that with Mega Man right now. All right, there we go. That's Quint. So remember Quint. Don't forget about Quint. Okay, you know what? I put this in a weird spot. The next game I'm going to talk about was actually not released for a few more years, but I'm going to talk about it now. It doesn't matter, just because it also involves a time machine. Mega Man The Wily Wars. It was on the Genesis, and it's mostly just a remake of 1, 2, and 3. It has a neat feature, though, where there's a sort of bonus mini set of levels that have these 3 robots as their bosses. They're based on characters from Journey to the West. The monkey is Buster Rod G, the Kappa is Mega Water S, and the pig is Hyperstorm H. They're on the Genesis, and they're called the Genesis Unit. That's just a fact. But anyway, yeah, again, Wily has a time machine. I am not sure if it's the Time Skimmer. It might be a different one. But this time he can go to the past, and the reason why you're playing 1, 2, and 3 again is because I think it's because Wily has brought you back to the past, or he's gone back to it's time travel. And then you fight these guys. Mega Man 4 or Rockman 4 Aratanaru Yabo means a new evil ambition. Dr. Light gets a letter from some asshole called Dr. Cossack. Dr. Mikhail Cossack. By the way, Thomas Light, Albert Wily, based on Albert Einstein, I think, from his, he kind of, the hair. I would guess that, Dr. Thomas Light is Thomas Edison Light Bulb. I don't know that for sure, but it seems obvious. Anyway, Thomas Light, Albert Wily, Mikhail Cossack. He has, made some robots, and he's like, I also am a robot genius. I am better than you, and I will prove it. I have made some robots that are evil. Why don't you try to fight them? And that's what you do. You know what? I forgot to add my handy notes. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're getting educated. I'll use like tan for Cossack. Let me get tan. Yeah, all right, here we go. So yeah, Cossack made these guys: Bright Man, Toad Man, Drill Man, Pharaoh Man, Ring Man, Dust Man, Hard Man? No, Dive Man. He looks a lot like Hard Man. And Skull Man. Later games, the database that I mentioned from Mega Man and Base will mention that a lot of these guys are supposed to have, useful functions. Later it will be decreed that Toad Man was an irrigator. He was for irrigating crops. Bright Man was for exploring dark caves, I think. Some of the future explanations of what these robot masters are a little bad. Like, I read the database entry for Ring Man. His only description is that he was made to kill Mega Man. Spoiler alert. Dr. Cossack is being manipulated by Wily. He did make these robots, but they were modified by Wily, so they are technically listed as DWN, Dr. Wily numbers. It's pretty inconsistent when a robot counts as a DWN. These guys were modified by Wily. They were reprogrammed by Wily, but they're DLN. But these guys were made by Cossack, and maybe his modifications were more extensive than mere reprogramming, and maybe that's why they're DWN. But they were made by Cossack, and so you would think they would all have some useful function, because Cossack is a good guy, like Light. He makes robots for humanity. Although I guess it's not unthinkable that maybe while he was being manipulated by Wily, he made Ringman to kill Mega Man because Wily told him to. I guess that's possible. On the subject of retconning Robot Master facts, I just want to mention the one that haunts me the most, and that is that Shadow Man from 3 is an alien, and I don't know where this information comes from. There are later games that refer to it. I don't think they mention it in the database in Mega Man and Base, but they do mention it in, I think, maybe his data entry in Battle and Fighters, or maybe the Rockman Legacy Collection database. Legacy Collection being a collection of games that they released bundled on Steam, and it also had a sort of bonus feature that was like database of all the Robot Masters. Anyway, somewhere in there, they mention that he is not made by Wily actually, but that Wily merely found him in a junkyard, having fallen from space, and that he was made of like an extraterrestrial metal that does not exist on Earth, and they could not identify it. What's the relevance of this? What does this mean for him? Nothing. But he might be an alien or a product of an alien civilization. I tried to find the source of this information because I thought, well, did they make it up? Did they just make it up for, one of these data entries? And no, they didn't. Because I went back and on the Reploid Research Laboratory, they're a blog. They'd been posting for years and years, since 2009, and they translated one of the newsletters, the Capcom newsletters, with an Ask Dr. Wright section. And someone asked, is it true that Shadow Man is an alien? And Dr. Wright basically answers, I'm not, don't know for sure, but yes, probably. And that was in 1999. And so it couldn't have been invented, for Mega Man and Base or any of that other stuff, because that was all way later. So I don't know where that fan learned that fact in order that they could ask Dr. Wright about it. I have no clue where the source of that factoid comes from. I don't think it's in the Japanese game manual, because looking at the Japanese game manuals, they list all the Robot Masters, and they have a little blurb, and it usually just says their name and their number and sometimes their designer. Because, fun fact that maybe you might have known this already, but if not, I should mention it. Most, or many, of the Robot Masters were based on designs that were submitted by fans. I think from 2 onward, people could just send in their designs for robots, and they would pick the ones they liked and make them a boss in the game. I know they did it in 8. I don't know if they did it in every game. I think they did it in 2. They definitely did it in 3, and they definitely did it in 8. I assume they did it in at least all the console games between those. Anyway, the point is Shadow Man an alien? I guess so. How do we know this? I have no idea. I really tried my best to find the source of that factoid, and the earliest reference to it I could find was the fan asking Dr. Wright in that newsletter in 1993. So where did he learn about it? We'll never know. What was I even talking about? So instead of Wily's fortress, you fight through Dr. Cossack's cool Tetris-looking Russian dome castle, and you fight Dr. Cossack at the end, and you beat him, and oh no, his daughter, he's got a little daughter, Kalinka Cossack, shows up and says, Mega Man, don't hurt my dad. He didn't do it. He's being controlled by Wily. And Dr. Wily had Kalinka hostage, but Proto Man rescued her. Proto Man turned against Wily, and he said, no, that's not cool. I'm breaking Kalinka out, And that's what happened. So she's free now, and Dr. Cossack says, I'm sorry, Mega Man, I didn't want to do it. My daughter was in danger. Please go kill Wily. I mean, don't kill Wily. I mean, it doesn't say that, but go fight Wily. So that's what you do. You go and you fight Wily. There's another fortress, and you win. I almost forgot to mention, this is the game that introduces Eddie. He's this little dude who shows up with helpful items. Dr. Light made him. He will continue to be a staple character. He'll show up in most games from now on. Just gotta mention him. He doesn't like say anything, I don't think. Rockman World 3, or Rockman Roman numeral 3 in English. You know, it's another one of these, oh, right. Yeah, there's a difference between the original story and the Japanese manual. In the Japanese, Dr. Wily is jamming the supercomputer that controls daily functions and making robots rampage. In the English, he's drilling an oil platform. Like, he's taken over an oil platform, and he's drilling for oil, and you gotta make sure he doesn't do that. Why? Whatever. Again, he's got a space station. You go there, and you fight him, and this is MKN002, Mega Man Killer number 2. His name is Punk. The Mega Man and Base database, each of their cards, they give a little, like a like and a dislike. Punk's dislike is that he hates the PTA, because he's such a punk, because he's such a no-good badass. Or something. The next game that I'll mention is, Wily and Light's Rockboard, That's Paradise, which is basically Monopoly. It's like a slightly more complicated Monopoly. You can't be Mega Man. I know you can be Wily, you can be Light, you can be Cossack, and I think you can be Kalinka, and I think that's it. And yeah, you go around a little track and you buy Monopoly pieces. Sometimes you can transform into a Robot Master, and that has an effect. You're building labs, right? You're one of these guys, and you're building labs. I think Kalinka wants to build, like, palaces and become a princess is her thing, but everyone else, you know, you're a man of science, but you're a man of business as well. You gotta play the game of capitalism. You gotta accrue resources in order to, make robots to help humanity. So you do, and that's Rockboard. I guess it would have been called Megaboard if it had been officially ported to English, which I don't think it was. I think I played a fan translation. This is the first, and it might be the only appearance, or it's close to the only appearance, of a cute animal robot companion, this bird called Reggae, keeping with the music theme. He is a kind of a nasty, wisecracking bird that annoys Wily. The wiki tells me that Dr. Wily just made him one day when he was feeling lonely, so he made a bird to keep him company. I'm not exactly sure where that information comes from, but I'll trust it, and that's Reggae. Mega Man 5, or Rockman 5, Burusu no Wana, or Blues' Trap. Oh, I forgot to mention, Proto Man's Japanese name is Blues. Like the genre of music. It's kind of funny that he is red and Mega Man is blue. Why didn't they change Roll's name? I get that, like, the name Roll is fine and not confusing, like Rock might have been, but they changed everyone else's name. Bass and Forte are the most confusing example of why did they do that with their names, but we'll get to that. Anyway, Blues' Trap, or Proto Man's Trap. Proto Man shows up and he's kidnapped Dr. Light. Oh my god. I knew he was a villain, but he's gone too far this time. Despite rebelling against Wily in the last game and saving Kalinka, setting her free, he's showed up again with a vengeance, and he's got, 8 Robot Masters with him, and they're causing havoc in Monsteropolis, or wherever they are. I think they just call it the city. Like, oh no, he's attacking the city. So Dr. Light's kidnapped, so Dr. Cossack gives you the news. Dr. Cossack is actually the one who modifies your Buster to give you the charge shots, so that's interesting. What I just said is only half right, so let me explain the history of the Mega Buster, or the Rock Buster as it's called in Japanese. So in Mega Man 1 through 3, you just have the regular Mega Buster, which shoots the lemons, the pellets of compressed solar energy. Then in Mega Man 4, Dr. Light upgrades it to the new Mega Buster, which is capable of charging. So that's when the ability to charge your shots gets introduced. Although you could charge Heat Man's special weapon in Mega Man 2. So it's not the first time you could charge anything, but it's the first time you can charge your basic shots. Then in Mega Man 5, as I just mentioned, Dr. Cossack modifies the Mega Buster into the Super Mega Buster, which is actually debatably worse than the new Mega Buster, because in-game, the Super Mega Buster, if you get hit while charging, you lose the charge. I don't think that's the case with the new Mega Buster. Anyway, beyond 5, in Mega Man Roman numeral 5, which I'll get to in a minute, Dr. Light upgrades you one more time to something called the Mega Arm or the Rockin' Arm. Mega Man actually fires his hand off at a rocket. That is the instead of firing a charged blast. That's the only game that ever appears in. This has been from even farther in the future, Flash stoppering in to correct my correction. Actually, Mega Man gains the ability to fire his arm again in Mega Man 7 when he's in Super Mega Man form. The ability is called the Rocket Buster. Idiot. I guess it's the only thing that can hurt the Star Droids for some reason. But in the main series, in 6, they call it the Hyper Buster, or the Hyper Mega Buster, but I think it works exactly like the Super Mega Buster. And in 7 onwards, it's just called the Mega Buster. So that's the deal. And now you know. He also makes a beat, which is this bird. And it's like, we made this bird for you. We made a bird for you, Mega Man, and this bird, you can call him, but you gotta collect the plates. You gotta collect the plates, Mega Man. And only when you have the plates can he use his homing... I'm looking for my marker. Can he use his sensory homing tracking device to find you? So collect the plates, and then you can summon him in battle. And indeed it is so. There are these 4 guys. They're all collectively called Darkman. I guess all 4 of them are Darkman. You know, they're just a guy that you fight. But you fight the 4th one. No, sorry. You fight Proto Man. But his whistle sounds a little off. And when you beat him, he's fake. He's actually a Darkman. He's a Darkman impersonating Proto Man. That's it. That's Darkman. He was a fake Proto Man. Wily made all 4 of them. Anything else to say about Mega Man 5? I kind of don't think so. Gravity Man, Wave Man, Stone Man? Yes. Gyro Man, Nitro Man? No, sorry. Napalm Man. Star Man, Charge Man, Crystal Man? Wait a minute. If this guy's Charge Man, was that guy Spark Man? Did I mix up Charge Man and Spark Man? Ugh, every time. This has been from a few minutes in the future, having forgotten to mention that at the end of Mega Man 5, the castle collapses and you free Light from jail, or from Wily's prison, and the castle collapses, and once again, Proto Man whistles and he saves you from a collapsing building. That's the second time. That's his thing. Okay, back to the present. I want to go back to Proto Man for a second. I forgot to mention, Proto Man is, you think he's the antagonist of Mega Man 5. It turns out to be Darkman impersonating him, but either way, you think Proto Man shows up and kidnaps Dr. Light. Well, not in the English manual, only in the Japanese manual of Mega Man 5 does it explain some more about Proto Man's backstory. In 3, you learned that he was the prototype original robot that Mega Man and all subsequent robots were based on. He's almost like the X to all the robots. He's sort of the progenitor that all the future ones were based on. Kind of. You know that from 3, but in 5, only in the manual, only in Japanese, it explains that Proto Man's deal is that when he was created, he had a flaw in his body, some kind in his energy core, I think. Either way, he had a fatal flaw in his body that was going to kill him. And because of this, he ran away from Dr. Light's lab, and he was dying, and he was found by Wily, and Wily modified him, I think gave him the helmet and the shield, I think, or at least gave him the shield, maybe did something to his internal systems to fix the flaw, or at least to mitigate it. And I guess I would assume that he also maybe brainwashed him or something in the same way that he does to the other robot masters to get them to do his bidding. And I guess that was why he was working for him in his first couple of appearances. Later, it will be explained. I'm not exactly sure when. I know they talk about it more in Mega Man 2, The Power Fighters. But no, it was mentioned in one press release or another, in some newsletter, that the reason why he ran away was not just because he had a flaw and he was scared to die or something. It was that Light wanted to fix him. Light wanted to do something to fix his internal systems and fix the flaw, but for some reason, either it might have been the case or Proto Man might have just thought it was the case. He believed, possibly correctly, that if Light did whatever modifications he was going to do to fix the flaw, it would erase all his memories and basically erase who he is, basically make him into a new person. And he didn't want that. He wanted to continue to be him. And so he ran away rather than have the modification done that would have fixed him. That's why he ran off. And I guess Wily did something else. I assume that what Wily did not have the same effect. I guess I don't know. Wouldn't it be awful if, like, he ran away from Light to avoid that, and then Wily found him and just did it to him anyway? I don't know. We just don't know. But anyway, in some later games, it is elaborated that, yeah, Proto Man has the shield. He has his Proto Shield to sort of compensate for the fact that his body is weak because of this flaw that he has. He has a low constitution. He is prone to mechanical error. So the shield protects him to mitigate that, is the idea. All right. Mega Man 6, or Rockman Sixu, Shinjo Saidai no Tatakai. The greatest battle of all time. Wait a minute. Okay, I skipped 2 games. It doesn't matter. I've already stopped talking about these in chronological order. The Game Boy games are generally considered to chronologically occur between the different games, because each one has robot masters from 2 other games. They're each considered to take place between the last game where the robot masters are from and the next one. So I've been talking about them in chronological order. They didn't come out exactly in that order. They came out a little bit more sporadically than that, but it's all within the space of like a couple years, so it doesn't really matter that much. So whatever. I'm skipping to 6. It's fine. So this game has a totally different villain, Mr. X, the head of something called the X Foundation. You know, I recall reading another one of those Ask Dr. Wright Q&As, and someone asks, how does Wily get all the money to afford all his fortresses and his robots and stuff? And I think Dr. Light responds with something like, I've heard he has connections to that mysterious X organization. And I think this was a bit of a sort of foreshadowing promotional thing about like, ooh, get hype for the next game. Mr. X is the villain. Mr. X, who looks exactly like Wily with sunglasses and a beard, and he's the head of the X Foundation, and he organizes a tournament of the strongest fighting robots in the world. And so 8 of the strongest fighting robots in the world assemble for battle. Blizzard Man, Centaur Man, Flame Man, Night Man, Plant Man, Tomahawk Man, Wind Man, and Yamato Man. Yamato Man is funny because his Mega Man and Base database info says that his dislike is English. And I think it means that he doesn't like the English language, like he doesn't speak English because he's Japanese. But I like to imagine that it means he just hates the British. Anyway, Mr. X, he organizes this tournament for the strongest fighting robots, and then, he flips a switch or something. I think maybe he uses like a jamming radar signal. Well, the intro doesn't specify. It just says Mr. X took control of all the robots. I feel like I read in the manual or something that he used some kind of like radio signal to take over them, but like Rock resisted it because of his strong sense of justice. That's a thing with Mega Man. A lot of a lot of the time, the game will specifically refer to him having a strong sense of justice, and that is why he puts on the Mega Buster and he goes out to battle evil. Yeah, Mr. X takes the robots and he says, "You fool, I've been manipulating Wily the whole time. I'm the true evil mastermind. Haha. Well, you fight him, and he's Wily in a wig. And, that's it. Wait. No. That's not it. The twist at the end of 6 is that you fight Wily, you beat him, and this time, you put him in jail. You're like, all right, no more of this crap. No more of you pretending to be good and working with Light and making amends with Light and making Gamma or whatever. None of that. I've had enough. You're going to jail. And so he does. And that's the end of the series. Wily is done for. There's no more evil masterminds. Cossack is good now. Wily's gone, never to be seen again. That's the end of classic Mega Man, I guess by some definitions. That was the last one on the NES. The next one, 7, would be on the Super Nintendo. But anyway, before that, let me just circle back to talk about Mega Man Roman numeral 4 and Roman numeral 5 real quick. No, wait a minute. I'm a fool. No, it's in Roman numeral 4. That's the one where there's a World Robot Expo and Wily appears and he takes control of robots by radio wave, but not rock and roll due to their strong sense of justice. Oh, both of them. Both of them have a strong sense of justice. That's interesting. It says here in my notes that Light makes rock into Mega Man again, which I guess means that I'm sometimes a little unclear on whether Mega Man stops being Mega Man in between games. Sometimes it seems like he does. Let's just go with that. Let's just go with, he puts on the armor again. Is it a coincidence that the World Robot Expo and the fighting tournament, are those connected somehow? I don't think so. I mean, they came out in the same year. They might have come out at the same time. Their plots might be somewhat similar on purpose. I'm not sure. That's why I got it confused. No, this is the one. Robot Expo, Radio Wave, strong sense of justice, etc. Anyway, the point is you gotta fight 8 robot masters that you already fought on the NES, but on the Game Boy this time. This time, there is another Mega Man killer, the last one of 3. His name is Ballade, which I'm not sure if that is supposed to refer to ballet or ballad, like song. I would lean towards that one because it's music, not dance. And this guy has a little bit more going on with him than the other guys because in this game you fight him once halfway through the game and then you fight him again at the end, in Wily's fortress. And then you fight Wily. And then when you beat Wily, you are trying to escape remember, the Game Boy games all take place on a space station. You're trying to escape the airlock in the space station. The space station's exploding, and then a damaged Ballade shows up and is like, "Hey, Mega Man, you were right. Wily's evil. I've decided I want to do the right thing. I'm damaged beyond repair and I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna sacrifice myself to blow open the airlock and let you escape." Maybe kind of going against its programming a little bit, or, I mean, I would say it's probably not technically, again, robots in this period do not have true free will. If they act in a way that is unexpected or they were not supposed to, I think you should chalk it up to some kind of flaw or loophole in their programming rather than them somehow defying their programming. That's canonically not something they can do. But whatever. Ballade somehow he manages to decide, Wily's bad, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to free you and help you escape and die, and that's what happens. Mega Man Roman numeral 5, Rockman World 5, starts out with Rock and Roll, I think the two of them, are going on a stroll, and then this alien robot, Terra, comes down from space and is like, "Hey, Rockman, heard you were tough. Die," and beats him. And Rockman's like, "Dang, I can't beat him. My Mega Buster doesn't work. It's not strong enough." So, you run home, and is it Cossack or is it Light? Oh yeah, in the intro to this one, when Terra shows up, Rock is Rock, but he does like a little power-up thing. Like he just at will kind of goes like, huh, and transforms into Mega Man on the spot, which is interesting. I guess he can do that. Right, no, it's Dr. Light. Dr. Light upgrades his arm, and in this game, your Mega Buster is replaced by, I think it's called the Super Arm? No, that's something else. I forget what it's called, but you have, instead of charging up a big blast and shooting a blast, when you charge up your shot in this game, you shoot your arm off. It's like a rocket arm, and then it comes back to you, which is weird. But I guess that's what it takes to fight the Star Droids, which are the aliens. The alien species may be related to Shadow Man? Terra, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Pluto, Neptune, and then the final boss, this guy called Sunstar. And Sunstar, I think, is referred to, I think Terra calls him like an ancient weapon. He's been sealed away. It is revealed partway at the end of the game. I think it's at the end of the game, or maybe partway through. I don't know. Wily has modified these guys. Wily found these guys in like an ancient ruin, but he doesn't have control over Sunstar. Sunstar tells him to get the heck out of here, and I think like blasts him away. And then you fight Sunstar is the final boss. Or I guess Wily awakened Sunstar, and that also awakened the other Star Droids. But they're working for Wily. I'm not sure if he modified them or if he tricked them. I've heard a theory that they might not be from space, actually. Like, Wily might just be pretending that they're from space. Which I guess he could be lying. They could just be programmed to think that. But I mean, I don't think that's the intended takeaway. When you fight Sunstar, you have a little conversation with him after you fight him. Sunstar is a doomsday weapon, they call him, and he says, we robots are meant to fight. We exist to fight and to eliminate lesser beings. And Mega Man says, nuh-uh, robots can coexist with humans. And Sunstar is like, well, maybe, but I'll never know, because you've killed me, and I'm gonna explode and die. And that's what happens. This is the first robot supremacist. And that's a theme that will come up some more. Yeah, Sunstar says, robots fight, it's what we're meant to do, and we kill humans or anything that, because robots are the best, everything else sucks. Anyway, I'm not going to draw a line to these guys, because as far as we know, nobody made them. Or anyway, we don't know who. Same with the guys from Mega Man 6. I didn't draw a line to them because they were at that robot tournament, and they're just robots from all over the world, made by various people, and Dr. Wily just stole them. So we don't know who made them. So, no line for them. I do need to give a line to Tango, who is a cat. I think it was Inafune, just said he wanted to make an animal companion that was exclusive to the handheld games. So he made Tango for this game, and then there were no more handheld games. That's not exactly true. This was the last in the World series. And I think the last appearance of Tango, he might appear as like an Easter egg somewhere. Exceptionally minor piece of Mega Man lore is Tango. Alright, so I got a little bit ahead of myself there. In the interest of getting to the end of that series of games and hitting the end of the most classic of the classic era, Mega Man 6, we moved past an important milestone, which was the beginning of the X series, which released in the same year as Mega Man 6. Mega Man X came out. So, we're going to jump ahead to right here. Alright, I'm back from my short break. I'm just going to go ahead and draw a line here from Cossack to Kalinka, because I see no reason to distinguish between the relationship of making a robot versus making a child. What's the difference when you get right down to it? In 1993, Mega Man was spun off into I guess you would call it, it's a sequel series. It takes place 100 years in the future, in the year 21XDX, and it concerns the adventures of X, the titular Mega Man X. The X does not stand for 10. Some people were confused as children. I was confused as a child. I asked my mom, what does X mean? And she said it stands for 10. And I said, oh, so this is Mega Man 10? No. The thing about X is that he is the first robot with human sentience. He has complete free will. He is equivalent to a human in terms of his ability to think and make decisions for himself. He is not beholden to any programming. He is basically just a guy who also happens to be a robot. And he was made by Dr. Light. What happens is that in the year 21XDX, a doctor, Dr. Kane, this is him, Dr. Kane discovers a secret laboratory or a secret capsule or hidey hole or what have you, and inside he finds an unconscious X in a pod. Or actually, he might have woken up by this time. I'm not sure. But he finds X in a pod, and he gets X out and he studies him and he realizes, oh my god, this robot is fully transcends programming, free will, incredible. Dr. Light, he hid this research for this long. He was ahead of his time. He's a genius. This is revolutionary. Yeah, so what I assumed as a kid, because, again, I thought that Mega Man was a real boy who had robot parts put into him. What I assumed was that Mega Man, Rock, for whatever reason, perhaps the reason he had robot parts was because he had some sort of degenerative illness that was going to continue to get worse and worse and worse. So, I thought, what if Dr. Light just had to continue replacing more and more of his body with robot parts until he was completely made into a robot in a process that one imagines Dr. Light may have dubbed reverse Pinocchioization. So I thought that maybe that had happened. Dr. Light had Ship of Theseus some kid into a robot, and that perhaps this is somehow contributed to the fact that the resulting robot X has free will, is basically a human being, because he was made by this reverse Pinocchioization process. That was what I thought. It's wrong. They're not the same being, canonically. I mean, obviously X is based on Mega Man in terms of how he looks in his design. Mega Man looks like a 10-year-old kid. Mega Man, I think, is supposed to look like a teenager, basically. He's maybe made to look like 15 or something. Let's add a little line here to say that, yeah, Mega Man's design was based on that of... or X's design was based on that of Mega Man. And to show that Dr. Light created X. So, yeah, Dr. Light built X, and he sealed him away in this chamber for diagnostic testing purposes. X had to remain sealed away in this tube, with diagnostics being continually run on him for 30 years, in order to fully test and double test and check and double check and guarantee that all his systems were operational and that he was immune to any flaw or defect in his thinking. Dr. Kane found him after that was complete. He, revived him, studied him, said, wow, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. This is crazy. You know what we need? A whole race of these things. Getting choked up, thinking about the tragedy that's about to occur. He said, what if we made an indefinite number of these things? What if we just started production? What if I copied Dr. Light's technology exactly? But, we can't do the 30-year diagnostic testing phase. No. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. If I wanted to be generous to Dr. Kane, it might be the case that once the diagnostics had been performed, it was proof that, yes, the technology works, and that you might be able to take that as, okay, if we replicate X, it is functional, it works. So you might not need to do it on every Reploid. You might just be able to diagnose the prototype, and that might suffice as proof that further iterations would be diagnostically sound. But since that proves not to be the case, it's pretty easy to be like, hey, Dr. Kane, why did you do this? It's pretty easy to blame Dr. Kane. And I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about whether he deserves it or not. He definitely made some mistakes. So anyway, he revives X, and then he uses what he learns from studying X as the basis for a new assembly line, basically. He just starts mass-producing these beings that are called reploids, because they are replicas of X. In Japanese, they're called repliroids, replica androids, reploids in English. This line will indicate that X was the basis for, and Dr. Kane was the creator, the original creator of the entire race of reploids, which all of these characters for the X series, they're all reploids. And most characters going forward will also be, but I'll explain more about that later. We'll get there when we get there. So, first game, Mega Man X. The game came with a guide, and the guide included a little journal of Dr. Kane, and Dr. Kane describes finding X, he describes studying him, using him as the basis to start creating reploids. Within a couple months of starting to create reploids, there start to be issues, because sometimes reploids just go crazy. And of course, they're super strong robots. No human is a match for a reploid. So when one goes crazy, it's really bad. And it's not clear why. I mean, one, they weren't subject to the same diagnostic process that X was, so that's potentially the source of the issue. I mean, I guess they're just like humans. Sometimes humans just go crazy. Sometimes humans become violent or insane or whatever. So, I mean, in that way, they're like us. But with reploids, it's like really dangerous because they're super powered robots. So that's bad. So they label robots that go crazy. They label them mavericks. In English, mavericks. In Japanese, they're called irregulars. But it just means a robot that, I mean, what it means is a little bit nuanced. Being a maverick is really a social construct. What is a maverick? A maverick is whatever people think is a maverick. Gone crazy, become violent, hurts people. I mean, it might just be any reploid that commits crimes, like a criminal. It's basically like calling someone a criminal. They've stopped abiding by the rules of society. Sometimes it's used to mean that you have hurt humans, you've harmed humans. But I think you could probably extend the definition to be if you do anything to a human, even if it's not violent. If you steal from a human, maybe you could be called a maverick for that. If you just disobey the rules of society, become unruly, or whatever. What constitutes being a maverick is pretty much open to interpretation. But that's the gist of it. Sometimes robots misbehave and or go crazy, and those are, I don't know why I keep calling them robots. They're reploids. I mean, reploids are robots, but you know, it's important. They're not just any robots. There are regular robots still in the future. They're called mechanaloids. Mechanaloids are just any robot being that is not of human-like intelligence, like a reploid. So, Kane describes all this, and he describes how certain reploids start going crazy. So they create an organization called the Maverick Hunters, which is basically just a few reploids basically form a little paramilitary squad that exists to respond whenever a reploid goes maverick, and hunt them down, stop them, probably kill them. They're robot cops, basically. I'm not usually a fan of cops, but I feel like in this case, something had to be done. Something had to be done when these robots are on the rampage. Yeah, not to belabor the point or anything, but I don't want to get made fun of in the comments, so let me just clarify what I mean. The reason why I like the Maverick Hunters, I think they're alright, even though they're cops, is that they do pretty much what I think cops should do in the real world. They, at least as far as we see, only respond to violent crime. They throw themselves into danger's way in order to, stop threats to life and limb. With X, the Mega Man series boldly dares to ask the question, what if cops were good? Okay, anyway, back to the lecture. Oh no, speaking of robots on the rampage, how could I have forgotten to mention Mega Man 3, The Robots Are Revolting, on DOS? It's not on, I'm sorry, Shark Man and Oil Man, etc. You're getting left by the wayside. Krork comes back, it's with a mysterious figure inside of him, and nobody knows who it is. But anyway, Dr. Kane describes all this The Maverick outbreaks are mostly under control because the Maverick hunters are doing their job. They are led by one of the strongest Reploids. His name is Sigma. He is the commander of the not Repliforce, Maverick hunters. He's in charge. He's the top cop. And he says, well, he's a very good robot. He's top of the line. He's an unsinkable ship. His systems are so advanced, there's no way Sigma would go Maverick. Sigma goes Maverick, and he takes all the other, well, not all of them, but he takes many of the other, irregular hunters with him. They all become Maverick together. Sigma seems to feel, much like Sunstar, actually, Sigma seems to feel that humans are inferior, Reploids are better. Why are we protecting the humans? Why are we listening to humans? Why do we coexist with the humans? Reploid supremacy. So he, starts to do terrorism. So he brings with him, well, this guy's name, in Japanese his name is Vava. In English he's called Vile. He's the guy who you fight at the beginning of X, the iconic battle against him in the mech suit that you can't win. I'm getting ahead of myself, but he tells X, you're literally just a metal guy. I'm a machine designed for war. I'm a combat Reploid. You can't beat me. This is the thematic. This is a thematic moment. Among the Reploids that go with Sigma and become Maverick are Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, Armored Armadillo, Boomer Kuwanger, Launch Octopus, Sting Chameleon, Storm Eagle, and Flame Mammoth. They are bad. So, Zero, this guy Zero, becomes the new leader of the Maverick Hunters after Sigma defects. X also joins the Maverick Hunter. I'm not sure if he had joined before that, or if he joins after Sigma revolts. But either way, at the time of the game, you're playing as X. You're with Zero. Zero's a badass. He's way more powerful than you. But X has infinite potential. Zero is stronger. Zero has better weaponry. Zero can beat Vile's mech suit by himself. Vile is a war machine designed for war, whereas X is just a guy. He's a civilian model. But X has infinite potential. X also has the guidance of, I forgot to print him, so I drew this crude little, hologram Dr. Light. Dr. Light left behind capsules with, temporary upgrades for X, armor upgrades and things that would power him up that he can find. And Dr. Light left little messages behind for him, telling him, I designed you for peace, but I knew that war might happen, and so I left these behind, just in case you ever needed them. It's very sweet. It's like his dead dad left him little gifts. Thought you might need this one day. Oh yeah, he's dead, by the way. In case that wasn't clear. This is 30 years later. Dr. Light's dead. Wily is dead. I think even Cossack is dead. I mean, everyone's dead. Like, it's not 30 years after Mega Man. It's 30 years after Dr. Light made X, which was like the last thing he did. This is elaborated on a bit later, but that's the deal. Anyway, you fight the Mavericks, you fight Sigma, you beat Sigma. Zero dies, right? In a rematch with Vile, Zero has to blow himself up in order to defeat Vile, or to get you the upper hand in order for you to beat Vile. And he just dies. And that's sad. He was a cool guy. We'll miss him. We'll never see him again, unfortunately. Which is too bad, because that was Keiji Inafune's favorite design. In the production notes for Mega Man X, he shows his concept art. X was originally going to have like a popped collar. He had like a greaser popped collar design. Pretty funny. But yeah, Inafune designed Zero and he was like, man, I love this character design. This is so cool. He wanted him to be the main character, but he thought it would be hard to sell Capcom on that idea. So when he presented his concept art for approval, he showed them X, and he was like, yeah, this is the new Mega Man. And then he kind of was like, oh, and there's this guy too. And they, according to him, they looked at Zero and they said like, oh, red? Yeah, that's fine. Like, you can have a red one too, I guess. He wanted him to be the main character, but if he couldn't have that, he decided to make him like the real main character, like the one that gets all the cool scenes. And indeed, that's Zero. He's the cool guy who's way more tougher and morally ambiguous than you throughout the series. So, yeah, Zero dies and you beat Sigma, but then in a final credits scene, you get a little message from Sigma that's like, haha, you only destroyed my body. My mind persists, and I will be back and kill you. so it's not over. And the year after that, X2 came out, but also Mega Man Soccer, which I don't know if I've talked about Mega Man Soccer. It's soccer with Mega Man. I might just not understand soccer, but I could not beat a single match, and I hated it. It's not a good game, but it's funny. It's funny that it exists. The plot of it is just Wily's back. He has the Robot Masters, but instead of trying to take over the world, he's decided to hijack a soccer tournament and win it with his robots. Because I guess he's not just a mad genius. You know, he's also a sportsman. And you, Mega Man, you're like, no, I won't have it. For my strong sense of justice won't let me allow Wily to spoil this sporting competition. I have to step into the ring and defend sportsmanship. Anyway, Mega Man X2. In X2, there are some more guys. These 3 guys, I guess they were also Sigma defectors. You know, they were Team Sigma. And they are called the X-Hunters, or they call themselves that. They have collected pieces of Zero's body, and they are going to put him back together, and reconstruct him, and also they're going to kill X, because they don't like X. They're going to put Zero back together, but make him work for them, somehow. And you have to stop them. There's some more Reploids. I guess they're just more, Reploids that also defected along with Sigma. Basically just more of this crop. Most of them were also Maverick Hunters. Not all of them. I remember this might be like a later thing. This might have been made up for Maverick Field Hunter's Guide book or something like that. I don't think this is ever said in the game, but I did read that Wire Sponge is actually made in a Reploid production facility run by Sigma. So by this point in time, Sigma has built Reploid creation facility. So he's not just infecting, or spoiler, he's not just converting, existing Reploids. He's producing his own on his side. So that's bad. And Wire Sponge is one of these. Anyway, Wheelgator, Bubble Crab, Flame Stag, Morph Moth, Magna Centipede, Crystal Snail, Overdrive Ostrich, and Wire Sponge. The game starts when you're storming the X-Hunters base, I think, and this guy, I've included him because he's a fan favorite. A green biker dude, they call him. He's just I guess he was another Maverick Hunter. He's the only other, normal person, Reploid that you see, I think until X4. The only other Reploids you see are the bosses, who all look like freak animals. Yeah, all the Mavericks in the X series are all themed around some kind of animal, plus some kind of, substance or element or concept. Chill Penguin, Spark Mandrill, etc. So, this guy, he's on his speeder bike along with X, and he just gets blown away, obliterated, as they're assaulting the X-Hunter's fortress. Rip green biker dude. Never forgotten. Anyway, these are the 3 X-Hunters. They are, what are they called? Agile, Violens, and Surges. So, yeah, these guys have Zero's parts, and they're putting him back together, but they need his, I think it's his IC chip, or his central process, his brain, basically. Dr. Kane has Zero's brain, so they can't remake him without that. So, what you do is you have to fight through the stages, and if you want, you can go to the state. You can see where the 3 X-Hunters are. You can go to where they are and find them. And if you find them in the stage, you can fight them. And if you fight all 3 of them before the end, you will have collected all of the Zero parts that will let you put them back together. And if you do that, if you collect all the parts, then they can't assemble him. So in the end, when you get to the final boss, the final zone, if you have collected all the parts, they will present Sigma's there, by the way. They've brought Sigma back. He's got a new body. Only his body was destroyed. They made him a new one. So when you get there, Sigma will have Zero with him. If you collected all the parts, it'll be like a black decoy Zero, and you don't have to fight him. I didn't do that. I was too lazy. If you don't get the parts, they successfully reconstructed Zero. Halfway through the game, they break into the the Maverick Hunters base, where Dr. Kane is, and they steal Zero's brain circuit or whatever. So you fight Zero in that case if they have the parts. Either way, you fight Sigma. And the day is saved. So something about the localization of the X games. In English, Everyone calls X Mega Man X, and like I think his text is written as being spoken by Mega Man X. To clarify this, because it's very odd, in the first game, Mega Man X, no other character calls him Mega Man X. Everyone refers to him as X, although the intro eye catch animation does refer to him as Mega Man X. But that makes sense, because those were probably written by Dr. Light, who might have called him that, you know, before he was unearthed and the age of Reploids began. In X2, pretty much everyone calls him Mega Man X. Sometimes they call him X, but usually it's the full Mega Man X. The in-game narration also calls him Mega Man X, and his dialogue boxes are labeled not even as Mega Man X, but just as Mega Man. And then in X3, his dialogue boxes continue to be labeled just Mega Man, although in X3, nobody calls him Mega Man X. Everyone just calls him X again. And then in X4 onward, he's just X after that. In English. This is all in the English localization, by the way. Okay, glad we got that cleared up. In Japanese, that's not the case. In Japanese, everyone just calls him X. Nobody would know what a Mega Man is. However, there are exceptions to this, because in Japanese, there are a few specific people who do call him that. And by that, I mean Rockman, because it was in Japanese, but, you know, the equivalent. They call him by the name that references the series that takes place before any of these people were born. So in Japanese, the only people that call X Rockman X are Kane, Sigma, and this guy, Surges, one of the 3 X-Hunters. Some more notes about this guy. Again, they changed his dialogue in English to the point that all of what I'm about to say doesn't really apply. In English, he talks about rebuilding Zero like it's a prophecy of some kind, like they're fulfilling the prophecy. In Japanese, there are some suggestions in the text that this guy might be Dr. Wily. Or he might at least, like, have Dr. Wily's memories or something. First of all, he pilots a big machine, which is like something Wily would do, but I mean, okay. That's not really proof of anything. But when you beat him, in Japanese, he says his dying words are something about, like, he regrets being defeated by the last memento of Dr. Light. That seems telling. When Sigma dies in this game, when you beat him, he says, like, Zero, he is the last of the Doctor's creations. You know, the Doctor being Wily. Like, the fact that they were able to rebuild Zero out of his pieces is a little weird. They also upgrade him. They give him, he has like a character design change. He gets these 2 green gems on his body when he's rebuilt. Actually, Zero has the green chest gems in the concept art for the first X game. They're just not on his in-game sprite, so I don't know. And he also, he gets big new shoulder pads. That, I mean, you could call that like just a cosmetic change, but you're not really supposed to be able to just put a Reploid back together. They're kind of supposed to just die like humans. Although, just like in the original formula, you know, at the end of a Mega Man X game, you fight all the Mavericks again in sequence. So I guess you could say that someone brings them back to life, or it could just be a replica, because you can make 2 identical copies of a Reploid. They're not the same person. They're just 2 identical people. They're like twins, basically. You're not really supposed to be able to bring a Reploid back to life once it's dead. And yet, they pretty much do. Which is strange, and would seem to imply that there's some connection there, and the rest of his dialogue in Japanese. There's clearly an implication being made. Whether he is Wily in a robot body, or whether he just has Wily's memories maybe in his, you know, transplanted in his memory chip or whatever, either one could explain what happens here. And there you go. Big black line. Wily is Surge's, maybe, kind of. Boy, they. Burning daylight. So the next year, in the real world, was 1994, and this was the year that Mega Man X3, Mega Man Roman numeral V, there, with the one with the aliens, and Mega Man 7 was all released. So since I'm already talking about X, I guess I'll talk about X3, and then I'll jump back to 7. Ugh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating because I just power walked to the hardware store to try and buy another light to try and replace the daylight that's fading. They were closed. They closed an hour earlier than I thought they would. So that's unfortunate. All right. Ugh, cool off. Okay, so X3. I'm not 100% sure on this. I'm pretty sure, though, that X3 is the first time they come out and say that Sigma is now a virus. He is the Sigma virus. He has become a computer virus. That's the form he now takes, and the reason why he can continue to come back. When his body is destroyed, his mind has become a computer virus that infects other Reploids. At the end of X2, Sigma does appear in data form, which I think could probably be taken as a sort of twist reveal that Sigma is a computer virus. They don't call him a virus in X2, and in 3, Doppler makes the vaccine, so he's definitely a virus by then. I would say the actual Sigma is the virus reveal takes place in X2. So from now on, there is this thing called the Sigma virus, which you can be infected by, and if you get infected by it, you become a maverick. Now, at this point, the definition of a maverick becomes even muddier, because it is not necessarily the same thing to talk about being a maverick and contracting the maverick virus. They are often conflated, and it's very frustrating, especially in some of the later games, which kind of seem to lose the plot about this topic. You could be a maverick before the Sigma virus. You didn't have to get infected by a virus to go crazy. Some people just go crazy, or some people just choose to do bad things that would get them labeled a criminal, or in a Reploid's case, a maverick. But this virus, if you get infected with the Sigma virus, it will turn you into a maverick, because it will infect your mind with Sigma's, robot supremacist philosophy. You basically become a follower of Sigma. You believe what he believes. It's not really clear in the game itself, but Vile, in several other pieces of media depicting the events of X1, is sometimes portrayed as he was just bad from the beginning. He kind of went maverick because he wanted to. Like, he does join Sigma, and I guess that would eventually imply that he is infected with the Sigma virus, but he just was kind of a bad egg, troublemaker, hurt people before. So when Sigma comes along and he's leading like a rebellion, basically, he's like, sign me up. I hate these guys. Oh, you know what? Gosh darn it. I skipped over Xtreme. Honestly, they might call Sigma a virus in this one too. I'm not sure. Xtreme was on the Game Boy Color, the equivalent of like a Rockman World, but for Mega Man X. They made 2 of them. This was the first one. There's these 2 guys, Zane and Geemel, right? Is it Geemel? Yeah. Zane and Geemel are just bad guys. They're mavericks. They don't like X. They want to kill him. They conscript this guy. Techno is the purple guy. He is like a hacker. They get him to, do something to the mainframe computer, mother computer that runs society or whatever. They hack into the mainframe, and I guess they upload maverick data from the previous 2 games. So in the computer, in the data world, you go inside the computer and you fight their data versions of them. So this is the excuse in this game for why you're fighting these Reploids again a second time. This game starts with a very interesting bit where I guess X is, I'm not sure if he's in the computer doing a simulation or if he's just having a dream. It's not quite clear, but it starts with a segment where you replay through the highway segment from X, and you get to the end and you fight Vile, and this time it goes differently. You beat him and you win. Is this like a fantasy of X's, or is it the simulation? Is it showing that X is stronger now? You can beat the simulation better? I don't know. On your side, though, you got this guy, Mitty. Mitty is your computer guy who helps you hack into the mainframe. So you and Zero are doing this together. You can call Zero for some, summon attacks, basically. And, you fight him in the computer. After you beat all the Mavericks, you go to the Shadowhunter base. You fight these guys too, kill them, whatever. You go to the Shadowhunter base where Techno is sitting at his computer, and you're like, hey man, stop doing this. And you shoot the mother computer to stop him from hacking in. And he's like, oh god, oh no, I somehow tied my servos or whatever in with the computer. Because you killed the computer, now I'm dying too. And then he dies. And then your friend Mitty shows up and he's like, Techno, oh no, you were my brother, Techno, and you died right in front of me. No! And Techno, who's still a little bit alive, he's like, I'm sorry. I was weak. I gave in to the Sigma virus. Kind of implying that he deliberately chose to maybe become a Maverick or something. What if there is no virus? What if it's actually just all our choices? What if the Maverick virus is just an op? It's just a convenient excuse that we lay at the feet of people choosing to go against society. What if it's all just a conspiracy? What if there is no virus and it's all just a cover up? I don't know. But he says, I was weak. I gave into the Sigma virus. Oh, I let it take me over. Oh, I'm so weak. And Mitty says, no, you were good. You're a genius. My brother, no. And then Techno dies. And X is like, ah. And Mitty is like, no, wait, it's even worse than that. Because Techno died because you killed the computer. And Techno was hooked into the computer. Well, me and Techno were brothers. And we're like super brothers. We were like part of each other. And because Techno died, I'm gonna die too. So it's really bad. And then he dies. And it's so sad. Anyway, yeah, they all die. And then you fight Sigma. And the day is saved. Rip. Okay, now we can talk about X3. In X3, right, so we've established that Sigma is now a computer virus. Well, in the intro to X3, it tells us that this guy called Dr. Doppler, who is a scientist who is also a Reploid, he has created a vaccine for the Maverick virus, aka the Sigma virus. Those are more or less two words for the same thing. Interesting note here that I only really found out later. The intro to the game does not say that Doppler is using a vaccine or an antivirus. It merely says that he uses a neurocomputer to suppress abnormal behavior and prevent Reploids from going berserk. It's only at the end, after Sigma, reveals that he exists in this viral form, that it's revealed that, he's using a vaccine or an antivirus, and that was the method by which he was doing this. The English manual, though, in this, funny little, look at this. It's like a website. It's like an internet website from the future that Reploids might, like if you were a Reploid in the year 21XDX and you wanted to keep up with the latest happenings on your Yahoo news group or whatever, you would go to Reploids on the web on the worldwide site, and you might see a news update saying, alert, yeah, the Maverick virus has broken out, the Doppler antivirus was a placebo, oops, we're doomed. So the manual spoils this reveal, I guess, but it's worth it, because look at this. In the X world, we never evolved beyond 1990s style internet, even in the 100 years since then. So just spectacular. So he has created a vaccine, and he has started a little community that he calls Doppeltown. And he's like, hey, move to Doppeltown. I'll give you the vaccine. Reploids can be free of the Maverick virus. We're going to beat this thing. And everyone's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, cool, awesome. And then one day, everyone in Doppeltown goes Maverick and goes on a rampage, and Doppler's like, nope, I tricked you. So you gotta fight him. Also, he's got these two underlings called Bit and Bite, and you fight them as well. They are collectively known as the Shadow... No, sorry, not the Shadow Hunters. They are the Nightmare Police. Also, Vile is back. He died in X1, but I guess Doppler brought him back, and he upgraded him into Vile Mark II. You're starting the game, and then this guy shows up, and I think he's got Zero captive, and you're like, oh no, Mac, my friend, who I've known for years, fellow member of the Maverick Hunters, how could you do this? And he's like, haha, X, we may have been close personal friends, and you've always known me, and we've had a deep personal bond, but I'm evil now. He's a total throwaway character who is immediately like, I was a hunter with you, but now I have betrayed you, and then you kill him, and nobody ever speaks his name ever again. The Mavericks in this game are, oh god, what are they called? Neon Tiger, Gravity Beetle, Crush Crawfish, Drill Rhino, Toxic Seahorse, Volt Catfish, Blast Hornet, and I think Blizzard Buffalo. I hope I got those all right. Some of them, I think, were ex-Maverick Hunters. That might be established later. I don't think it says that in the game anywhere. That might be like post facto for some book some write-up includes like, oh yeah, Blast Hornet was also part of the aerial division along with Storm Eagle because they can fly. So duh, you fight them. You fight Vile. You fight the Nightmare Police. Bit and Bite combine into this weird god-looking thing, this like centaur Buddhist statue-looking thing that throws its arms at you, and it has the coolest name of any boss ever. God Karma Shin O Inari is the name of their combined form. Awesome. Oh, Doppler is building a giant battle body. He's building a giant battle body for Sigma. That's his master plan. He's going to bring Sigma back because, he's infected. He's infected. I forgot to mention. Doppler is infected with the virus. It got him. That's why he's done this. That's why he infected everyone in Doppeltown with the virus. That's why he made the fake vaccine, to trick everyone. But he's building a battle body, but you fight him, and then you fight Sigma. You fight Sigma in the battle body, I think. And then Sigma comes out of the battle body as the virus, and he's just floating around, and you gotta fight him as this floating data virus. He's out, he's just embodying himself in the atmosphere as a data energy being, which is interesting. And then at the end of that, I think depending on some things that happened previously, because in X3 you can call Zero, you can swap places with Zero and play as Zero in certain sections. And I think depending on whether you let Zero die or not, or maybe whether you got the gold armor by letting Zero die against that one mosquito boss. Or no, that's not how you get the gold armor. That's how you get the Z-Saber. You can get the Z-Saber in this game. There's one boss where if you call Zero, you can't call Zero against any other boss, but if you call Zero against this one mini-boss, Zero will immediately get obliterated and lose. And then you go back to Dr. Kane, and he's like, dang, I lost really hard, X, I guess this one's up to you. Here, take my sword. And you're like, okay. And then you get X with the Z-Saber. Wait a minute. Yeah, Zero has a sword, and I have this. This is the moment. This is the moment to reveal that I have a cool pointer. I was waiting, and now the moment has come. Where was I? Anyway, depending on whatever, either Doppler will show up at the last minute and hit Virus Sigma with the vaccine, which turns out it was real. He really did have a vaccine, and kill him for good. Once and for all. Never to return. We finally did it. Sigma is vanquished forever. Or, if something else happened, Zero will show up, and he'll hit Sigma with his Z-Saber, and he'll be like, haha, I got Doppler's vaccine, which was real, by the way, and I put it in my Z-Saber somehow, and I hit Sigma with it just now, and now he's vanquished forever, never to return. So, great. In the end, you see the Sigma Fortress or the Doppler Fortress, whatever. You and Zero are watching it crumble on a cliffside, and the ending narration is like, yes, X and Zero were victorious this day, but the threat of Sigma is not done, perhaps, and X doesn't know it, but one day he will have to kill Zero. Nobody knows why, yet. We know we just killed our villain off, but X and Zero are going to have to fight eventually, so stay tuned. And I just think that's really funny. Since we've established now that Sigma is a virus and Sigma infects Reploids, and that is not the only way, but one way in which they turn Maverick, I'm going to draw some lines. Same year as X3, they also released a little game called Mega Man The Power Battle. And in Mega Man The Power Battle, you could play as Mega Man, Proto Man, or Bass. I haven't even introduced Bass yet, because he debuts in Mega Man 7. I'm not sure whether 7 or Power Battle came out first. Bass he's like Shadow the Hedgehog. He's a robot who's made to be the strongest robot and to beat Mega Man. He's right. This is him. He has a robot dog named Treble. Their original names in Japanese were Forte and Gospel. I don't know why they had to change them, because it's not like they wanted to ditch the music theme, because they kept the music theme, because they called them Bass and Treble. I don't know what was wrong with Forte and Gospel. I think those names are fine, but whatever. They made it Bass and Treble. Bass actually had his name changed twice. In his most earliest concept sketches, he was called Baroque, which was sort of a play on rock, like Baroque rock. I don't know, they kind of sound, I think that's Baroque Obama. Never mind. Anyway, and the dog was going to be called Crush, as a more, Rock has Rush, Baroque has Crush. That was the plan. Then, for inexplicable reasons, they changed it to Forte and Gospel. And then for equally inexplicable reasons, in English, they changed that to Bass and Treble. I don't know. Anyway, you can play as him in this game. If you beat it as Proto Man, the ending cutscene you get is just like, who is Proto Man? Why is he mysterious? What does he do all day? Nobody knows. And that's all you get. If you play as Mega Man and you beat it, you get a little thing where Light says that robots shouldn't hurt humans. And this is interesting. He says, Light says that robots shouldn't hurt humans, but Mega Man thinks that robots need to determine right and wrong for themselves. Maybe, in some cases, it might be justified to hurt a human. Maybe a robot could use a little bit of free will if only someone would invent, like a robot with free will. Wouldn't that be neat? Wouldn't that be a nice premise for a sequel series? If you play as Bass, Wily, you're rebelling against Wily. You're his creation, but you're an asshole. And basically, you hate Wily. You think that he's an idiot. He may be your dad. He may have created you, but you think he's an idiot for making other robots. You think all his other creations are trash, and he is a fool for relying on them when you are obviously superior, and you're going to prove it to him by trashing everything else that he makes. It's pretty cool. Wily made him basically for the same reasons as he made the Mega Man killer, to kill Mega Man, to be the strongest and to kill Mega Man. Actually, I guess that's kind of why he makes all of his robots, now that I think about it. That brings me to a point that I wanted to make about a video by Brian David Gilbert on YouTube. He goes through all the Robot Masters and he ranks them according to how useful they are. And it's a very funny video. I like it a lot. Some of the robots are very silly. But one thing that I think he glosses over in that video is he points out that a lot of robots are just built for combat, and he sort of puts those in a side category of not useful because, fighting doesn't really add anything to humanity, and that's true. And then there are a bunch of other robots that have a bizarrely specific purpose, like the example he gives is Slash Man, who exists to cut down trees to build secret bases, which is like, how does that serve humanity? Well, the answer is that it doesn't, but there's a reason for that, and it's because Wily made him, and Wily is a bad father, and he built this robot with this hyper-specific purpose because he needed a secret base built, so he built Slash Man to cut down trees for it, and that's all Slash Man is good for. Same with, Turbo Man. Wily just needed a guy to fight Mega Man, and he was like, what can I make a guy out of? And he had a car, so he's like, I guess I'll turn this car into a guy. I need more guys. So, that's what he did. And that's why Turbo Man is just a guy who was a car, and that's his whole thing. Because Wily just made him because why not? Wily's just like, I'll turn this thing into a fighting robot. That's what I do, is I make fighting robots. That's the reason why a lot of robots have a stupid purpose. There is a rationale behind it. All the robots made, most of the robots made by Light and Cossack are either explicitly or are later kind of retroactively given a sort of somewhat rational reason to exist. Wily doesn't make robots to serve humanity. In fact, I think some later games he almost has a sort of robot supremacist kind of vibe to him. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is something that is more elaborated upon in Mega Man 11, much, much later. But he has a sort of philosophy where robots shouldn't bother to strive for equality. They should just prove that they're better than humans. They have to dominate them, show that they're better than them. Which is, I mean, it's not exactly what Sigma thinks, but I feel like there's a parallel there. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Let's continue. Oh yeah, anyway, if you beat Power Battle as Bass, you get a cutscene where Wily tells you, Bass, that, just you wait, this new robot I'm working on is gonna blow you away. You're nothing compared to him. And spoiler for a thing that I already told you, it's Zero. Wily made Zero. He's definitely talking about that he's building Zero. Although, I guess he could be talking about King, which is, I'll explain who King is when I get to his game. I guess he could be talking about King, too. Alright, so back to the main series. So Mega Man 7, or Rockman 7, Shokumei no Taiketsu. That's Showdown of Destiny. So if you remember, Mega Man 6 was the end of the series. Wily went to jail. And everyone lived happily ever after. You know, everyone lived happily ever after. The battle against Wily was over. Rockman could successfully go back to being Rock, go back to a peaceful life. There's no more conflict until, 37 years later, Wily from the past comes to the future and conspires with future Wily to get Rock and turn him into Quint and bring him back to the past and ruin everything. Oh no. But no, that's not what happens. Because, Dr. Wily had a contingency plan where he had left in his lab several robots who were programmed to activate and come and find him in the event that he were to disappear, you know, be arrested or something. So 6 months later, these robots reactivate and they come and they break Wily out of jail, and he's back, baby. This is the real debut. Where's my sword? Where's my dang Z-Saber? This is the real debut of Bass, who is, like I said, Shadow the Hedgehog. He's just grim, just wants to fight, just wants to beat Mega Man, wants to be the strongest, doesn't care about anything else. Will blow up Wily's lab if he feels like it. You know, you fight him. Anyway, Wily's got some new robots. What do we got? I think, let me see if I remember. Chill Man, Junk Man. What the heck is this guy's name? Cloud Man, Spring Man, Slash Man, Nightman? No. Shade Man and Turbo Man. Burst Man. This guy with the crown is Burst Man. At one point, Wily goes to a robot museum. He breaks into the robot museum and he steals Guts Man. He retrieves Guts Man, who is on display from this robot museum. I think he repurposes him into like a tank or something. You fight Bass and Treble. You beat him. Oh, I forgot to mention at the beginning, there is this guy Otto is new. He's driving the car. In this game, you can buy stuff from him. You could buy, you collect screws. I think it's screws in this game. Actually, there was one of the handheld games, I think, introduced P-chips as like a thing you could find and collect and buy items in a store between levels. And that was, it was in one of the handhelds. It was 4, Roman numeral 4. P-chips. Anyway. Yeah, 7, they are screws now, but they serve the same thing. You collect them and you buy stuff. Otto is the guy who sells them to you. He travels around in a giant robot called Big Eddie. That is a giant vehicle version of this guy. And he's just a funny robot who you can buy things from. There's a part where you find Bass wounded and you're like, oh no, Bass, are you okay? And he's like, oh dang, I can't believe I lost. I got wounded. And you say, well, hey, go to Light's lab. Light'll fix you. And he's like, wow. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mega Man. So, you know, you go on with your mission, and then you get done, and you come back to Light's lab, and you find it wrecked because you trusted Bass, and you sent him back to Light's lab, and he trashed the place, betrayed you. Oh, yes, and he steals the adapters. He steals the Rush adapters. Okay, I forgot to mention, but in Mega Man 6, the abilities that Rush gave you, the thing, you could jump on him and fly, you could, bounce on him, they were replaced with, forms that you could merge with him. You could merge with him to become like a big punch through a wall guy. I think there was a jet version of it that let you fly a little bit. So in 7, that is expanded upon, you can become, Rush adapter, Super Mega Man or whatever, you turn red, lets you fly, changes your moveset a little bit. So yeah, you let Bass into Light's lab and he trashes the place and he steals the adapters. And then later, when you fight him, he does a cute little, hey, I'm also gonna merge with my dog, and him and, Treble, merge into a cool purple, flying robot thing. And it's great. It's awesome. Looks rad. You beat Bass. You confront Wily. Wily tells you, yeah, I made Bass. He's my guy. He's unruly, but at the end of the day, he's my guy. I made him. Haha. You suck, Mega Man. And you beat him. And here's another, maybe the biggest localization kerfuffle. It's a mistake, and I don't agree with it, but also it does kind of thematically tie into that thing I mentioned, how at the end of Power Battle, Light says, robots shouldn't hurt humans, but maybe robots need a way to choose for themselves. I'm reading too much into it, by the way. It's not. It's a mistake. Let me explain what I'm talking about. At the end of the game, you fight Wily, and you beat him, and he's bowing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm an old man. Don't kill me. Mega Man says, like, you aren't going to fool me again. You do this every time. You give your fake apology. You pretend you're so helpless. Oh, please forgive me. To heck with you. And he pulls out his buster, and he starts charging his buster, and he's aiming it at Wily. And he says, I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago. And Wily, is taken aback by this. And he says, I think in English he specifically refers to, the Isaac Asimov laws of robotics. A robot cannot harm a human. In Japanese, I don't think he is so specific about it. I think he just sort of says, like, you, a robot, will harm me, a human? Like, he's just, like, taken aback at the very idea of it. This is where the localizer drops the ball. In Japanese, X's response is he's holding out his buster and he's charging it. And he says, ... Like, he can't think of anything to say to that. And he lowers his buster. And then the place starts falling and crumbling. And then Base teleports in and is like, heck you. And teleports Wily out. I think he chastises Mega Man for hesitating. He's like, you hesitated. What did he say? In English, he says, like, he who hesitates is lost. He who hesitates is lost, Mega Man. So, yeah, Mega Man has no response. To me, that reads like he doesn't like it, but he has to acknowledge that, yeah, Wily's right. I, a robot, cannot harm a human. In English, he says, very strange thing. He says, I am more than a robot. Die, Wily. But his animation's the same. He still doesn't fire. He uncharges and lowers his buster. I guess you could read this in a couple ways. You could assume that he's right. That, like, yeah, he is more than a robot, and he was gonna do it. But he was interrupted by the crumbling of the roof. Although the timing of it really seems to suggest that he lowers it before the place starts crumbling, but maybe you could say that that's just a mistake or whatever. So you could assume that he was actually going to do it, and that he is, in fact, more than a robot. He's not. I reject this interpretation entirely. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't like that, and I don't think there's any good argument for it. It's like a touchy-feely, like, he transcended. He transcended his... He can murder. He can murder now. I don't believe it. Why would he be able to do that? You could read it as, like, he can't do it, but he thinks he can do it. Like, he says he's going to do it, and he intends to do it, but he nevertheless can't, and so he doesn't. Base comes in, leaves with Wily. Kind of like Proto Man, by the way. Similar to how Proto Man was going to rescue Wily that one time, but he didn't because the block fell on him, or so he thought. And then, I guess the other way you could read it is that he says, I'm more than a robot, die, Wily, but he doesn't actually mean it. He's just saying it because he wants to, but he knows that he can't actually do it, and then he lowers his buster. And I guess that's pretty much the same as the last scenario I just laid out. They both amount to the same thing. He can't do it. Either way, I don't think that the animation suggests that he could have done it. I think in either case, the takeaway is he can't do it. But in the English, I guess, he's saying he can do it. I think he's just wrong. If you believe him, I think you're a rube. But it's up to you. So, weird change to the localization there. Don't know why they did it. Don't agree with it. But it is what it is. Whew, I'm back from a quick break. You might notice the shadows deepening. I've gone all day. It's dark. I was only gonna record in sunlight, but you know what? I'm on a deadline. I'm moving day after tomorrow, and whatever. I'll just let the lighting be bad. It's fine. It's that, or have a sudden scene change, record in a different location, and it'll look weirder that way. So this is the best thing. Before we move past Mega Man 7, I want to say something about Roll. The opening cutscene to this game, she talks a little bit. You're in your car with Otto and you're driving. Roll has done almost nothing. She is just window dressing who shows up in some ending cutscenes and just stands there. She doesn't do anything. Like I said, the original game was planned to be about rescuing her from being kidnapped. That didn't happen. And ever since then, she's just kind of been around. I don't think she ever got a speaking role. Even Kalinka got one line in the game that she debuted in when she says, "Don't hurt my dad." Wily's controlling him. I don't think Roll ever even gets that until 7. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the point is, she's a staple of the series. She's been there since day one, and she was always planned to be there, but they just don't do anything with her. Even though we know she's got a strong sense of justice because she resisted Wily's radio waves in Rockman World 4. What's the deal? So the next year in 1994, Power Fighters, full title Mega Man 2, The Power Fighters, was released as another arcade game. It's another, boss battle gauntlet beat 'em up. The story is just some cutscenes you get at the end. You can play as Mega Man, Proto Man, Bass, or a new character, Duo, who I'll get to in a second. Well, I guess I'll mention now that Duo is an alien. Is he related to the Star Droids? I don't know. He's from space. When they were conceiving of him, he was originally meant to be a creation of Dr. Cossack. So, wasting my sword. He was originally meant to be a creation of Dr. Cossack, but which I guess is why they sort of designed him to look Russian. He does kind of have that hat look about him. They designed him to look Russian, but then they changed their mind and said, no, he's an alien. So, I don't know. But he still just looks like that. In Proto Man's ending for this game, to give you a little bit more about him, Light says, Proto Man, come home. Let me fix your terminal defect. Proto Man says, no, Dad. You don't understand. I like being f***ed up. No, he's just like, I'll go my own way, man. He just doesn't wanna. I don't think they mentioned the thing about how it'll erase his memories. But if you're a diehard, you probably know that already. In Bass's storyline, Wily talks about Bass and says that he's made of Bassnium, which I guess is the strongest something or other. It's some new thing that he made, and he made Bass out of it, and it's why Bass is really strong, and Bassnium, good. But he also tells Bass, this time he explicitly shows Zero. You see Zero's silhouette. He tells Bass again, hey, I'm working on a new robot, and this one's way better, and you're gonna suck in comparison soon, you idiot. Bass calls Zero girly looking when he sees the schematics, which is pretty funny. Duo tells Mega Man, like, my debt to you is repaid, Mega Man. And that's like, ooh, what does he mean? It was like a shameless sort of like tease for Mega Man 8. I think they say in the cutscene in text, like, what does he mean? Find out in Mega Man 8, which was releasing later that year. Also, he does something with, Duo has some like alien energy, or he finds some alien energy. I think he talks to Dr. Light, and Dr. Light is like, hey, Duo, I found this alien energy, and it's like some white glowy energy. He's like, what's the deal? And Duo is like, I'll take this, thanks. So what is that about? Well, we'll see. So Mega Man 8. Mega Man 8 begins with 2 aliens. One of them's Duo, but we don't find that out until later. There's 2 aliens in space fighting. One's blue, one's purple. They are having a battle, and they fall to Earth, and Duo crashes on an island, and Dr. Light's like, hey, Mega Man, go get whatever that is. Sorry, I forgot to mention that the subtitle for Rockman 8 is Rockman 8 Metal Heroes. I don't think it has a Japanese subtitle. It might have just been subtitled in English. You might have noticed from the way I've been saying, like, Rockman 6, Rockman 7, all the English words in Mega Man, all the names are like English words spelled out in, is it hiragana? The phonetic Japanese alphabet. Everything is named like that. So maybe it's Rockman 8 Metal Heroes. I don't, or maybe not. So, you get this crashed robot, you take it home, Dr. Light takes care of it, it wakes up, it seemingly goes crazy, breaks out of the lab, he says, Mega Man, You gotta find it. You gotta go find it. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. Speaking of Light's voice, this was the first game to have famously terribly dubbed anime cutscenes.
Mega Man, you dare me finish this!
Hey, Bash! Why must I fight you? We are not enemies!
Shut up!
They have full-on anime cutscenes in Mega Man 8, and they look fine. The English dub is so bad.
I don't know where this energy came from, but I cannot let it fall into Dr. Wily's hands. You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
Famously bad. Dr. Light sounds like he's drunk. Like, he's drunk or he's got a speech impediment or something. He's slurring his words, and it sounds bizarre. It's awful. It's very funny. But, you know, he says, no, go, Mega Man, you gotta go get him. It could be dangerous. You can't let him get away. This is how he talks.
We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wily.
You follow this guy, this alien. He's headed towards Wily. You find him. You fight him. He's Duo. He says, I'm tracking an evil alien. And then you don't fight the evil alien. You find the evil alien that Duo is fighting in a cutscene. He falls off a cliff and he falls into some lava or something. The point is you don't actually fight him. Someone asked Inafune in an interview to tell them more about Duo. They were like, hey, what's his deal? Like, okay, he's from space, but like, who made him? Like, where is he from? Where in space? Like, what organization is he a part of? Like, what's the deal with the space police? It turns out he's like a space cop. And Inafune was just like, it's an action game. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you asking me these questions? Anyway, yeah, Duo was like a space cop. He was fighting this evil guy because the evil guy had evil energy. This purple energy that's dark and evil.
Who are you?
My name is Duo. I was born with the sole purpose to eliminate the evil energy from this universe.
And he says that some evil energy is on Earth, and he's got to stop it. He says evil beings create evil energy. It shows Wily as he says this. It sort of seems to imply that maybe Wily created the evil energy, or he's a source of evil energy, even though we saw the evil energy fall to Earth from space. By the way, I forgot, when you find Duo on the beach where he crashed, Wily is there and he steals some dark energy. I think he stole it from the other alien. Whatever. He gets dark energy and he gives it to his robot masters. There are 8 more robot masters, and this time they have dark energy. And I don't know, I guess that makes them stronger, but they're normal strength. So, whatever. They have dark energy, though. Tengu Man, Astro Man, Sword Man, Clown Man? Yeah, that's Clown Man. Search Man, Cold Man? Is that Cold Man? No, it's not Cold Man, it's Frost Man. Rookie mistake. Grenade Man, and Aquaman. On the subject of Aquaman, I didn't mention it, but the Japanese name for Bomb Man is Bombadu Man, I think, or Bomba Man. It's Bomber Man, but they didn't call him that over here. I think the first Mega Man predates the first Bomberman. No, that's not true. So I don't know why they did that in Japan. So these guys all have backstories. Some of them were made by Wily, and some of them were just requisitioned from him from other things. For instance, Tengu Man was like a weather robot, and Wily just stole him and reprogrammed him and made him for combat. I mean, they're all DWNs. They're all listed as Wily numbers. You could say Wily did enough to them that they count as his. The Mega Man 6 bots, none of them were made by Wily, but they're still listed as DWNs. Some of these guys were made by Wily and some of them weren't. They're all listed as DWNs. My point is, I didn't draw the lines on these guys or these guys, even though these guys are all working for Wily, because Wily made none of them. If I wanted to be really pedantic, I guess I could only draw the line to some... You know what? I will be really pedantic. I'm going to look it up right now. All right, well, it turns out that the robots in 8 who were actually built by Wily are Swordman, Searchman, Grenade Man, and Frostman. And the other ones were just found by him. I don't know if that's in this game or if it's mentioned in Mega Man and Base. I don't know where this information comes from. I feel stupid. I feel stupid acting on unsourced information. You know what? The wiki was wrong, or at the very least, it contradicts the manual. I can't stand it. I can't stand that there's no consensus on this. The manual says that Wily made Tengu Man, Astro Man, Sword Man, Search Man, Frost Man, and Aquaman. The wiki says he only made Sword Man, Search Man, Frost Man, and Grenade Man, and not Aquaman. In fact, it specifically says on Aquaman's page that the story was retconned later. I'm gonna trust the manual. I don't believe in retcons. That's why I didn't play any of the remakes. I didn't play Mega Man Powered Up, and I didn't play Mega Man X Command Mission? No, Mega Man X Maverick Hunter, the remakes. I don't believe in remakes. I think they're cowardly. I think retcons are dumb. So I am going to ignore them and consider them to be an alternate canon. As far as I'm concerned, the canon Mega Man story could only include one or the other, and I gotta go with the original. And just with that, I'm going with the manual. The manual says... You know, it's actually ambiguous about Grenade Man. It doesn't say that he was made by Wily, and it doesn't say that he wasn't, so... I don't know. I already drew the line, so I'll leave it. The only one the manual says was not made by Wily was Clown Man, who it says was rescued from a canceled science fiction TV show. For 7, the wiki says Junkman, Springman, Slashman, and Turbo Man were made by Wily, and the others were requisitioned from elsewhere. I don't trust the wiki, but unfortunately the manual for 7 does not explain their backstories, so I have no other information to go off of, so I'm gonna trust it. No. You know what? I changed my mind because my rationale for giving these guys not a Wily line, and... Wait, I didn't give these guys a Wily line either. It does say Wily modified them, including Clown Man. It talks in Chill Man, Freeze Man, Frost Man's description. It does describe how he was made out of spare parts left over from when Wily was doing modifications on Clown Man. So Wily did make alterations to him, which kind of makes him his own original creation. Alright, I've convinced myself. They all get a line because I feel the implication is that they all had a serious remodeling done on them. There we go. Everyone gets a line. How convenient. I should have just done that from the very beginning. This is kind of why I kind of, at some point, maybe intended to include talk of every Robot Master and, like, what their deal is. I kind of decided not to do that, and the reason why is because there were so many of them that I just could not tease out, like, where the information comes from. Like Shadow Man. I read somewhere that he's an alien. The wiki says he's an alien, but I cannot source that information, and I feel bad repeating it without an asterisk. There's not conclusive enough information about most of it, so I, like, forget it. Okay, anyway. So, Duo explains to Mega Man, that he is a space cop who is here to destroy dark energy. Base shows up, and Base is like, dark energy? Hell yeah! And he gets some, and he charges up, and he's powerful, but it doesn't matter, you beat him anyway. You beat Wily, and Mega Man gets infected with dark energy. And Duo's like, oh no. Can I fix him? Yes. I think it's because of his strong sense of justice. Mega Man's strong sense of justice helps repel the dark energy. And Duo was like, wait a minute, what is this? There's justice energy. Mega Man's got justice energy. This is awesome. And it looks very similar to what he called alien energy in Power Fighters 2, Mega Man 2 Power Fighters. So it's probably the same thing. And I think he says, it's like, we'll meet again or something. I don't know, something like that. That's the payoff.
Proto Man.
Mega Man, I have a message to give you from Duo.
From Duo? What is it?
He said, thank you.
Anyway, long story short, Duo says, I have to go now, my planet needs me, and then he leaves. I guess canonically to return in Power Fighters 2. Alright, that the next year, 1997, Mega Man Battle and Chase. It's a racing game. You can also shoot solar energy bullets. You can shoot little buster shots out of your gun, car gun. That's the game. I played it for like 5 minutes and I got it. Now I gotta choose because 2 very important games came out. Other than Battle and Chase, there were also 2 other important games. I would say equally important to Battle and Chase. Mega Man X4 and Mega Man Legends. So which one do I wanna... I'll come back to X. I think I should talk about Legends first. But I'm too tired. I'm too tired. Maybe in the morning. Okay, I'm back. It's tomorrow. I've rested. I've put on the same clothes as I had on yesterday. Let's get into it. So as I was saying, we've got a bunch of stuff coming out around this time. The franchise was exploding a little bit. So let's talk about Rockman Legends, aka Rockman 64, aka Rockman Dash. It was called Rockman Dash, that's capital D-A-S-H, in Japanese. It is an acronym. You would never in a million years guess what it stands for. It stands for Dig Outers Adventure in Halcyon Days? No, I messed it up. Dig Outers Adventure Story in Halcyon Days? Based on a press release that I read on the Reploid Research Lavatory blog, which again you should check out if you like to know things about this. Based on that, it seems like even in 1997, when this released, they were already trying to kind of nostalgicize it. They were already kind of be like, yeah, Mega Man fans have grown up. They want something new. They want, they're raising their own kids now on Mega Man. We gotta give them something for a new generation. We gotta give them something to tap into that nostalgia, make them feel like playing video games as a kid mattered somehow. So they made Legends, or Rockman Dash, which is totally different in every way. I remember as a kid, I rented it, and I think I bounced off it, and I didn't stick with it. I didn't play these as a kid because the combat was pretty sluggish. Mega Man has slow, awkward tank controls, and I think I was looking more for the twitchy jump and shoot kind of thing. So I was like, I don't get it. Anyway, I went back and replayed them for this presentation, and they were so good. I loved them. I wrote them off. I used to see like Tron, Bonne, and the serve bots in like Capcom versus SNK and be like, who is this? What is this nonsense? They've bastardized Rockman. There's no decency anymore. Well, I've totally changed my mind. She's great. Legends is great. I never knew. I'm gonna call it Legends. I don't like calling it Rockman Dash. I probably don't need to justify that. The thing about Legends is that it is not a side-scrolling action jump and shoot. It is a 3D sort of adventure exploration RPG, more or less, where you go around places and towns and dungeons and you talk to people and you find items and you give them to the right people, and those people give you other things that are also items, and you get stuff and you power up and you fix society's problems. If only it were that simple. Anyway, the acronym: Dig Outer Adventure Story in Halcyon Days. Halcyon Days refers to a sort of mythologized period, the good old days, basically. Dig Outer. Now, a dig outer is a central thing in the story of Dash or Legends. A dig outer is called a digger in English, and it basically means an adventurer or an excavator, someone who goes into ancient ruins and finds things. The world of Legends runs on these ancient pieces of technology called quantum refractors that were left behind by whoever built all these ancient tunnels and ancient dungeons. There's ancient dungeons and tunnels under everything. They're full of these ancient robots called Reaverbots, and they have these things called quantum refractors that are the power source for everything. The world has a spelunking-based economy, you might say. You gotta go down and get these things. That's the money of the future, is these energy-producing quantum refractors. So dig-outers go down and delve these depths and find them. So you play as, alright. Right off the bat, I have to get into some localization stuff. In English, your name is Mega Man Volnut. You have a first name, last name. Your first name is Mega Man, and you are a guy. And your sister, but don't worry, you're adopted, is Roll. She's, nice. She wears red. Oh, and she does machines. You two are collectively dig-outers, although you, Mega Man, are the dig-outer and she is the spotter. Basically the person who contacts the dig-outer via radio and tells you, like, hey, I'm looking at the signals and, hey, ooh, I'm seeing a signal over here. Ooh, looks like danger over there. That's dig-outer and spotter. That concept of the person who's in the field doing the adventure stuff and the person who is contacting them by radio, the X games will become obsessed with it for some reason. Then again, X4 has that in it too, and it came out in the same year. So maybe, who knows who started that trend. But anyway, you have a little pet monkey for some reason. Get into him. Your grandpa, not your grandpa, Roll's grandpa, because you're adopted, is this guy, Barrel. And Roll's parents are missing, and she wants to find them. This is her mom, Matilda. She has a dad too, but he is slightly less important, so I didn't put him on the board. The first game takes place on Cadillac's Island. And, oh, right, I forgot to mention, this world is like an ocean world. Like, the world is flooded. There are just a few islands here and there. And you have an airship. The way people get around, most people don't get around. Most people just stay on the island they were born. The few people that can get around have airships, and they have to airship from one island to the other. And, of course, the airships run on said quantum refractors. You get marooned on an island called Cadillac's Island, and you are there trying to find parts to fix your ship so you can keep going. Roll is on a lifelong mission to find her parents. There is a supposed massive super treasure called the Mother Lode that, like, everybody wants to get the Mother Lode. I think they mentioned the Mother Lode in the first game. The Mother Lode becomes central in the second game. But you are on Cadillac's Island. There's a town. You hang out in the town. It's nice. It's really nice. Cadillac's Island is such a nice video game place with its big chunky PlayStation, PS1 polygons, with its pixelated textures. It is so charming and delightful, and I didn't appreciate it as a kid. Actually, I think I played 2. I think I rented Legends 2 and started it up and was like, what is this? Where are the Mavericks? There are these pirates, this family of pirates, the Bonne family. Teasel Bonne, Tron Bonne, and Bonne, their baby brother. You might notice something weird about Bonne, and I'll get to that. Tron Bonne is a genius robot maker type, and she has this legion of funny little dudes called Servbots, or Kobun, as they're called in Japanese. According to what I've read, that word is similar to the word, it is the word you would use to describe, like, a follower or an underling, but in, like, a mafia sort of way, like a Yakuza kind of setting. Maybe an English approximation would be, like, goon. But yeah, they call them the slightly more generic Servbots in English. I won't go beat by beat over the plot of this game, because it's quite long. It took me a whole day to play through it. Long story short, you're exploring these caves and being antagonized by these pirates and trying to get big crystals out from the depths. And I should mention, before I go any further, that in Japanese, his name is not Mega Man. His name is not even Rockman. His name is Rock Volnut, rock and roll. And this becomes a problem in the English because the twist at the end is when the final ruin of the island opens up and you delve deeper than ever before. Rock goes down there and he finds all this ancient technology that's still active, and he finds this guy, and this guy is like a computer man, and he recognizes you, and he's like, Mega Man Trigger. how fortunate to see you return to our domain. And you're like, who is Mega Man? That doesn't make any sense. Because your name is not Mega Man. Your name is Rock. And so this is supposed to be like a huh? Like, you're supposed to have gone the whole game without hearing Mega Man or Rockman. But in English, I guess they decided they had to call the character Mega Man because if they didn't, people would be confused or something. It's a little stupid. And it actually gets a little stupider in 2. I forgot to come back around to make this point, but it is important. So let me explain what I mean by it gets stupider. In 2, in the Flutter, the airship, in Grandpa Barrel's room, you can find his journal, and he describes finding Rock in like a crystal on the Forbidden Island. In Japanese, you know, he named him Rock to go along with Roll. Haha. In English, he's named Mega Man because Roll insisted on naming him after one of her favorite video game characters. That is the reason given in English. And I guess that segues into Mega Man stuff, Rockman stuff is all over these games. Like in people's houses and in stores and stuff, you can find like Mega Man games and posters of like Zero and X and old Mega Man and Robot Masters and on magazine covers and stuff. It's hard to say exactly what they were going for with it, but it is the case, and you can read into it whatever you like. Mega Man is named after the video game series Mega Man not in the Japanese, but in the English. That is why that's his name. I hope you feel good about knowing that. But anyway, this guy says, like, hello, I am Mega Man Juno, bureaucratic unit. I am in charge of population control on this island. The ancients put me here to monitor the population, and it seems things have not gone according to plan. Perhaps the Mother Master System must reinitialize this island. Yes, indeed. He's part of some computer, and they're gonna, like, kill everyone on the island, because they're like, no, this is outside of parameters. Mega Man Juno refers to the people on the island as carbons. The Japanese word is decoys. This is what he calls everyone who's living on Cadillacs. And you're like, wait a minute, reinitialize? Boy, you mean like kill everyone? No way. And then you fight him, and you beat him. And then you're like, oh no, but the computer started doing the thing it's gonna do. And like a big satellite is coming down from space, and he's like, uh-oh, that's bad. Your monkey friend, he shows up and he knows the password to stop the computer. And you're like, how did you know that? And he's like, oh, Mega Man Trigger is your secret name. You lost your memory of the past, but when you did that, you put all your important memories into my brain chip so that I could remember in case you ever needed it. So that's why I know secret things about your past and about this master system that seems to secretly control everything. Okay, well, no more elaboration needed. Let's go. So you get back on the ship and you head off to greater adventures, and that's Legends 1. Okay, so here we go. The most important thing is that Rock, Volnut, aka Mega Man Trigger, and this bureaucratic unit, Mega Man Juno, calls Mega Man Trigger a purifier unit. He's a bureaucratic unit. He calls you a purifier unit. You're both part of this thing called the system, or the master system, that controls all these ruins. This eye here is all the ancient robots in the ruins have this thing called a Reaverbot. Well, they're called Reaverbots, and they have this big red eye. They're called Reaverbot eyes. So I've used it to symbolize the master system. Okay, I mean, that's one. There's another lesser-known title in the Legends series that most people would never have played, especially not in the West, because it was, well, one, it was never officially translated. Two, it's on mobile. It's surprisingly ambitious for a mobile title. Like, it's fully 3D. I mean, the frame rate seems a little rough, but it sort of plays exactly like the real game, which is kind of wild. It's called Rockman - Grand 5 Island Adventure, and it's a little episodic story. I think they released like one new episode every week for a while. Teasel Bonne kidnapped Roll. Now you gotta go save her. Now your new island's being under attack. Now you gotta go protect them. The pirates went to the next island. You gotta follow them in a little airship battle. This was all the way in 2008, so this was quite a bit later, almost 10 years later. but I'm pretty sure it's set between the two games. I wasn't able to play it, but I watched videos of it, and what parts I could not find videos of, I read the script of it. Long story short, you explore a couple of ruins, and you find a couple of, like, ancient tablets that have words on them, and you use them as clues. They're, like, the key. You find this giant tower. I don't remember if there are hints, or maybe it's just a fan theory that it is some sort of ancient orbital elevator, as in, like, it used to be a tower that extended into space that might have been used to travel to the moon or a space station or something, but it's broken and it doesn't work anymore. And that is the gist of it. Remember that orbital elevator, though. Wait just a dang second. Yeah, the timeline kind of matches up. It might have been an unintentional parallel. Maybe, I don't know. Hard to say. Talk about that when the time comes. Mega Man Legends 2. Rockman Dash 2. I guess I should mention that there is technically a demo for Rockman Dash 2 that was only released in Japan, and so I was not able to find it and play it in English, but it is like a demo preview of 2 that is different content. It's called, what is it called? Rockman Dash 2 Episode 1 Roru-chan Kiki Ipatsu. Roll's Critical Moment. And Rolls gets kidnapped by Tron Bonne, and you fight Tron Bonne, and you fight a crab robot, and you hunt some pigs. You collect some pigs, a la Zelda, I guess. Sadly, I wasn't able to play it. I wanted to. It sounds like it was actually a pretty neat demo. I don't know why they didn't release it in English, but anyway, that's a preview for Rockman 2 full title, Rockman Dash 2 full title, Rockman Dash 2 Episode 2 Orinaru Isan, or Great Inheritance, aka The Motherlode, which is this secret ultimate treasure, better than any of this crap, any of these stupid quantum refractors that you find in dungeons. No. What you really want is the Motherlode, but there's only one and it's legendary, and if we found it, everything would change. What could it be? Well, the plot of Rockman Dash 2 Episode 2 concerns this guy called Von Blucher, who is a friend of your grandpa. This guy, his name is Barrel, by the way, Barrel Casket. Roll's name is Roll Casket. Why is your name Walnut? Why isn't your name also Casket, if you were adopted by the Casket family? I don't know. Anyway, Von Blucher builds this giant ship called the Sulphur Bottom to land on the Forbidden Island, which it turns out is the Forbidden Island that Roll's parents disappeared on. That's where the Motherlode probably is. It's surrounded by a big hurricane. It's hard to get to, but the Sulphur Bottom can do it. Things go awry when Roll's mom mysteriously appears and is like, haha, don't go to the island. I know more than I'm letting on. And then she rides a dragon off away, and everyone is like, wow, what's that about? So you gotta go to the island and figure out what's going on. Actually, in this game, you go to like 7 different islands. You go all over the place. This one's a little less cozy. It's a little less cozy and a little more epic, but you know what? It still rules. Okay, in summary, you go to this island. You want to find the Motherlode. You want to solve the mystery of Roll's mom. You want to avoid... Oh, you're being antagonized by these pirates again, the Bonds, but also these other guys. They're all kind of working together. I don't even remember these guys' names. They're 2 other guys that are part of this alliance of guys trying to find the Motherlode before you do. This guy's name is Glide. I forgot. I skipped over the middle game, the spin-off game, The Misadventures of Tron Bonne. This game's Japanese title is Tron ni Kobun Rockman Dash Series. As I mentioned earlier, I do not speak Japanese, so it probably comes as no surprise that I cannot figure out how this title would directly translate to English. The particle ni indicates that the word before it is the subject's destination or location or intended purpose. So the Kobun are going to Tron. Remember, Kobun is what the serve-bots are called in Japanese. Maybe it means the serve-bots are with Tron? Future Ben, you absolute rube! The Mega Man Knowledge Base Wiki's trivia section clarifies that the Japanese title is most likely a reference to the Japanese expression neko ni koban, meaning gold coin to a cat, which is similar to the English saying pearls before swine. So if we wanted to keep the title idiomatic, and if we went with the translation that I would have picked for Kobun, goon, maybe the title should have been Give the Tron a Goon. Actually, no, that's terrible, never mind. Which is about being her on an airship, and your big brother Teasel has gotten you into debt to build the ship and didn't tell you about it. So he gets kidnapped by this rich guy named Lex Loath, who Glide works for. Glide comes and collects the debt and kidnaps him and puts him to work in a mine. And so you have to Tron Bonne, take over the ship with your serve bots, and you have to start doing odd jobs to make the money to pay off the debt. And by odd jobs, I mean, like, going to towns and robbing banks and blowing up people's houses and killing cops. And it's so awesome. I love this series. I love Tron Bonne. I never knew. I thought it was bad, but it was good the whole time. You also do boring stuff like dungeon exploration, dig outer stuff, but, whatever. We live in a spelunking-based economy. You gotta play the game. And by the game, I mean of capitalism, not the Misadventures of Tron Bonne. You should play the Misadventures of Tron Bonne, though. You have 40 unique serve bots under you, and each one has a different ability, and each one has different stats, and you can pick your favorites out and raise their stats up, and some of them will give you items, and you have to give items to a different one, and that one will unlock its ability, and stuff like that. Mwah. Anyway, yeah, Glide is an asshole who works for this rich guy. The end of that game is, turns out the thing they were mining was a giant Reaver bot, like a colossal Reaver bot, but it comes alive and you beat it, so it's fine. I guess the long and short of it, in the story of Mega Man Legends 2, is you find these people, these mysterious people with the dark skin and the teal hair, and one of them is like, this one is like floating in a crystal, but when you find her, she awakens mysteriously. And you take her back to the sulfur bottom, and they keep her there, and Blucher talks to them, and they're like, well, hey, she says you gotta go collect these magical keys, go collect them before the pirates do, so you do that. Once you get them all together, you can go back and, what do you do with they unlock Secret Ruin or something? I don't even remember what the keys do. I remembered. You get the keys, and this girl, did I mention her name is Sarah? And she has this manservant named Geets. And Sarah and Geets, once you get the keys, they are like, thanks, idiot. They take the keys, and they go to space. But first, Geets transforms into a dragon. Geets is a dragon. It's not the same dragon that showed up the first time with Matilda. It's a gold dragon. The first one was silver. But anyway, you fight Geets as a dragon, and it explodes, and it knocks you out, and Mega Man Trigger, aka Rock Volnut, he awakens ancient memories of a time when he lived on a space station called Elysium with this guy. This guy is called the Master, and he is what's referred to as, he's the last of the so-called pure humans, and he lived for 3,000 years in this space station called Elysium, in this big sort of artificially recreated place that has like a simulated sky and simulated grass and stuff, where the pure humans used to live. And the Master lived there for 3,000 years, and you were his favorite, buddy. You were his favorite robot friend, part of the Master system, but you were his confidant. And one day, he tells you, hey, Mega Man, or hey, Trigger, Mega Man Trigger, I guess that's what he would have called him. I sure do like being 3,000 years old and living on this spaceship that contains all the DNA of all the pure humans that used to live on the planet. But, those fake humans that live on the planet now, those carbons, I kind of think that maybe they're more human than we were, because, we had this perfect fake ecosystem that kept us alive forever, and all our hardships were resolved, whereas the carbons had to struggle and stuff down on the surface and live like real people, and scrap and fight and eat and give birth to new children and stuff. So, who's the real humans here? You know what? Take me down there, Mega Man. Let's go see him. I want to go and be one of them for a minute, for just a moment. And he goes and he gets to the Earth and he's like, beautiful. Well, now that I'm here, I will die instantly. But it was worth it. So, he tells you, go back to Elysium and delete everything. Delete the archive of all the pure humans. Forget about them. Just the carbons are fine. Let them live in peace. We don't need to do the reinitialization program. Just shut the whole thing down. And then he dies. He dies, and he says, I go now to be with my true mother. And then his body, fades away, and he becomes this glowing ball of light. And then the ball of light fades away. And it's like, what does that mean? There actually might be something to that. We'll talk about it. So, this is what Rock Volnut remembers. He used to be the Purifier unit for the Master System. The Purifier unit, by the way, is a unit of the Master System that is designed to eliminate aberrants, or irregulars, in English, they're called aberrants. In Japanese, they're called irregulars. Remember, irregular is the same word that the Japanese uses for what we in English called mavericks. So he is basically a maverick hunter. But in this case, maverick or aberrant or irregular means any unit that goes against the Master System. The Master System is a computer that controls everything, controls Elysium. There's a church and there's a bunch of religious stuff in the game that suggests the people worship two goddesses, and the reveal is that the two goddesses are these two, Sarah and Yuna. They are two what's called mother units. They are sort of designed to oversee the Master System, one on Elysium, which is an orbital space station, and one on Terra, which is Earth. And these are the two goddesses referred to, and they have their two servitor units, which are Geats and Gats, and they can turn into dragons, and that's what they do. By the way, Yuna is around. Mega Man sees her in his memory that is restored, but it turns out that she had... Remember, Roll's parents went to the island a long time ago. Well, they got shipwrecked or something, and Yuna, for some reason, was, damaged and had to put her nanomachine into her. She had to borrow her body to continue. It's this so stupid. It's oh yeah, she was injured. She was dying. I had to put my nanomachines into her and take over her body. But also I was injured and that's why I had to do it. But also, don't worry about it. I'll give you your mom's body back when I'm done with it. But it's okay because I had to because she was dying. Because I was dying, but that's not why I did it though, but it was convenient. Matilda has Yuna operating inside her brain, but it's fine. She'll give it back soon. Also, you do meet Roll's dad, and he's just some guy called Joe on a nearby island who has lost his memories. She never figures it out, but it's obviously this guy with a big fake arm. He's got a big robot machine arm. That reminds me, I forgot to mention that, Rock can just take his arms off and replace them with other things. That's the version of special weapons in this game, is you can just replace your arm with other things. And it's well, how does he do that? 'Cause he's just a kid. Well, okay, sure, you find out later he's not a kid, but nobody thinks it's weird that he can just do that. And you think about it, and you're wait a minute. Yeah, his body kind of looks like a robot body, and actually, Teasel's body kind of looks like a robot body. And, hey, why is their baby brother this big metal-looking robot head? What's going on there? I didn't think anything of Joe's robot arm. I didn't think anything of Barrel's mechanical eyes and head plate. Humans get prosthetics, but... Well, it turns out, and this seems to be something that is not really... explained in the games anywhere. Somebody asked some devs about it on Twitter, and there were tweets that kind of clarified it a little bit. Anyone in this world, any carbon, which are the people, all these people, not the Master System people, but all the regular people on this world are carbons, and carbons are artificial humans created by the Master System, which was built by the ancient pure humans. And the carbons, they are flesh and blood creatures, but they can at will just pop their body parts off and replace them with robot parts. Even their whole body. It's not even like, oh, they need to leave their head. They can replace their head with a robot head, I guess. And that's what Bonne is. It's normal in this world. Everyone does it. It's fine. You might never pick this up. Because nobody talks about it in the game. But I guess you wouldn't. I guess you wouldn't talk about it if it was just normal to you. So, yeah, that's what's up with carbons. They are people, flesh and blood people. They can reproduce and all that. And yet they are also, like, basically the same as machines. I assume that pure humans are not like that. Also, I guess I might as well mention that in Legends 1, there's a part where you have to go into these underground, I guess they'd be caves or areas, and they're called like the prototype Anthro unit housing structures or something. They're implied to be a place where something called the prototype Anthro unit used to live. They're underground, but they have an artificial sky overhead, kind of much like in Elysium, the place where the master's house is the place with these artificial islands and these artificial holographic sky overhead. The prototype Anthro unit, I would assume, were the carbons, or related to the carbons somehow, because they are artificial people. There we go. So, basically, how it shakes out is Yuna and her manservant, Gats. This is Gats. This is Geets. Have decided that, they're cool with what the master wanted. Destroy the system. Heck with it. These two, the Elysium mother unit, is like, no, the system was designed to one day reinitialize the planet of the carbons and restore the pure humans. I guess at some point in the past, there was some cataclysm, possibly the same cataclysm that flooded the Earth, and the pure humans went to Elysium, and they left behind the carbons on the planet. I guess I think it says somewhere that it was to preserve their society, like keep civilization going so that when the humans come back, like it's all in working order, I guess, so it doesn't all fall into ruin or something like that. Just keep it warm for us. And when we need to, we'll snap our fingers and you'll all be killed, and then we'll just come back and pick up like nothing happened. Yeah, anyway, you fight her. She turns into a big battle body monster. After you beat her, she like kind of falls over, and Yuna comes and she's like talking to her like, hey, I know, are you pretending to be asleep? I know you can hear me. And I don't know whether that's some weird localization thing where they pretended that she isn't dead in English to make it kid-friendly or something. I don't know if that's the case. It's silly either way. Anyway, the ending of Mega Man Legends is Tron, Bonne, and Roll, who does machines, remember, they are arguing over how to build a rocket to get to Elysium in space. They've been trying to build a rocket to get to space because they went to space, and I guess there's no way back. I guess Mega Man Trigger and all these, whichever ones of these are still alive, they're on Elysium, and I guess they can't get back. I'm not sure why they can't get back. I forget. It doesn't matter. But these two trying to build a rocket to get there and rescue them, and they can't figure out how to do it. They've tried a bunch of models, and it hasn't worked. They don't know how to build a rocket. A simple multi-stage rocket, which even our modern human technology can manage. It's remarkable. And it will come up. Alright, so that's Dash. There was going to be a Legends 3. It was canceled in 2012. And I didn't think anything of it at the time because I didn't play Dash 1 and Dash 2. But now that I know, in describing these games, I'm only giving you the, like, key story beats. It probably sounds, just like some anime, sci-fi, any other dang sci-fi nonsense. And it kind of is, that's true. But, like, I don't know. The real meat and potatoes of these games are wandering around in these towns and talking to people and exploring, retrieving artifacts, coming back, trading them with people. I really loved them. And now I understand just how sad it is that Legends 3 is canceled. It's a huge bummer, and I wish that weren't what I had learned. I learned about these games only to become sad that they were so unceremoniously canceled. It's truly, truly, truly shameful. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, and before I get back to X, I'm just going to finish up the classic era, because there was only 2 more that were released until I think like 10 more years went by without them making one. Let's see. Rockman and Bass was in 98. And then the game I'll talk about after that was the next year, 99. Yeah, and then there was no more classic Mega Man until 2008, so about 10 years. The next game in the series was Mega Man and Bass, or Rockman ando Forte, because remember, they're called Forte and Gospel in Japanese. So the plot of Rockman and Bass, well, first of all, I'll say it was released on, was it the PlayStation and the Game Boy Advance? It was released on a home console and on the Game Boy Advance. I realized after playing it that I had played the Game Boy Advance version, which is worse. It is worse because it has a smaller field of view and it makes it very awkward. I did not like Mega Man and Bass very much, but I think it would have been better if I had not played it on the handheld model, so it might be partially my fault. You can play as either Mega Man or Bass. Either way, you are fighting against this guy, King, and King's deal is that he is another robot supremacist. This is a Wily creation, and Wily has made him, and he is the strongest, and he has actually gotten, let's see, I think he got Tengu Man and Astro Man. Those 2 return for this game, and plus these other 6. So he's got 8 robot masters. He made some of them, and he recruited some others. I'll look up which ones were which in a second. Just like Sunstar before him, he's like, you know what? Robots are better, actually. Robots are better than humans, or way stronger. Why do we listen to them? Heck it. King is a robot supremacist, but he does get a couple of humanizing, so to speak, moments. He blasts Proto Man in half when Proto Man tries to stand up to him. But then, he lets Proto Man teleport away to safety to get repairs, and he's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to kill him, he's a robot like us. He does show robot solidarity, for whatever that's worth. Sunstar is like, robots are better than humans. We should eliminate all non-robots because they are inferior. But also, our purpose as robots is to fight and kill each other as well. I guess I would say King's model is a little better. So, the robot masters are Tengu Man, Astro Man, Dynamo Man, Cold Man, Ground Man, Pirate Man, Burner Man, and Magic Man. A couple of these are pretty funny. The story of Dynamo Man is that he used to be a children's crossing walk guard until King gave him like a power upgrade that made him too powerful, and it also might have driven him crazy, and he would shoot off like electric charges all the time, and it was unsafe and scary, and so he can't be a crossing guard anymore. And his quote in the Mega Man and Bass character database is like, why won't anyone play with me anymore? It's like sad. Cold Man literally was the refrigerator in Light Laboratories, and King stole it and turned it into a robot master in an ironic twist, I guess. Aha. The very refrigerator that once preserved your test samples will now betray and attack you, you fool. And Burner Man, I think King made him, the wiki is not clear, but either way, King tricked him into thinking that if he doesn't burn down a forest every day, he will die. That's his life. Like King told him there's a bomb in him, and if he doesn't burn down a forest every day, it's gonna go off. But, King's a good guy. He's got robot solidarity. Look, it was really important for the cause of robot solidarity that we burn down all those forests, okay? Since we've come to this point in the timeline of Mega Man, I see no reason not to pause for a moment and take a look at some of these CD data entries and read some of the weirder ones. I'm sure most of these were not taken from any older documentation. These probably weren't the original intentions when they were created, but they are in a mainline Mega Man game, so they are canon, I guess. Here's a few that I thought were interesting. Nothing too surprising on Mega Man's card. Good point, sense of justice. Bad point, reckless behavior. He likes animals. Oh, who would have thought? Fascinating. Now, Roll, on the other hand, we see that she's helpful, but she's cowardly. So I guess that's why Rock was the one to volunteer to become Mega Man, not her. She's a filthy coward. It all makes sense now. Flashman is a caring boss but he is unfortunately also a misery guts. I guess that means he's gloomy or something. He dislikes commercials for wigs. I guess he is bald? I guess he's kind of got like a dome head. I kind of see it. Sure, why not? Do commercials for wigs make him jealous? Why doesn't he just buy one? If he wants a wig, I don't get it. Heatman's only good point, his only positive quality they could list for him is living. He's good at living. Good for him. Better than being bad at it, I guess. Snake Man's most positive trait is simply that he's green. And the thing that he likes is Toad Man. But then, looking at Toad Man, his dislike is Snake Man. The poor guy, what did he do? I guess there's not much for Toad Man to like since he's even greener than Snake Man is. Speaking of one-sided robot friendships, Yamato Man's description says that he has great respect for Nightman, but Nightman's doesn't say anything about Yamato Man. Windman's says that he has a strong rivalry with Airman, but Airman's does not mention Windman. Turbo Man's dislike is Burst Man, not really sure what his problem is, but Burst Man seems blissfully unaware. Dive Man dislikes Pirate Man, I guess because Pirate Man would rob him at sea? I don't know, Pirate Man's card doesn't say anything about Dive Man. Although it does say that he's a scoundrel, so maybe more people should dislike Pirate Man. And Stone Man's card says that Guts Man is his friend, and his quote is even, "Guts Man, let's go see a movie." Guts Man's card doesn't mention Stone Man, but, you know, Guts Man's really popular. Maybe he's just got a lot of friends. Pharaoh Man is a charismatic leader, but his downfall is that he's too nice to women. It really is tragic. Other than that, he's just such a cool guy. Windman's only fault is that he's bad with bicycles, which must just be a terribly crippling deficiency for a guy who can fly. Clown Man's info is pretty much what you'd expect, only he dislikes everything, apparently. Just there's not a damn thing in this world that this clown appreciates. Quint, meanwhile, dislikes himself, which I guess makes sense, because, you know, he's got Mega Man's strong sense of justice somewhere in there. He must recognize that he's become a villain, and he just can't stand it. The cognitive dissonance is just tearing him apart every damn day. Frostman's good point is that he's hefty, but his bad point is that he's stout. So, I mean, I guess he's big, but it's in the wrong way. He's fat. Big is good, but fat is bad. So, Frostman, you're fat. We don't like you, I guess. Kind of like Frostman, Uranus's good point is that he's a bull, but his bad point is that he's beastie. So, I mean, I don't know what you want, database. Kind of a catch-22 there. Mercury is a based communist. His quote is, "Everything belongs to me," which I'm sure by which he means sees the means of production. By me, he must mean the proletariat, I'm sure. He means like the plural me, obviously. Megawater S's good point is that he's an immigrant, but his bad point is that he's got a funny accent. I mean, cut him a break, man. We love our foreign comrades. We love our open borders unless you talk weird and then go back where you came from. Anchor just dislikes foreigners, so I don't know, maybe he's the one that wrote Megawater S's card. When he was creating Anchor as the first Mega Man killer, Wily must have thought to himself, the only thing that can defeat a robot with that strong a sense of justice is a racist. Dynamo Man, now I might be reading this uncharitably, but I gotta say, listing him as liking to pump off and disliking intercourse, getting some incel vibes. I guess ever since he got that upgrade that made him shoot lightning all the time, he's become an incel, and you know what? Understandable. Ground Man hates sand. It's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. And finally, probably the most infamous of these entries, Dr. Light. He likes the internet, but his bad point is that he's douchey. So in other words, he's just like you, the person watching this video. So naturally, the way the story plays out, you fight the Robot Masters, you find King's fortress, you beat King. If you are base, Wily shows up and tells you, like, haha, good, nice job, base. I was only pretending. Oh, wait, sorry. I should have mentioned King is rebelling against Wily. King is also rebelling against Wily, but Base feels no solidarity with him because Base is a lone wolf rebel, and he's like, oh, well, if we're both fighting against Wily, then I'm going to kill you because I'm going to fight against Wily better. King wants to work together, but Base doesn't want to, so he's like, oh, well, that's a shame. Before the final battle, Wily shows up, and he's like, King, you nerd. You thought you could get away with this? Brainwash. Now you're under my control again, turns him purple. Maybe a reference to the purple dark evil energy from Duo's game? I don't know. But you beat King, and Wily says, oh, I was only pretending to let King get away with rebelling against me. It was a test for you, Base, and you passed. But here, check this out. I've got plans for King Mark II. Isn't that cool? And Base is like, no. And Proto Man shows up, and he's like, no thanks, Wily, and he destroys the plans. So no King 2, I guess. When you beat King, it's like, the tower is coming down, the King castle is coming down. He's like, Mega Man, you gotta teleport out here before it comes down. Don't worry, I'll follow you. And Mega Man teleports out, and then King is like, haha, I don't actually have a teleporter. I'm gonna die, but I'm glad he got away safely. But it's okay, because the final cutscene as Mega Man is you get a letter from King. King writes a letter to Mega Man that's like, Dear Mega Man, I was wrong to want to destroy humanity. I am going to change my ways. Thanks for fighting me. Thanks for being a cool guy with a strong sense of justice, as we all know you are. I'll see you around. So he was fine, actually. Okay, the next game is one that most people probably haven't played, but it was one that I was maybe the most excited to talk about. This was released the next year, only on the Wonder Swan, and of course only in Japan. I was able to play it thanks to a fan translated patched ROM version. It is called, well, it doesn't have an English title, but its Japanese title is Rockman ando Forte, Mirai kara no Chousensha, or Rockman and Forte, Challenger from the Future. This game's weird, as an exclusively Wonder Swan released title would be. It takes place in, for some reason, in a Monsteropolis twist. It calls the place they live Symphony City, which is a name that is never used anywhere else, as far as I know. But whatever. They're in Symphony City, Mega Man and Base are, and one day, these guys from the future, evil robots from the future, show up. They come through a time portal or something. They're called the Dimensions, and they're like, well, we're here to wreak havoc and fight robots. And I'm all out of havoc. No, they're not. They start fighting and causing chaos. The leader of this gang is this guy called Rockman Shadow, and he's like, "Hey, Mega Man, I'm like you but evil. I'm you but evil, and I'm from the future. I'm like your dark shadow, man." You fight the Dimensions. You fight these guys. They are oh man, I don't remember their names. They have wacky names. Dangan Man, Conro Man, Aircon Man, Komusu Man, Clock Men, that's men plural, there's two of them. Compass Man, who apparently is Rockman Shadow's friend. He's like, yeah, I'm like second in command. I'm like this guy's right-hand man. Like, he's strong, but I'm almost as strong. And of course, and Rockman Shadow. So you fight them, and then you fight him, and you can play as Mega Man or Base. So, let me explain what Rockman Shadow is. I'm sure Capcom reached out to whatever company they contracted to make this game. They're like, hey, we want a Mega Man game on the Wonder Swan, and we want you to include Base in it. We want you to make it about Mega Man and Base, because Base is our new secondary character. We're pushing him as a sort of new rival to Mega Man. So make it about them. And they probably said, you can do whatever else you want. And this is what they chose to do. Alright, enough opining. Let me explain. Rockman Shadow. He claims, at first, to be Quint. Remember Quint? Remember when Wily from the present went to the future, conspired with his future self to get future Rock, post-Mega Man, kidnap him, brainwash him, and modify him into an evil version of himself and send him back to the past to be the boss of Rockman World 2? Well, Shadow first claims to be him, but then when you fight him and beat him, he tells you, no, I was actually lying. I'm not Quint. What I am is the prototype of Quint that was abandoned for the real thing. I guess Wily went to the future and met up with future Wily, and I guess together made Rockman Shadow in the future, decided he wasn't good enough, threw him away, but they used his schematics, or they used his design as the basis for modifying Mega Man into Quint, and then Quint goes back to the past, and this guy stays in the future. You know, in this world, Mega Man is gone because first he was deactivated as Mega Man and turned back into Rock, and then as Quint he went back to 20XX. And so in the future, but he was still the strongest guy around. He was stronger than anyone else because there was no Mega Man around to challenge him. So he just starts fighting and killing other robots, and he's the best at it, and he loves it, and he's just like, I'll just keep going, and he just kills everyone. And then there's no one left to fight in the future, and he's like, well, hey, I'm the strongest. I heard that back in the day, Mega Man was the strongest, so I'm gonna go back to the past and fight him too. And that's what he did. And he died. And now he's like, well, you've killed me. But I guess this is for the best, actually. There's an obvious thematic parallel here between Rockman, Shadow, and Bass. He's like, hey, Bass, don't be like me. I've wasted my life in pointless conflict. I just killed everyone for the sake of killing because I didn't know what else to do with myself. And it was a waste and I regret everything. So don't be like me. And Bass like, whatever, man. What do you know? So living just to fight and be strong? Does it ever work out for other robots? No, it never does. Those robots delude themselves into thinking it might. But it might work for me. I say that Bass didn't learn anything, but on the other hand, as I say, this was the last mainline Mega Man game, or just about, for 10 years. So maybe he chilled out after that, and he was like, dang, Rockman Shadow really gave me a lot to think about. I gotta go reconsider some things, and maybe that's why there was no more fighting for a decade. I gotta talk more about Rockman Shadow, and a lot of what I'm about to mention comes from a channel called Reploid Revo, who is a Mega Man YouTuber, and I watched a couple of his videos, and I learned some interesting stuff. He had a couple of neat takes. He's the only Reploid YouTuber, which is good representation. Reploids need to see themselves represented in the media they consume. It's healthy. When I first learned, getting sweaty. So when I first learned about Rockman Shadow and Quint, I thought I was such a little clever clogs. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a dang minute. That explains why there's no Mega Man in the future. Oh my god, Mega Man is gone in the Mega Man X timeline because he was kidnapped by Wily and brought to the past to be Quint. That's what happened. He wasn't Ship of Theseus into X after all. He was time traveled away, back to the past. And I thought it was clever. Reploid Revo made a video talking about it, and I have to concede that he's probably right, that doesn't really make any sense. Because, I mean, like, sure, that would explain why Mega Man is gone, but it doesn't explain why Proto Man is not there, Roll is not there, or anyone else. It's probably an alternate timeline thing where, in coming back to the past, Rockman Shadow changed the timeline, and he came from an alternate timeline wherein there was no more conflict until he came around, and then he destroyed everything. Whereas in our timeline, that doesn't happen, and the X series will eventually take place. Because, I mean, that Rockman Shadow was made 37 plus years in the future, and then who knows how long his world conquest took. So it's probably getting on to around 21 XDX in the time that Rockman Shadow comes from. And, I mean, he's just a robot. He's not a Reploid. And it doesn't seem like he would be able to stand up against a Reploid in combat, although I guess technology might have advanced in other ways, so who really knows? I think probably we can assume that X would be stronger and able to beat Rockman Shadow if that were to be, if it were the same timeline. So I seriously doubt it. Another neat note that Reploid Revo pointed out about Rockman Shadow is that he has a, hand laser sword. He has a beam saber. just like me. Nobody else in the classic era has like a beam saber. Burner Man has something that kind of looks like one, but it's actually just like a big Bunsen burner with a long flame. It's not really like an energy sword, lightsaber, laser weapon. No, only people in 21X, DX, and onward have laser energy sword weapons. And this guy's from the future, and he has a laser sword energy weapon, and he's the only one in all these games. So I thought that is pretty cute. Pretty cute attention to detail right there. Gotta appreciate that. Right, Rockman Shadow was the prototype for Quint. Also, I forgot to assign auto to Dr. Light right there. Oh, and I forgot to say that Wily built bass, of course, and treble. I almost forgot one other game was released this same year, one that I was not able to find. It was called Rockman Gold Empire, and this was another Taiwan only, and it was, I believe, from what I read, that it is similar to Wily and Light's Rockboard That's Paradise, in that it's like a board game Monopoly sort of game. They made another one for some reason. I guess you could play as Mega Man, you can play as Bass, Proto Man, Duo, and apparently you can play as someone called the Mayor. The plot of the game is that Wily discovers a plan for quote-unquote gold transfer, which can transmute gold into pure energy and be combined to form the ultimate alloy. Bass steals part of the plan and shows Dr. Wily who tries to stop him. Okay, so my theory about this, it's just what springs to mind when I read that. Bass has gold design elements on his body. Bass is made of basenium. I mean, the ultimate alloy, it's gotta be basenium, right? He's turning this gold into basenium. There's gotta be some relation there. It has to be. It has to be the case. This was also the year that same company that made Rockman Gold Empire released those other games whose names I can't say. I don't know how to read that. I didn't find that much information about them, but the names apparently mean, like Rockman IQ Whirlwind, Rockman X Mathematics Whirlwind, and Rockman Dash Great Adventure to Save the World. The word for whirlwind might mean challenge, so it could be IQ Challenge, Mathematics Challenge, etc. So those two sound like brain teaser games. Rockman Dash Adventure to Save the World sounds like it could be interesting, but nothing against Taiwan, but I don't think, I don't know if it counts if it was released nowhere else. That doesn't feel fair to the rest of us. All right, I've been stalling long enough. It's time to get back to the real. Wait, no, not quite yet. Well, almost. The real is X4, but before that, it was released after, but it canonically takes place beforehand, and they're close enough, so I'll just mention it. Xtreme 2 concerns something that is called the Erasure Incident. Basically, Reploids. Remember, this is on the Game Boy. This is a handheld game. I choose to consider it canon. Actually, so do all the other games, because there are references to the Erasure Incident in other games, so this is definitely canon. Reploids all over the place start not dying, but basically going like comatose, catatonic, like they just fall over and like are still operational, but there's no soul. The soul, they're being erased. So that, like, this is the Erasure Incident. What's happening to these Reploids? Well, they track something to some island. On this island, they meet, Gareth, who's this knight guy, and they're like, "Are you behind this incident?" And he's like, "Shut up. You should fight these other robots and leave me alone." And they say, "I guess we will." In regular Mega Man, there were some later games where you could collect bolts and buy stuff. Well, in this game, I think this is the first game to introduce this, you can pick up something called DNA souls. Mechanoids and Reploids you fight will drop DNA souls, and you pick them up and you buy stuff with them. And it turns out that Gareth and his boss, Burkana, have been doing erasure to steal Reploid's DNA souls to get powerful and make useful stuff out of them, because I guess DNA souls are just good and useful, and they're good, and you want them. So, they've been stealing them, and that's not okay. And they brought back a bunch of Reploids also, using the power of DNA souls. I guess it can do that too. So you fight the Reploids, you fight Gareth, you fight Burkana. I read in an interview that the art guy behind this game, he said, like, yeah, this lion, Gareth was supposed to have a pet lion. The lion never made it into the game, but please consider the lion to be canon. Normally, I would not respect such a flagrant breach of the sacred contract between author and audience, but I will, just this once, give him a break and acknowledge that the lion is canon. So there he is. I don't remember what the lion's name. I don't know if he even had a name. Yeah, you just fight him. And then you fight him and they're like, by the way, Sigma's here too. And Sigma's like, haha, yes. I've been watching and I approve of the goings on. And I don't think Sigma even did anything. I don't recall them being mavericks in the sense, I mean, they're mavericks in that they are criminals. They are not maverick in the sense of they are not infected with the maverick virus. At least it is not clear that they are. I think they were just operating out of greed, and I don't know why Sigma is here. That's it. I just don't know. Did I mention that Iris is their navigator? Right. Navigator. This is a thing. Remember, I said in these games, Digger and Spotter. This guy goes out and does the fighting. This girl hangs out on the computer at home and tells him where to go. Well, this game was released a little bit later, but it takes place canonically before the next X game. It introduces Iris. It sort of retroactively introduces her because in the real world, her first appearance was here in the next game, but they sort of went back and put her in this game, like kind of retroactively sort of establish her a little bit more. And she is X and Zero's navigator as they go through this island, and she is contacting them and telling them what's up and something, buying stuff with DNA souls. And she's the navigator. Navigator. Remember, navigator. Now we're on to the real I would say X4 is where things... You know, I didn't like X4 as a kid. I think I played X, X2, and X3 on the SNES. And I'll tell you, I didn't really like the graphical style of X4. I didn't think that the increased, bigger Mega Man sprites and the smoother animations, I didn't think that they really looked that good. I didn't like the graphical overhaul that they gave the games when they moved to the PlayStation. And now that I've played the whole series, I still agree with that. I still think the games looked the best in the slightly lower resolution of the SNES. However, I have to appreciate X4 more because the games quickly get bad and also look much worse. They stay in this graphical style, but they just get sloppier and sloppier, the next two. Compared to those, like, I don't think I agree with the visual style change, but I do respect it in X4, not so much beyond that. Now, when I say that, I'm talking about the in-game graphics. This game famously has, much like X8, because as I say, they were released around the same time, much like X8, this game has funny Saturday morning cartoon anime cutscenes.
Zero. What if I become one of the Mavericks?
Don't ask such a silly question. I'm breaking contact now.
Wait, Zero!
That are best known in the West for their horrible, horrible English voice acting. Again, they look fine and they sound absolutely horrifying.
What do you think you're doing?
It's not too late. Stop the coup now.
Never.
If that's your decision, prepare yourself!
It has the famous Zero scene. This can't be happening. There's no reason to go on. What am I fighting for? What am I fighting for?
No, this isn't happening. There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
It's classic. I love it. I appreciate it. So the presentation of this game leaves a lot to be desired. I would kind of argue that in spite of that, the story it's trying to tell is actually pretty good. Maybe one of the best ones in the series. It doesn't communicate it especially well, but what's there at its core, I think, was a good idea. In X4, there is a new force of Reploids. It's called the Repliforce.
We are the Repliforce. The most powerful army in history! Yeah!
You remember, X and Zero lead the Maverick Hunters. These are robot cops who stop robot criminals, more or less. But most specifically, they target Reploids that have been infected with the Sigma virus, the magma virus and the Sigaric virus. The Sigma virus and the Maverick virus are basically one and the same at this point. Well, the Repliforce is an army. It's a standing military by Reploids for Reploids. The English manual for X4 says that Dr. Kane founded Repliforce, thought it would be a good idea. Dr. Kane is just full of terrible ideas for what would help the cause of Reploid equality. Anyway, this military force, it's just getting on, doing its thing, just being cool, I guess, until one day, there is an incident. A floating city called Sky Lagoon, which I guess there are floating cities in the X world now. That's fine. There are floating cities, and this one called Sky Lagoon comes crashing to the Earth, I think on top of another city, although I don't think that city is named. Anyway, so I guess this city crashes into another city, and as you imagine, it's horrifying. It's the worst thing that's ever happened, and Repliforce is blamed. People say, hey, the Repliforce army was there. They crashed the island. Why did they crash the island? And X or Zero, depending on who you're playing as, goes and says, hey, Repliforce, you are under suspicion of doing the worst terrorism ever. We're going to open an investigation into this matter. A more even-handed response than I would have. We want to investigate. Lay down your arms, surrender yourselves to our investigation so we can figure out what the heck you did. And Repliforce is like, just like in the real world, when the cops' power is challenged, they immediately start rioting. They say, no, we refuse our honor. No, our honor as warriors. We'll never lay down our weapons, no matter how reasonable your request. We must always kill. We must always kill all the time because it's the only thing we were built for. If we're not killing, then what good are we? So no, we will not submit to your peaceful investigation. We don't care what sort of terrorism occurred. We don't want an investigation. We're gonna fight you just because we don't know anything else. I hate Repliforce. I hate them so much. X is like, hey, listen, you could do that. But I mean, technically, if you do that, you will be defying the will of the human government, and you will be technically mavericks, all of you. And they say, okay, whatever. Okay. So refusing to submit to an investigation when we're suspected of terrorism? Then I guess we're mavericks then. So waging full-scale war against humanity, that's all it takes to be a maverick? Well, then I guess call me a maverick then. It's ridiculous. I've seen people defend Repliforce. Oh, but their honor. No, you don't understand. It's a matter of honor. It's despicable. The opening cutscene to the game is Sigma. He's hooded, so you totally can't tell that it's Sigma, but it's obviously Sigma. He sees the leader of the Repliforce, this guy, this giant, 40-foot tall gold man called General. And he goes to General and he's like, hey, why do you work for humans? The humans are trying to keep control of you. Why don't you fight against the humans for your own, sake? Be self-determining. Sigma, remember, is all about Reploid supremacy. So he's trying to make humans are keeping you down. Repliforce should work for itself. He's trying to make a slightly more moderate argument to convince this the General to stop cooperating with humans. Basically, General says no, I don't want to betray the humans. And I guess this is supposed to paint him as a good guy. But to me, it's like, oh, okay. He wouldn't take up arms against humanity when nothing was at stake. But when there's any stakes at all, immediately, as soon as the chips are on the table, oh yeah, the guns come out. It's a full-scale coup, baby. Oh, but he's a good guy. Oh, he didn't want to. Oh, he had to. He had to for honor. His honor as a warrior. The mere suggestion that Repliforce could be responsible for anything bad at all, that any individual member of Repliforce might be responsible for something bad. Well, I'm sorry. You've just made an enemy for life. I'm afraid you have forced my hand into a full-scale global conflict. My hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. This is the only way. And the worst part is, he's wrong, and there are mavericks in Repliforce. Here, I'll draw it on the diagram. They are all technically mavericks because Repliforce has defied the world government, defied the will of humans, and that makes you a maverick. That's the definition of a maverick. Not all of them are infected with the Sigma virus. Some of them are loyal Repliforce soldiers, as are these two, Colonel and Iris, who I'll get to in a minute. This isn't really important, but these two are also former Repliforce members in the next game, for whatever that's worth. These two are also siblings, Colonel and Iris. But yeah, anyway, 3 of the bosses in this game are infected with the Maverick virus, and you can tell because when you fight them, you know, in Mega Man you fight a boss at the end and the health bar appears and it goes... Well, each of them have a little symbol at the bottom, and in this game they all have the little Repliforce symbol, except for these 3. Magma Dragoon, Cyber Peacock, and Split Mushroom all have the little Sigma. They are infected. Oops. I was so excited to talk about which Repliforce Reploids were infected by the Maverick virus, I forgot to list the ones that weren't infected by the Maverick virus. Those are Web Spider, Storm Owl, Frost Walrus, Jet Stingray, and Slash Beast. Now, it is true that Magma Dragoon is not actually a part of Repliforce. He is actually a Maverick hunter, but he was infected with the Sigma virus. And he is actually the one who sabotaged Sky Lagoon and caused the fall. So the specific responsible party was not Repliforce. He was a Maverick hunter. Nevertheless, the Maverick hunters wanted to open an investigation into Repliforce, and had they done so, they would potentially have uncovered that there were Sigma operatives in Repliforce that probably were aiding with the operation. Would I say that Repliforce are the true villains? Absolutely. Worse than Sigma. When you think about it. Sigma's a force of nature. These were individuals making choices. Unforgivable choices. So anyway, the plot of the game concerns you going around fighting all these guys. They're bad. You gotta kill them. Retire them. Sometimes they use the word retire to mean kill a Reploid, but you retire them all, and then you fight Colonel. He's sort of like Zero's rival. You can play as X or Zero in the campaign, and they're mostly the same. If you are X, you do fight the Colonel, and then at the end, you fight the General. And then at the end, you fight Sigma, and after you beat Sigma, this Sigma's so hard. This Sigma was so goddamn hard. But I beat it fair and square, and I felt great. It was good. I really warmed. I thought this was when the series got bad. I used to think that. I don't think that anymore. I think that the decline starts at 5 and is well underway by 6. But you fight Sigma, and then after Sigma, you're on a space station of some kind. I guess I would assume this is the Repliforce base, not base like the character. I believe it's called Final Weapon. I guess it's like an orbital weapon. It might be like a big laser beam. It never actually gets operated, so we don't know what it does. But they're on this space station weapon, and the general, in the end, the general who you defeated, he shows up and he's like, oh no, Sigma's gonna fire the weapon at Earth and kill the humans, and I will stop it. General kind of sort of sacrifices himself. He like puts his giant gold body like in the barrel of the thing to absorb the blast. I guess he sort of does an Iron Giant at the end. And you know, that's nice of him, I suppose. Oh, if you're X, you also fight this guy, Double. During the game, Double is your operator. I think he's the only male operator ever. But he's your operator, the guy who messages you on your little communication device and tells you stuff. Halfway through the game, he reveals... Oh, it's keeping it a secret. Halfway through, he reveals he's a Sigma. Oops, he's a Sigma. He's a traitor, and it's a coup, and Repliforce is in on it. We got men on the inside. We got men in Repliforce. We're controlling everything, baby. And you kill him. That's X's campaign. If you're Zero, you fight Colonel. And Colonel is like Zero's rival, sort of. And Iris is like Zero's love interest. She's sort of his girlfriend. And Iris doesn't like when Colonel and Zero fight. She interrupts their fight at the beginning and is like, don't fight each other. I hate that. And they're like, okay, all right, we won't fight each other. But then, of course, there's the coup, and Zero has to fight Repliforce because he's a Maverick hunter and he works for the humans. And the Repliforce has gone full separatist. They have decided that while they're rebelling against the grave injustice of some suspicion that the terrorism that they had their army at the site of might have been involved, and can we look into this matter, please? The terrible injustice of that is also the perfect excuse to go full separatist coup. We will found our own maverick ethno-state, I guess in space. But they're totally justified. It's morally gray. Nah, both sides are a little right, though. Alright, I gotta calm down. Anyway, they've gone full separatist, and so Zero's gotta fight him on behalf of the humans. The second time, he kills him. He kills Colonel. It's a fight to the death. And then I believe instead of fighting the general, at the end, if you're Zero, you find Iris. And Iris is holding this orb, and she merges with the orb and gets this armor around her, and you gotta fight Iris. And Iris is the final boss, and you gotta kill her. And that's when she's lying on the ground, and she's like, I just dreamed of a world of only Reploids. And Zero's like, that's just a fantasy. And she said, I know, but I wanted to believe. No, there's no need reason to go on. What am I fighting for? And that's how we get the iconic scene. This is another thing that it doesn't really explain in the games, but from additional context gathered elsewhere, it seems like the orb she is combining with is like Colonel's CPU core, because you killed him, and they're siblings, and so they're sort of like connected, sort of like Techno and MIDI were, and so she is like merging with his core CPU and becoming, I guess they were supposed to be one Reploid originally, but they were split into two. This is a bit extra canonical. I think some of this might come from manga adaptations, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but it seems like that's what's going on, and that's what's happening. Anyway, Sigma's defeated. The general stops the final weapon from firing. The day is saved, other than the fact that an entire city fell on top of another city. Just like in my webcomic, Slime and Punishment. Just like in my video that's part of that webcomic, S Revert. You can see it on this channel. I don't know, it just reminds me of that a little bit. I hadn't played X4 when I made that, so there's no connection. But, you know, I think it's remarkable when a city falls on top of another city. That doesn't happen every day. And yet it happened twice. It's weird that it happened twice. I almost moved on without mentioning one of the most important parts of X4, which are Zero's flashbacks. They kind of serve to establish what was already obvious, but they do it more and better. So there's flashbacks that Zero is having to when he was created. He remembers a mysterious figure who is obviously Wily telling him, I think he tells him go kill Mega Man.
Now go. Destroy him. That's an order.
But wait.
You know, he remembers Wily. He remembers being created. He remembers when he was found. Okay, this is interesting. He was found by Sigma. Well, the Maverick Hunters found him, and apparently the way he was discovered was someone found his secret base and the tube he was in, and when he woke up, he went on a rampage and he started killing Maverick Hunters. He was killing everyone. And no one was strong enough to stop him. And Sigma showed up, and Sigma was remember, the plot of X1 is that Sigma was the leader of the Maverick Hunters, and then he went Maverick and took most of the hunters with him. So Sigma showed up at this place where he heard this red Reploid was going on a rampage. So he goes in, fights this crazed Zero who is just on a rampage. In the middle of the fight, I think Zero is about to win, like he's on top of Sigma, and suddenly a W flashes in his head crystal, and he has like a headache. He's like, and I think that distracts him for just a moment for Sigma. What's happening? For Sigma to turn the tables, and he punches him in his crystal, and the crystal breaks, and it deactivates Zero, and they take him away. And I guess after that, Zero was fixed. You know, he wasn't crazy after that anymore. So what this all means is that Sigma got the virus from Zero. Zero is actually Patient Zero. That's my first time saying that out loud. That can't be on purpose. That can't be an intentional That's got to be a coincidence. Zero is patient zero for what would eventually become known as the Sigma virus. Sigma got it from Zero when he punched him in his W head crystal or something. Sigma would then go on. Sigma would go crazy or whatever. Sigma would become basically merge with the virus and become the virus and propagate throughout the Reploid species. And it came from Zero. At this point, I think it's a little unclear, and I'm not sure if it ever becomes entirely clear. I think what was going on, I think the consensus is Zero did not initially contain the virus. Wily just also made the virus, and the virus was also in the lab, and Zero got infected with it after he woke up. It might be the case that before, when he was going crazy, he might have only gotten infected with it at the moment that the W crystal flashed. It seems to be the case that he might still be infected with the virus. I believe this is what's going on. He's still got the virus in him. Actually, yes. This is what it says in the official website for the Zero collection. As in, later, they would have the Mega Man Zero games, and they would release an official collection of those games on, I think, the Switch. And they made an official website for that release, and there was a timeline written on there. And according to that timeline, Zero still contains the virus. It just has a different effect on him. It literally turns him good because he's evil. Like, other Reploids are good by default, and the virus turns them bad. Zero is evil by default. I think one developer somewhere said, he's already the baddest Robo. So when you're that bad, and you get a virus that turns you even more bad, I'm not sure if it's like a multiplication thing, where like a negative times a negative is a positive, so an evil robot that gets infected with an evil virus becomes good, or if it's like an addition integer overflow thing, where he was already very evil, but the virus gave him like a plus a million to his evil, and he could only store evil values of up to a certain number of bits, and it integer overflowed him back to a good value. I'm not sure which of those it is, but something like that is going on. Zero's got the virus, but it makes him good, but Sigma got it from him, and Sigma became the virus, and everyone else got it from Zero. All right, I think I've explained it clearly enough at this point, but you get the picture. This is what we learn in the flashbacks in X4, although it's a little bit vague on some of these details, but that is what is being communicated. So let's just make a little note here that Zero sort of made Sigma what he became. I must confess to having made a major blunder in this lecture at this point. You see, many times before now, and certainly now at this point in the series, it has been made clear over and over again that Dr. Wily created Zero. And yet, at no point do I ever realize that I need to draw the line from Wily to Zero. It would have been one of the most important lines, easily in the top 5 lines on this whole diagram to draw in this goddamn continuity. It's so critical, and yet I just completely spaced. I never remember to draw the line. There won't be I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I think probably I care more than anyone else does about this, but it bothers the heck out of me. So if it bothers you, just know that I'm right there with you. Please do not make fun of me. Please do not leave a cruel comment pointing out this fact in an emotionally abusive way down below. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And please, God have mercy on me and all of us. Thank you. And let us continue the lecture. I'm not actually sure what the best time to bring this next point up is. I guess I might as well do it now. I mentioned this before is Hologram Light, who appears in armor capsules that he left behind for X to upgrade himself with. In X1 through 3, it seems pretty clear that these are pre-recorded. Leia in R2-D2, help us Obi-Wan Kenobi, our only hope. It's a pre-recorded message hologram. At some point, I think around X4 or 5 or so, it starts to change. You can have conversations with this thing. Like, Zero talks to it and asks it questions about Wily. I think that in 5 or 6, I think. And it responds. So at some point, it starts to seem less like a pre-recorded message and more like some sort of AI. it, it's light. So in a manner of speaking, he's kind of still around. So I guess in sort of the same way that Surge's might be Wily, this hologram, in hindsight, I don't know why I made this one bigger than this guy. Surge's is really a very minor character. I just made him bigger because he's Wily, but like Surge's himself is really not that key to anything. I should have made this one bigger or this one smaller. Whatever. Oops. Next time, I guess. Once it becomes apparent that the light hologram is probably an AI, you start to ask questions like, does that explain why it was in places that it could not have possibly been placed in, like the capsules? There's one I remember in X2, one of the light capsules that X can find is on Wheelgator's like mobile platform. It's on like a big vehicle. And like, how did he put it there before he died? And I think the commonly accepted explanation is that, this light AI is probably controlling these capsules somehow and somehow teleporting them to where they need to be, which is maybe how there keep being new upgrade armors to find in every game, and how they keep appearing in wherever it is that X has to go. So the year after X4 was released, there was a game release called Super Adventure Rockman. I did not play this. I believe it is a bit of an alternate telling of the story of Mega Man 1, kind of. I know these original 6 Robot Masters are in it. I think maybe some other ones are in it too. I might have mentioned it before, but in it you go to an island and there's a mysterious alien crash landed there, or not crash landed. There's like an ancient evil thing called Ra Moon, and it's like the source of all evil in the world, and Wily wants to get control of it or something like that. I read an interview where Inafune said like he apologized for it. He said that some other team had developed it mostly, and then when they got their hands on it, they were like, "What is this? How do we fix it?" I guess it's like a sort of like a Dragon Quest sort of like choose your own adventure sort of game. There are like little mini shooter sections where you shoot at robots, and I think the outcomes of those might determine events of like future bits of the game. Sounds neat in concept, I guess, but I didn't play it, so whatever. Apparently they were making a Rockman X version, a Super Adventure Rockman X, but that never happened. Okay, the next game is X5, which is right here. Well, the events of X5 will define everything going forward. So, Dr. Kane is no longer leader of Repliforce. Not Repliforce. Repliforce, I believe, is gone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Repliforce was disbanded. Dr. Kane is no longer the leader of the Maverick Hunters. He retired. He might have died. I don't know. They don't really mention it. But he's not around anymore. Instead, this new guy, Cygnus, not Sigma, Cygnus. I couldn't tell you anything about him. He's a totally useless character. He's just the leader of Repliforce, and that's literally all there is to say about him. You have a new navigator, is this lady, Alia, and she is your navigator, and this game makes her insufferable. Famously, this is the game, I believe, that inspired the bloop, Mega Man, those are hammer jokes, because she will not shut up. She messages you like 16 times a level, and you have to listen to her insipid dialogue while she explains some nonsense that you don't need to hear. That's her. She gets a little better later. There's also Douglas, who is like, you buy stuff from him. I don't think you use DNA souls. I don't remember what you use for currency. Looking at him, I can't help but be basically certain that he's meant to resemble Otto. So he's sort of like the X equivalent of Otto. He does machines. So, the plot of this game. Sigma, believe it or not, he's back. And he is spreading the virus. He's spreading the virus all over the place. He likes to infect people with his evil Maverick virus. He loves it. But that's not good enough. He's got an even more dastardly plan. He hires some guy. I don't think this guy is Maverick virus infected. I think he just pays this guy money, and he just does it for money. He pays this guy to spread a variant of the Sigma virus that is referred to as the colony virus. It's a particular type of, I think it's the Sigma virus, but it's a virus, through a space colony, like a satellite orbiting the Earth. And it's like a, last game there was a sky city floating in the sky. This is a whole colony, which I assume is bigger, and it's floating in space, so it's even higher. So this is the space colony Eurasia, and he hires this guy Dynamo to spread a virus in the colony that will disrupt its systems and cause it to come careening down to Earth. And this is much worse than the Sky Lagoon crash. If this crash happens, we're talking global devastation. We're talking like an apocalyptic scenario if this thing crashes into Earth uninterrupted. So the Maverick Hunters are like, well, what are our options here? And they decide, okay, there's an old cannon. There's an old space cannon, a big cannon that can shoot a big beam or whatever into space. It is not operational, but if we collect some stuff, if we get some parts, get some equipment from around, we can restore it. We can make it operational again. We can blast the Eurasia colony out of the sky as it is coming down, which will reduce the impact and, make this only one of the worst things that ever happened. So the plot of X5 is baffling because the way it's set up, you have to go and fight these Mavericks. Oh god, these Mavericks. Okay, these guys, I hate these guys, and it's only partially their fault. Usually the Japanese names and the English names for the Mavericks are pretty similar. Sometimes they change them a little bit, but this time they completely changed them and gave them names based on Guns N' Roses, which is I don't hate that in concept, but it makes they have a completely different naming convention than anyone else in the series, and it's annoying. I don't like it. In English, they're called Grizzly Slash, Duff McWhalen, Squid Adler, Izzy Glow, Dizzy Devilbat, The Skyver, Matrex, and Axel the Red. In Japanese, they're called Crescent Grizzly, Tidal Whale, Volt Kraken, Shining Firefly, Dark Necrobat, Spiral Pegasus, Burn Dino Rex, and Spike Rose Red. So those are much better, and that's what I'm gonna call them, even though I probably won't refer to them ever again. You go and you fight these guys, you fight through their stages, and the point of you doing that is to collect objects, parts for the cannon, and it's literally a random chance. It's like a die roll. And the die roll is, I think it's affected by which items you have. But even if you have all the parts you are supposed to have, it can still fail. And it can still succeed even if you get none of them. I think. But yeah, you get the parts, and then the game rolls a die, and they fire the cannon, and either it destroys the colony and breaks it apart into little pieces, or it basically doesn't destroy the colony, it misses. If it randomly decides that it does destroy the colony, then it's like, okay, progress to the end of the game. You don't have to do the other 4 stages if you don't want to. If it doesn't destroy the colony, then it's like, well, looks like we have plan B, and plan B is to send Zero in a space shuttle to, I guess, crash into the colony. They're sending Zero up in a ship to go to the colony, to stop it somehow, do something to it in the shuttle. I'm actually not sure what he's gonna do. Slash it with a sword? Whatever. They're gonna crash the shuttle into it. Zero's gotta pilot it. So, plan B is that, and just like the first time, if you do that, if you do plan B, again, the game rolls a die, and you might fail if you do, it might fail if you do everything right, and it might succeed if you do everything wrong, but you send Zero up to crash into Space Colony Eurasia to break it up, and either it does or it doesn't. There are different endings depending on whether either one of the plans worked or not. It does make a difference, but not really. If you destroy the colony by either of the methods, then okay. If you don't destroy the colony, then it crashes into Earth, and either way, the colony virus and the Earthbound Sigma virus merge together to become the Zero virus. That happens no matter what. By the way, in this game, sometimes there are little, clouds of the Sigma virus floating around that can get you, but they're like bad for X, but they're good for Zero. Like they power Zero up. Either way, the viruses merge and become the Zero virus, and either way, the colony crashes into Earth and causes massive devastation, and it's the worst thing that ever happened. It's literally like the game tells you like, oh, the devastation was not as bad as it could have been, or it doesn't tell you that. But either way, the result is catastrophic, and either way, the virus merges into the Zero virus. If either mission is successful and the devastation is not as bad as it could have been, then Zero stays good. If that's not the case and both scenarios fail, Zero goes Maverick. But either way, you fight Zero in the end before the final battle. It's just in one scenario, you fight him because he's evil, and you get a slightly different cutscene. It's not like a cutscene. It's like a still image cutscene of Zero looking evil. And if he doesn't go Maverick, then you get a different cutscene of Zero not looking evil. But either way, you fight him. If he's not evil, you just fight him because like, you gotta come back to base, Zero. It's too dangerous. And he's like, no, I won't come back to base. I must complete my mission. And then you're like, well, I'll fight you to make you come back to base. And that's why you fight if he's not evil. So those are the stakes. And they don't make any sense. Either way, the Zero virus is like the Sigma virus, but it looks like Zero, but it basically does the same thing gameplay-wise, except its presence somehow opens a portal to a digital world. Digimon, digital monster. It somehow opens a portal to something called Zero Space. And the final battles of the game takes place in this cyber realm called Zero Space. And that's it. That's just what happens, and I don't know. Sigma's there. I think it's in Zero Space still, because the battle takes place in Zero Space. You fight Sigma. Sigma's there. This is after you fight Zero. Sigma just shows up. Do you even fight Sigma? Yeah, you gotta fight Sigma, but when? There's the one where he's like a massive like head with like slithering tendrils coming out of him. They call him Slime Sigma. You fight Sigma after the battle with Zero, and cause you're tired or whatever from the battle with Zero, and so Sigma just shows up at the end, and he's like, haha, my plan worked, the colony crashed, the Zero virus was a success, it awakened Zero's true self, which I guess was the self that was him when he woke up in the lab and was killing everybody, but I thought that was before he got infected with the virus. So I don't know why a new virus would make him revert to that personality. I am unclear on this plot point. Regrettably, I can't provide any further elaboration on it for you. But that's what he says. He says the virus awakens Zero's true nature. Zero's true nature is that of a bad guy. He's evil. The virus brought that out of him. And he's super powerful. And you had to fight him. And now you're tired from the battle. And so, battle me now, X, you fool. And you do. And you beat him. And then at the end, you think Sigma's dead. But then he's like, oh, he's a little bit alive on the ground. He's a little alive on the ground, and his little messed up, wriggling little head, like, shoots a little laser. And, X goes to, like, pick up Zero's body. Zero's body is all crushed up and messed up. Sigma shoots the laser at X, and I think Zero, like, jumps in front of it. Or he shoots it through Zero's body, and it goes through X as well, and X is mortally wounded. Sigma catches him off guard with his blast, and he mortally wounds him, and Zero is crushed up and dying, and Zero is like, with the last of his strength, he sees this happen, and he's like, dang it, Sigma, you killed X, how could you? And he blows what's left of his little head up, and I guess we're supposed to believe that Sigma is dead after this. So Zero is lying there dying, and he's like, dang, I can't believe X just died. That sucks. It's probably good that I'm gonna die, though. My virus has, like, messed everything up, and it's probably better for me to just be gone from this world. Bye. He remembers Iris. Iris, that beloved character from one game at this point. It was introduced and killed off in the space of a couple hours. But she had a deep, profound effect on him, having to kill his lover. He's never quite the same after that, and now he's dying, and he dies. And X is also dying. And he's like, oh, shit. Zero just died, and now I'm gonna die. And then, a ghost. A mysterious blue ghost, who we only see his feet, but it's this guy. Dr. Light's cyber self, AI, suddenly manifests and is like, X, I'm gonna fix you up. I'm gonna fix you up. I'm gonna solve these problems. Don't even worry about it. X is unconscious. He doesn't remember this. So either way, Dr. Light heals X and saves him. If Zero was quote unquote awakened by the Zero virus, as in if the colony crash prevention measures failed and Zero went maverick because of the Zero virus at the end, then Dr. Light also erases X's memory of Zero. And in fact, he puts some sort of lock on X's memory that prevents him from ever learning anything about Zero at all. And in the other case, he doesn't do that. If Zero stayed good, X remembering is the canon ending. The canon ending is that Zero did not go maverick due to the Zero virus, and X does not lose his memory. And that's the scenario wherein the Eurasia colony prevention was successful in that it prevented the absolute worst case scenario from happening. But remember, either way, it still devastates the planet. Okay, so Zero's dead. In the good ending, X is like, oh man, that was messed up what happened, but I remember my friend Zero, the cool badass, and now I've got his sword. He's got Zero's Z-Saber, and there's a dramatic shot of him like, I'm gonna be more like Zero from now on. I'm gonna carry forward his strength and spirit in my maverick hunting duties. I am resolved to make him proud. Now I'm X, but with a sword. So that's pretty cool. And then remember, that's canon. In the non-canon bad ending, X has no memory of Zero, and the other Maverick Hunters are just talking about it. They're like, can you believe Commander X doesn't remember Zero? Isn't that messed up? And X is like, what are you talking about? What the heck are you saying? This is nonsense. I don't understand. And they're like, okay, X, let's change the subject. Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? What are your dreams, X? And X says, I think I would like to create Elysium, a place where humans and Reploids live together in harmony. This is very interesting, because remember, this is the bad ending, so it's not canon. But I think we might well be able to assume that had he been asked the same question, he might have given the same answer, even in the good ending. Perhaps. You'll remember that the Master System from Legends is located, well, it's on Earth, but it's also on this orbital space station called Elysium. The Japanese word it used in both of these cases is simply the word for heaven. So it's just called heaven, and he just says, I want to create heaven. I mean, this is definitely meant to be a reference to this. And these games both released in the same year. This has to be intentional. However, I find it a little weird, because all he describes Elysium as in X5 is just a place where humans and Reploids live together in harmony. And that doesn't really describe Elysium. It seems like what Elysium was like before when there were more pure humans living on it, before the Master was the only one. It seems like what Elysium was a place where humans lived in this artificially created paradise where all their needs were taken care of and they were immortal. And the Reploids, their computer servitors, just sort of waited on them hand and foot and existed to serve them. So I don't know if that really sounds exactly like what he's describing. What he's describing, a place where humans and Reploids live together in peace, sounds a little more like something that happens around here. But we'll get to that when we get here. Anyway, that's X5. And the next year was X6, but before I talk about X6, there was also another game that came out the next year that was called Rockman Strategy. And again, I was not able to play this one. This was another Taiwan exclusive. And it's too bad, because it's the kind of game that I used to be a really big fan of. I used to love tactical RPGs, grid-based RPG combat. Apparently the plot of Rockman Strategy involves something crashes into Earth and starts causing plants to go haywire. Dr. Wily claims responsibility, but he's secretly working with some Zodiac robots. These are some more robots from space, kind of like the Star Droids, but these ones are based on the constellation. So these ones are Aries, Taurus, Leo, etc., etc. And I guess in the end they were here on Earth to learn, because their own homeworld was like, the ecology was messed up, and so they came to Earth to learn about plants, and Light teaches them how to plant seeds and farm. There's a character, sort of a side character in this game that's never seen anyone else. He's wearing like a I don't know what you'd call it. He's wearing like a sort of traditional Chinese like tunic and hat sort of thing. Fan. His name is Fan. And also these space droids are led by Apollo and Luna, who are like the sun and the moon. Yep, that's pretty much all I can tell you about that game. It is a tactical RPG with very janky looking pseudo 3D pre-rendered sprites. Looks neat, but also seems to be impossible to play in English. So that's too bad. But it's kind of a blessing, because I'm sure it's not important to canon, and also those kinds of games take so long to play. I'm sure it would have taken me ages. I gotta use this thing more. X6 takes place, I think it's 3 months after the events of X5. And remember, the canonical ending of X5 is the colony crash was sort of mitigated, but nevertheless disastrous. Zero is dead, and X has his sword. So X does have the Z-Saber, pew, zew, zew, in this one, and he can use it right out the gate. Right out the gate, I say. Well, guess what? The villain of this game is another Reploid scientist, kind of like Dr. Doppler. His name is Gate. He goes to the crash site of the Eurasia, and he finds pieces of Zero's body, and he studies them, and he is able to, well, you don't find this out right away. This is revealed later. He finds pieces of Zero, and then later, seemingly unrelated, mysteriously, a weird, ghostly apparition, a strange presence called the Zero Nightmare that looks just like Zero, but it's purple and green, so it looks great. This purple and green Zero Nightmare is causing trouble, and also there's a nightmare virus on the loose, which is bad. This guy, Isaac, he is some sort of, I don't know, like a politician or something. He gives a public speech that's like, everyone, first of all, we gotta band together and figure out what's going on with the nightmare virus. Join our team of nightmare investigators. We're gonna find out what's going on. And also, it will be led by this guy, Hymax, who is strong and big. Also, the Maverick Hunters are bad because Zero was a Maverick Hunter, and the problems are coming from a ghost that looks like Zero, so I guess it is Zero. He's a Maverick Hunter, and that's bad. They are bad. Don't trust them. We will solve this problem. Thanks for listening. Subscribe to my podcast. All right, they do that. They form a team to go and investigate. So you, X, are like, well, I don't trust those guys. They don't seem to like me very much. So I'm going to go and investigate myself. So you go to all the same places where these nightmare investigators go to. You don't go there specifically to attack them, but when you find them all, they all attack you. They all insist on fighting you. I'm not sure if you would call them Mavericks this time, because every time you beat one, you get a funny sort of Metal Gear Solid, like, post, oh, the boss died, well, let me tell you their tragic backstory sort of thing from Alia. She tells you all about it. Oh god, what are they called? Commander Yamask? That's a Pokemon. Commander Yamark, Ground Scaravich, Blaze Heatnix, Blizzard Wolfang, Rainy Turtleoid, Metal Shark Player? Why is he called that? Shield Sheldon, and Infinity Mijinion. So these are particularly wacky. I will point out that Gate has this, most Reploids, lots of Reploids have a little crystal on their head. Gate has a little diamond on his head, and all of these guys also have little diamonds on their head. According to all their backstories, I think all of them, or most of them, might have been made by Gate. I'm really going to summarize here a lot, but I guess the gist of it is Alia explains that she and Gate were scientists together. They used to work together, but Gate was a loose cannon. Gate wanted to create superior Reploids. Gate wanted to study the data of X and Zero to learn what makes them superior so that he could understand them and create Reploids of similar superiority, but he was a loose cannon. He was a loose cannon, and he couldn't be controlled, so he had to go outside the system. But he made these guys, or most of them anyway, and he considered them to be superior Reploids. But then also, they all have some tragic backstory wherein they were all like betrayed by other people who were scared of their power, or they were scared of Gate or something, or they were killed in some way. Most of them were killed. I think the idea is that all of them were killed and they were brought back by Gate, which is illegal. It's like illegal to bring back a dead Reploid. I think it's established in this game. I'm not sure if anyone ever really goes into it. I guess it can be done. And indeed, I mean, in every game we've seen the final boss rush of all the Mavericks where you fight them again. And like, there they are. Like, are they just replicas or have they been brought back to life? It's often not remarked upon. So you may never know. But in this game, Gate, I guess, made them. And I guess in most cases they died in some way and brought them back. Usually they either had some kind of like encounter with Gate, or Gate did something for them that made them super loyal to him. And then they died protecting him, or like they killed themselves so as not to bring shame to him. This is the sort of thing you get with these guys. A couple of these guys, I believe it was Ground Scaravich and Blizzard Wolfang, Alia killed. Blizzard Wolfgang, I don't remember why he was betrayed, but some Reploids decided he had to die, and so they tricked Alia into throwing him into the sea where he drowned. Ground Scaravich went into the chamber where they found X, like the one that Dr. Kane found X in, starting the whole Maverick War by starting the race of Mavericks. And Alia found him going in there, and I guess he was looking for treasure. He was a treasure hunter, and she had to kill him immediately, had to execute him and retire him there on the spot for the crime of trespassing into this place. So that's serious business, I guess. Yeah, these guys all serve Gate. And of course, it should come as no surprise that the Nightmare virus was also made by Gate, and Hymax was also made by Gate, but they were made using that piece of Zero that Gate found at the Eurasia crash site. Yeah, there we go. They're both based on Zero. Also, I think Gate went insane. I think he maybe got infected with the Zero virus. He was always a loose cannon. Don't forget that. But he seems to go a little crazy and glows red, and his eyes glow red after he finds the piece of Zero's body. So I assume what this means is that he is infected by the Zero virus, kind of in the way that Sigma was, I think. I don't believe he is infected with the specific Sigma strain of the virus, because it seems to come directly from Zero. The Nightmare virus is a virus that is so powerful, has so much energy in it or something, that it can manifest in the real world. These things are pieces of the virus, like sentient bits of the virus that like fly around in the real world, and they grab Reploids, like helpless Reploids that you have to rescue, and they like alter their DNA. Like the virus morphs them. It turns them into like slightly monstrous versions of themselves. It's really no joke. It's the worst virus yet. It's worse than the Sigma virus because I mean, at least the Sigma virus just changes your personality and infects your mind. This like mutates you as well. Changes your DNA. The Sigma virus doesn't change your DNA. It just alters your cognitive programming or whatever. I feel like pointing out at this point that last game there was the Zero Space, which was some kind of Zero themed cyber realm that you could go into. In X4 there was this guy, Cyber Peacock. He lived inside the network. You go inside the computer to fight him. He's Data. In the same way, you know, the whole plot of Xtreme takes place inside the computer. Going into the computer and being in data form, this is a thing that will become more and more important going forward. Cyberspace is basically a alternate dimension. That's the gist. That's what I'm getting at. It will become more relevant later. A Reploid can enter cyberspace, and in cyberspace, or inside the computer, inside the mainframe, whatever, they are themselves because their DNA data is the same. It's their DNA soul is what it's called. It's the blueprint for their body and their personality in the real world. And because it is data, it makes them inside of a computer, inside cyberspace. Their cyber projection is the same because it's based on the same DNA data. I'm just setting this up because it will become relevant later. Couple of things that I want to mention that I think I glossed over or missed. One, I realize that I completely goofed and forgot to mention the most important thing about ISOC from X6, which is that he, much like Surges, seems to have too much knowledge about Zero. He seems really interested in Zero. He sort of implies that he knows things about him. And in the end of the game, after you beat Gate, you find ISOC, and he, Alia, says that it reminds her of the Erasure incident, the one from X2, when Reploids started appearing. Reploids started to sort of drop comatose because their DNA souls had been removed. Well, they find ISOC in a similar catatonic state. So the implication is ISOC, like Surges, is Wily, or is somehow connected to Wily, or maybe is Surges, and he has somehow soul-hopped out of ISOC into some other body. And, looking at them, I can't help but notice the shared design elements of the eyes. They both have the same kind of red eyes, and the big red circle, which looks a little bit like the Reaverbot eye. I don't know if I should read any more into that or not. I mean, sometimes a big red circle is just a big red circle. I mean, I guess if I wanted to go crazy speculate, Sigma also has a red circular jewel on his head, but it doesn't have like an iris generally. So, whatever. I'm remembering suddenly, I'm not sure if it's 5 or 6, in one of those games at the end, when you fight Sigma, he throws out a line about how he met an old man, or he talked to an old man, and it sounds like he's talking about Wily, like he met Wily. I think it might be X5, but I don't know if there's any greater significance to it other than just yet another out-of-nowhere reference that Sigma knows Wily. Sigma is aware of stuff. Remember, Sigma is one of the only characters who refers to X as Mega Man X. He knows things about the past. Yeah, I went back and checked. It's in X5. Sigma tells Zero that there's an old man who knows him, and that it was on this old man's advice that Sigma crashed the colony and created the Zero virus, and that this old man says Zero is the strongest, and yada yada yada. And Sigma tells X that this old man was once a rival of his and hates him, and also that he is the one that made Sigma's current body. So I guess in between being Surges in X2 and being ISOC in X6, Wily is somewhere, and Sigma, he says he has recently become his partner, so he didn't meet him before, but he met him now, and I don't know why he's an old man. I don't know, this doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I don't get it, but that's what the script says. I guess, now that I think about it, this conversation and this battle with Sigma does take place in Zero Space, which is kind of like a cyber realm. So it's not the real world, and maybe, I don't know, maybe Wily maybe his consciousness is floating around in cyberspace, and that's why Sigma met him and he looked like an old man. Wild guess. I have no idea if that's right, but it kind of makes sense. Maybe Wily has become a cyber ghost, kind of like Light did. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, I jumped the gun because there was more to say about 6. You fight Gate at the end. You find him and you kill him. And he is, Alia sees you carrying his body and she's like, "Oh, my old partner, this is what you get for being evil." Alia says that she will try to develop a program or something. She'll develop something that is resistant to all viruses. Some sort of perfect cure for viruses. Something to make the Maverick virus obsolete. She says that is her goal. And she says that was Gate's goal as well. I'm just making that clear because I will reference it in a moment. Also, remember, I said this before, but I'll reiterate that the Nightmare virus that was the problem in X6 is a virus so powerful that it can that it is a computer program that can manifest itself in the real world, and it can rewrite Reploid's DNA. These are important. Okay, so the next year was the year that Rockman EXE, or Mega Man Battle Network as it was known in English, started, And that is a whole side series that I'm not going to get into because it exists in its own timeline. I know the story of the first game. The first game story is that you're a kid in the world, and in this world, everyone's got like a little computer program AI helper that like helps them interface with computers that basically control everything in this world. And your little computer buddy is called megaman.exe, and he is your cyber buddy, and you are the son of a Dr. Hikari, which, if you don't know, Dr. Hikari is Japanese for light. In this world, your dad, Dr. Hikari, is actually the son of the Dr. Thomas Hikari, Thomas Light. There's a whole side. I don't want to get too far into it. But Dr. Wily is also there, or I think he's called Master Wily or Mr. Wily. But Wily is there. He's running basically like a terrorist organization. He hates the lights. I think he says that like your grandpa, something about like funding for his programs over mine, like his research into data, management or whatever, like AI systems was favored over whatever I was studying at the time. And he has a grudge over it because this world's Dr. Thomas Light's research into AIs led to the creation of net navies. These are the AI programs like megaman.exe that you interface with technology with. The gameplay mostly takes place in cyberspace as Mega Man, where you do like strategy-based elemental card battles. I don't know how to play it. I've never played one. I've heard people say that this world is an alternate timeline of the Mega Man world, in a world where Dr. Light went into network AI as a field of research as opposed to robotics. I wonder, because in this world, this is just my theory, but because in this world, Dr. Thomas Light, or Dr. Hikari, I wonder if maybe he immigrated to Japan and he changed his name, because in Mega Man 8, when you're selecting levels, it shows the location on a globe, and it places the location of Dr. Light's lab in America. So, by that game's standard at least, Dr. Light and Mega Man are American, or at least they live in America. Maybe he would have immigrated to Japan and maybe changed his name from Light to Hikari, and that's why his son's name is Dr. Hikari. I don't know, but I wonder if the difference in the timelines was that Dr. Light had a son. Because, my read on Dr. Light is that he's an old man who never had children, and so in his old age he made first Proto Man, and then Proto Man ran away, and then Rock and Roll, he made them, and they're like his kids. So I wonder if, in this other timeline, Dr. Light has a son. I don't remember what the son's first name is. But I wonder if that's the divergence point. That's my theory anyway. But I don't want to I won't go any further into it than that because it is a different canon. So I won't be discussing it anymore. Moving on. The next year, however, there began another sequel series. My personal favorite, the one that I played when I was in middle school or so, Mega Man Zero, which, I forgot to mention the well-known fact among Mega Man aficionados that X5 was meant to be the last game, or at least Inafune wanted it to be the last game and thought it would be the last game, and Capcom basically just started making 6 without telling him, and then eventually he found out about it, and he was like, oh, darn. When Zero dies at the end of 5, he's kind of supposed to be dead. Not necessarily forever, but he's kind of supposed to be, like, dead. That's sort of the end of his story in X, or it was. But then I think they quickly made some changes, and so then, I didn't mention this, but it's very funny, in X6, halfway through the game, X finds Zero, and he's just like, Zero, I thought you died. And Zero is like, nah, sorry, I was actually just hiding. I just hid. I hid myself while I repaired myself. And now I'm back, And it's good. You've got a Z-Saber. I've still got my Z-Saber, and I see no problem with that. Let's just continue on as though nothing changed. And that's what they do. Yeah, he was just hiding. So at the end of X6, I think in a post-ending scene, you do see Zero in a laboratory talking to a scientist. At the end of X5, he says, it's probably good that I'm gonna die, because my existence in this world has only really caused problems due to my virus stuff. But then he comes back, so at the end of X6, he says, like, okay, hey, laboratory man, please seal me away in a tube and do diagnostic research on me. Seal me away for 100 years. And maybe in 100 years, something will happen and the situation will have improved. Seal me away and study me. I shouldn't be allowed to exist in this world. Man, I'm too dangerous. And that's what they do. Actually, I mean, the scene at the end of X6, it might happen later. It might be implied to, you kind of have to read it like, this must be something that happens not now, after the events of 6, but at some point later. Because as you can see, there are 2 more X games after this. I don't like them. And I think there are some valid arguments to be made that maybe you should consider these 2 to be a separate canon timeline. I don't think that's not the official line, but it's kind of what I want to say, and I think there's a strong case to be made. I think it makes a little more sense, but I will get to those eventually. But for the moment, yeah, just know 5 was meant to be the end. 6 ended up being the actual sort of end, at least for Zero. And so the sequel series, Mega Man Zero, Rockman Zero, picks up 100 years later, like at the end of X6, he says, I'm sealing myself away in a tube. 100 years later, Zero wakes up in a laboratory. And that's what happens. So 100 years in the future, in the year 22XDX, Zero is a legend. He is a mythological figure. I think people don't even necessarily think he existed. This lady, Ciel, is a human scientist, and she comes with a bunch of soldiers. They are being chased by some robots. They are being chased by some Reploid soldiers. She's being chased by some blue guys, and she comes into this laboratory where Zero is there unconscious, being studied, and she's like, well, we gotta wake her up. Why did I say her? She's like, we gotta wake him up. But she doesn't know how, and she has a little fairy. There's a little cyber fairy creature with her, and this thing's name is Passy, and it's like, there's no time. I have to do it. I gotta do it. I gotta sacrifice myself to wake him up. And she doesn't. Passy sacrifices herself, and somehow this wakes Zero up. He had no arms. He was lying there, hanging there, armless, taken apart. But Passy's sacrifice somehow rejuvenates and restores and revives him, and there is a reason for that. But he wakes up and he's like, hey, what the heck? Who am I? And Ciel is like, I'm pretty sure you're the legendary Reploid Zero, hero of the Reploid Wars. And he's like, oh, all right. But she's like, yeah, help us. We're being attacked by these soldiers. And he says, okay. And he starts shooting, and he blows everything up. He's really strong. He's a legendary Reploid. He's the strongest warrior, just like back in the day. He's the baddest Robo. Ciel is overjoyed because she now has this legendary Reploid on her side, and Zero doesn't really remember who he was. I think he starts to kind of hazily remember things about his old life. I don't know if he ever really fully remembers everything from back when he was in the Maverick Wars, but he remembers. He definitely remembers at least bits and pieces of it. Everyone's asking, like, "Wow, like, are you really the legendary Reploid Zero?" Or if he does something amazing, like, "Wow, you really are the legendary Reploid Zero." They sort of play it like it's a question, but it's really not. It's Zero. His memory is just kind of messed up. You might have noticed that we skipped over this period here called the Elf Wars. Don't worry, we'll talk about it. But for now, this is where the Zero series begins. So Ciel explains what's going on in this world. The blue robots she was running away from they are called pantheons. They are the mass-produced, they're similar to the Joes, almost. They're the sort of mass-produced minions of the New World Order, which is called Neo-Arcadia. And Neo-Arcadia is, I guess different people would have different opinions of it, but I would call it an evil empire, or an evil nation, essentially, state, whatever you want to call it. Its leader is X. It's the X. Well, not really. Apparently, in development, their plan was that it was just going to be X was going to be the bad guy of this game. They changed it at some point, apparently near the end, like shortly before release, they changed it that it's not actually X, it's a perfect copy of X. Seal tells you that she created this perfect copy of X, and this copy X is the leader of Neo-Arcadia, and he is persecuting Reploids, basically for the sake of humans. He's doing Reploid apartheid. There's an energy crisis, and humans need that energy, and Reploids use too much energy. You know, when push comes to shove, sorry, but Reploid lives don't matter, man. It's humans first. It's a humans first society enforced by X, copy X. Reploids and humans do live together in Neo-Arcadia, and this is kind of what I was talking about at the end of X5. In the bad ending, X says he'd like to build Elysium, a place where humans and Reploids live together. Well, in Neo-Arcadia, they do live together. They are both citizens of Neo-Arcadia, but obviously Reploids are considered lesser citizens, second-class citizens, and they are, at least at the moment, liable to be labeled Mavericks for any reason. And once they're labeled Mavericks, they are executed. And so these resistance members, the soldiers that CL is fleeing from Neo-Arcadia with, are Reploids who were convicted as Mavericks and set to be executed, and they had to flee Neo-Arcadia, for their lives. Right. So, CL made X by creating a perfect copy of him. And remember, copy X, or X and Zero have special DNA. You know, they're not easy to copy. Gate did something pretty much unheard of by managing to create, I mean, this guy is obviously not a perfect copy of Zero, but to even create something based on Zero's DNA was considered highly remarkable and extraordinary and unusual. So, she is a genius. She's a genius scientist to be able to do this. She is basically like the Roll and the Dr. Light of the Zero series, because she's a pink girl with blonde hair like Roll, but she's the scientist that is sort of in charge of the base of operations like Dr. Light or Dr. Kane. She is also working on a replacement energy source. She's trying to develop a new energy source that will solve the energy crisis and mean that Reploids can stop being persecuted by Neo-Arcadia. I should mention that at the very near the beginning, shortly after he's awoken, Zero at first only has a gun. He's only got a buster, but this thing appears and gives him his Z-Saber. He says, "Here, Zero, take the Z-Saber." And he's like, what the heck, who are you? And he does not elaborate. This thing leaves, and Zero's like, "Okay, well, thanks for the sword." And now he's got a sword. CL explains that in this future world, there are these things called cyber elves. And cyber elves, in-game, they function as sort of like power-ups you can use. You can use energy crystals to basically train them up to maturity, and once they're mature, you can use them to do things, to give yourself buffs and effects and things like that. Passy was a cyber elf. They're these little fairy cyborg things, and I'm pretty sure humans can't see them. I think only Reploids can see them. I think somewhere it's implied that CL uses some kind of like visor. She uses some kind of techno visor to see and interact with cyber elves. But they are data. They're sentient beings. They exist in cyberspace, right? Cyberspace is like an alternate dimension, sort of like I said. This will be elaborated on in future Zero games, but yeah, they live in cyberspace, but they can interact with the real world, but to appear in the real world and to do a thing in the real world, to do their effect, uses up all their energy and kills them. So they are these very fragile data constructs that are sentient, just like humans, just like Reploids, but they're like little little fairies, little cyber fairies, cyber elves, they're called. Anyway, the plot of Zero mostly revolves around you doing missions for the Resistance. You rescue people from the desert. You go and you destroy weapons manufacturing plants that Neo Arcadia is using, etc., etc. The enemies that you fight, in place of Mavericks, I mean, you're the Mavericks. You're all the Mavericks in this series. The people you fight are they're high-ranking enforcers or soldiers or warriors of the Neo Arcadia, and they are called Mutos Reploids. And I think this is a mistransliteration of the word mythos, because they are mostly based on mythological creatures, things from myths and legends and various world religions and stuff. So, what are these guys called? These are Anubis Necromancis, Blizax Stagroth, Hanu Machine, Maha Ganesharif, Asura Basura, and Herculeus Anchus are the guys you fight. The final mission in the game in 01 is for you to go into the inner sanctum of Neo Arcadia and find Copy X and kill him. Because he's an asshole. And indeed, he is. You get around in this game using a teleporter system. The teleporters are called trans servers. They are used for saving your game and for stuff like that, but they are, you trans yourself around between these different trans servers. Trans servers? You mean like on Discord? Anyway, you tell CL, trans me now, and she does. And you trans your way into Neo Arcadia, and you find Copy X after fighting through a bunch of people, and Copy X is just absolutely convinced that he is carrying on the will of the original X. He is obsessed with his status as a perfect copy of the original. He is convinced that he can do nothing that the original X would not have agreed with. He is in his own eyes a hero. He is the hero of humanity who protects humanity against anything and everything, no matter the cost. I forgot to mention, there are these four, what are they called? Yeah, the four guardians. In Japan, they are called the four heavenly kings. They are these four elemental Reploids: Sage Harpuya, Fairy Leviathan, Fighting Fefnir, and Hidden Phantom. They are like Copy X's top lieutenants. This guy is a wind guy. He leads the Air Force. This lady leads the Navy. This guy leads ground troops. And this guy does stealth military operations, I guess is the idea. Actually, a bunch of these guys are they sort of answer to individual ones of these. You know what? I'll draw it. Okay, I marked off some of the ones from 02 just so I won't have to do it later. Yes, these guys all belong to different squadrons led by these four. You fight these guys as you go through various levels, and then again at the end during the boss rush, you fight him and you beat him. That's all fine. This guy's Hidden Phantom is so serious about stopping you from your mission that after you beat him, the battle's over, you've won. And he says, I'll take you with me. And he blows himself up. All the other ones survive. He blows himself up and permanently kills himself just to do a little explosion attack. And I'll be honest, when I played this game as a kid, it got me because I did not expect it to suddenly hand me back control after the battle was already over and expect me to dodge an explosion that suddenly was coming at me. And it got me and it killed me after I was supposed to have won. So, good job, Phantom. You got me. And he's dead forever after that. He's gone. Basically. He's gone after 01. The rest stick around, the other three. They were originally, according to an interview in the Rockman Zero Complete Works book, in the original design phase, because the rank-and-file soldiers of Neo Arcadia are the Pantheons, which kind of look like X, except instead of a face, they have sort of like a cavity with one big red eye in the middle, a little bit like the Joes, who just have one eye in the middle of their face. And by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it at the time. I think I got distracted, but I wanted to say that there are some material somewhere, maybe it's mentioned in an interview or a newsletter, that the Joes were maybe based on Proto Man, because when Proto Man is disguised as Breakman, he kind of looks like a Joe. He's got the mask and he's got one eye visible. That's off topic. But the four Guardians when they were originally designing them, they intended them all to be blue, like the Pantheons and like X. They were going for a theme of like, Zero's red, bad guys are blue in this game. Good guy red, bad guys all blue. They changed it because they decided that the different colors emphasize their different elemental natures a little bit better. And it was easier to tell them apart in sprite form. But anyway, you fight your way through them, and you get to Copy X, and Copy X thinks he's a hero. He's obsessed with X's legacy, and he's like, well, come at me, Zero. And he transforms into his battle mode. He's got different elemental powers. He's this like white and gold thing with all these wings coming off of him. And you beat him, and he transforms into a giant battle body, just like so many other final bosses before. He gets these big 6-wing things, turned into this big angel, keeps doing elemental attacks. You beat him, and he crumbles to the ground, and he's lying on the ground with his face half blasted off, and Zero says, weak. Was the original X this weak? Copy X says, how did you... I'm supposed to be a hero. And Zero says, I remember, the original X was not as naive as you are. That's what made him a hero. I wonder... Copy X is supposed to be a perfect copy in terms of his DNA. I guess the difference would be that X had to go through that 30-year diagnostic I wonder if that's the difference. I'm not sure if that was just... if that did something like that 30-year diagnostic process that he had to do in Dr. Light's secret lab before he was discovered by Dr. Kane. I wonder if that is what, like, safeguarded him against Maverick virus infection. He is immune to the Maverick virus, by the way. Some games, they kind of imply that he's scared that he might become infected. In X4, he says, like, Zero, if I ever go Maverick, you know, I want you to be the one to take me out. But later, it's clearly established that no, he is immune to the Maverick virus. I wonder if that diagnostic process in the tube was what maybe made the difference in making him like a better person, like safeguarded him against becoming evil. You know, in the first X game, it's sort of more implied, because Sigma isn't a virus. There isn't really a Maverick virus in X1. It's just Reploids go Maverick, and it's just they become evil and they rebel. Sigma is just a guy leading a rebellion, at least early on. I mean, by X4, there definitely is a Maverick virus, which X can't be infected by, although he might not know that at the time. Even absent a viral infection, X could go Maverick in that he could decide that he wants to be evil. Any Reploid could do that. So I think the diagnostics that he was subject to in the tube might have been there to safeguard and check, like, is X a good person? Like, does X have good values? Is he a safe individual to be let out among people? So, a perfect copy, I think you could argue that the diagnostics merely determined that yes, X is good, therefore it is safe, and so it shouldn't matter whether you perform them on Copy X, because it's the same being, so the diagnostics would return the same process. Or did they somehow have an effect? Did they give him some sort of information, some sort of, like, artificial experience of the world, some sort of artificial, you know, moral judgment logic that Copy X does not have? Or is the difference just that X lived through the Maverick Wars and had all that experience of, like, hey, bad things are bad, and doing bad things to people is wrong. Don't persecute people, Reploids, or no. Anyway, Copy X says, I won't forgive you, I'll take you with me. And just like Phantom, he starts blowing himself up and detonating the place and caving it in. Copy X is dead. You've killed Copy X. The place explodes, and you are just in the desert. You're just blown out into the desert. Who appears but this guy? And this guy projects his image, and it's X. It's the real X. The old X is dead, but his spirit lives on as a cyber elf. He has transcended death and become a Jedi Force ghost in cyber elf form. He lives in cyberspace. And so this hologram cyber elf of X says they'll retcon it a little bit. They'll tell you more in the next games, but in the first Zero, it's pretty funny because what he says is like, yeah, you know, Zero, I just got so tired. I just got so tired of being a robot cop, being a maverick hunter, fighting all the time, waging war. It wasn't for me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't keep it up. I just lost my will to go on. And now I'm a cyber elf, kind of implying that he just got so bored of living that he just died. He just was like, I don't want to do it anymore, and then he was dead. That's not really the case, as we'll learn in the next games, but that's kind of how it sounds in 0-1. So it was Cyber Elf X that gave Zero his Buster back, which, if X5 were the last of the series, as it was meant to be, you remember, it ends with X he takes up Zero's Z-Saber. Why not use the prop? And he's like, I'll use this to, do good things in the future. I will carry on Zero's spirit. And so then Cyber Elf X returns it to Zero at the beginning of Mega Man 0-1. And one final note about that. Sorry, you see, X is... The true X has become Cyber Elf X, but he was merely copied in order to replicate him as Copy X. One additional note to that is I think there's a computer database in the game. It's either this game or the next game, I don't remember, but soon the game will establish that the 4 Guardians, remember they were going to be blue initially? Well, they are based on they are based on Original X's DNA. Well, actually, I think it first says that they are sort of designed based on him, like they were sort of designed modeled after him. But then I think 2 or 3 is a little more explicit when you read about them. And no, they're basically imperfect clones, or they're partial clones of portions of his DNA. So they are sort of like his kids. Actually, I believe that same timeline that I mentioned before, the one that says that Zero remained infected with the virus, but it made him good. I believe that same timeline actually says that when X died, and we'll get into the actual manner of his death later, but it says that when he died, he actually split into 5 cyber elves, and the other 4 were made into these 4, and the 5th one just remained as this. I think that's stupid. I think that sounds dumb, and I don't like it. The game says they're based on his DNA, and I think that is more reasonable, so I choose to believe it. And that's our introduction to the Zero series. That's 0-1. One more thing I want to say about 0-1 before we move on is that one of the Resistance members is this old man called Andrew. And Andrew, you can talk to him in every game, and his thing is that he doesn't know who you are. He thinks you're just some guy who looks like that legendary hero Zero and shares his name, and he just thinks that's a funny coincidence. So Andrew appears in every Zero game, and he is an old man, and his thing is that he wants to tell you a long story, and you can listen to his story if you want, and it will give you a little test. It will ask you repeatedly, oh, you probably don't want to listen anymore. Oh, I'm sure I'm boring you. And you have to, it always defaults to, like, yeah, I'm bored. But if you're paying attention, you gotta pay attention so you can be like, no, keep telling me more. No, tell me more. Or I think in 2 or 3, there's one where you have to answer questions about his story after he tells it to you. But anyway, they want you to listen to his long, boring story, and in exchange, he will give you, some good stuff. In the first game, the most interesting thing he has to say, well, he says a bunch of things. He talks about times before things were bad between humans and Reploids. He is from a time either before Neo Arcadia or at least before Neo Arcadia got bad, because it seems like Neo Arcadia only got really bad in recent times, bad for Reploids. It only got really bad for Reploids recently when Copy X came by, when CL made Copy X, so good job CL, and also when the energy shortage came about. So those 2 things were what really made bad for Reploids and Neo Arcadia. Before that, it seems like maybe things were okay. At some point, they might have been, pretty equal, and things were alright for a while, until there were issues. Anyway, the most interesting thing about Andrew, though, is that he was married to a human. He is a Reploid. All the Resistance members are Reploids, in case that wasn't clear. He is a Reploid. He was married to a human, and the reason he is an old man, the reason he looks like that, he wasn't built like that. He was modified. He had his body modified to make himself look older as his wife aged, so that he could age with her until she died a long, long time ago. And now he's just an old man And he looks like that, and he's like, well, oh well. It's so sweet, and it speaks to, for a time, it seems like X's dream was realized. Humans and Reploids in Neo Arcadia did live together and coexist peacefully until then they didn't anymore. So then in the next couple years, 0, 2, 3, and 4 come out, but also X7 and X8 come out. I guess I'll just go through the 0 series while I'm on the subject, and then I'll circle back to X7 and X8. And also, no, I won't be talking about Command Mission because it is technically a spin-off side game of different canon. I believe that somewhere in the copy on the box or something, Command Mission says that it's supposed to take place 100 years in the future from Mega Man X, which seems weird, doesn't seem right. That would place it in the same time period as Mega Man Zero. And I mean, it is, supposed to be non-canon. So I guess it's not exactly a conflict. It's just really weird, and it doesn't, the scenario is hardly different at all. I don't really understand why they felt the need to make it a sideline timeline, but they did, so I didn't play it, and it doesn't count. The sun's going down. I've been at this all day again. Mega Man 0-2. At the end of 0-1, Zero was just left in the desert. He did not have access to a trans server to teleport back to the Resistance base, so he just is like, well, just gonna wander the desert. And so, in between 1 and 2, he spends a year just wandering around in the desert, killing pantheons, destroying Neo-Arcadian soldiers whenever he finds them, until he gets worn down enough that he just passes out in the desert. And at some point, Sage Harpuya finds him. I'm not sure if they make this explicit in the games, but somewhere it's written that Harpuya became the new leader of Neo Arcadia. Sage Harpuya is basically the first among these 4, 3 now because Phantom is gone, or at least he's the most leaderly type. His Japanese title means wise commander. So he's the smart guy. So he took charge after X was killed. So you find him in the desert. Sorry. He finds you, and by you I mean him, in the desert, and he brings you back to the Resistance base, because I guess he respects you. So you wake up there, and you're like, whoa, what the heck? And you're back, and Ciel's there, and she's happy to see you. But things are a little bit different at a new base. By the way, the first game took place in they kind of Dark Souls'd this game in the sense that the first game in the series has an open world that you can freely explore, and then the second game onward don't, and they never brought that back. It was sort of Metroidvania-y in the first one. You could leave the base and just walk to the side and go to areas that you did missions in when you weren't in a mission, and then they nix that feature in the subsequent games, and they don't bring it back. I mean, you can still go back to old areas, but you could do that in any of these games. But they're not connected that way anymore. I guess it was too much work, or it didn't matter. So anyway, the new Resistance base, Ciel is no longer the commander. She has handed over command to this guy, whose name is El Piso. And his deal is that he used to work in Neo Arcadia. He had a name. Oh, by the way, one of the Resistance members in the first game tells you this as well. They tell you their old name, which was D04I. It's just letters and numbers. Reploids just get letter number names in Neo Arcadia. They don't get real names. Ciel gives all of them new names when they escape, and she generally names them things in French. Most of them are bird names, like autruche and alouette and paraquet. Mostly French bird names is the theme. And I mean, her name is French for sky. I guess maybe the custom in the Neo-Arcadian custom among humans is French names, and she extended that to Reploids as well in the Resistance. That might be the implication there. And one more thing about the Resistance is, sorry for the small picture, but they all wear their symbol. And in this picture, they all have it pointing up, but I think some of their uniforms, or maybe in other games, they have it pointing down. But this red triangle that they all wear on their head, I'm not certain about this. I don't know if they adopted that symbol on their own or if it was forced upon them. And what I mean by that is that I have to wonder if the red triangle is some sort of like, how do I say this delicately? Some sort of marking that Neo Arcadia placed on Reploids, like, you know, pink triangle, Star of David sort of get on the train sort of thing, be sorted into camps kind of thing. I don't know. That's where my mind goes. It could be that that's the case, that they were marked with it and that they then sort of adopted the symbol in their uniforms as like a, we're taking it back kind of thing. It could be that they just adopted it of their own and that I'm just, thinking too hard about it. I don't know. But it is a reference. It's funny that they're all upside down. They're in other images, they are sometimes right side up, but the red triangle is a reference to X's red head gem. That is the upside down red triangle. As I'm editing this, a thought occurs to me, and that is that Copy X and the 4 Guardians all have the triangle pointing downward. It's part of their head. So I wonder if the inverted red triangle is like a sign of opposition against them. Later, the red triangle pointing downward will be a sign of just Reploids in general. But maybe at this point, this is like it's not like marking them as Reploids. It's we're against the, you know, our Reploid leaders who have betrayed us. Looking over the concept art, the only Resistance members I can find that wear the triangle pointing down are El Piso and this kind of like more combat-ready soldier uniform, which is like, we're going into battle right now. So they both have like a crest, which has the downward pointing triangle on the front, but all the other Resistance members in more like casual uniforms have the triangle pointing up, the inverted one. So, dunno, just thinking. Later we'll see it. Reploids will wear it on their forehead in that place pointing down. Anyway, that's some stuff about the Resistance. So El Piso worked for Neo Arcadia, and he had one of these crummy like E179 names. He escaped from Neo Arcadia, and he brought with him, well, one of these two, what they call baby elves. These little like special cyber elves that seem different from the other ones. They don't know why they're different yet, but we will find out. There are 2 of them. He brought one. He somehow acquired it. Actually, this is elaborated on in, I believe, a drama CD, or no, it's a soundtrack. It's the Rockman Zero soundtrack, of which there were several CD releases, some of which included drama tracks, and in one of those, it describes, or you hear, the person who would eventually name himself El Piso worked for Harpuya, and he was some kind of pencil pusher or something, and they did some sort of survey of like a wrecked ship, and they found some information. They found a record of some stuff from the Elf Wars. Wait a minute, cyber elves? Elf Wars? Could there be a connection? No, you're imagining things. So he found some information about something called Project El Piso, which I will explain more about later. He, having come across this knowledge, he was a good boy. He was like, I'm not supposed to know this. I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to pretend I never saw anything. But it doesn't matter. The fact that he like stumbled upon these secret documents made him a risk. So he was labeled a maverick and sentenced to execution, and so he fled rather than face that. And that's his backstory. And again, that's more than what's in the games, but I see no reason not to consider it canon. It doesn't conflict with anything. It lines up with what we're told in the game, which is just that he worked in Neo Arcadia and escaped. Anyway, he took one of these elves. He's the commander of the Resistance, and he is a lot more belligerent about it than Ciel. Ciel's idea is that they just want to survive and avoid Neo Arcadia while she continues to work on and perfect her new energy source, which will solve the energy crisis. And she thinks that if the energy crisis is solved, there will be no more need for conflict and everything will be fine. El Piso is like, no, they won't forgive us even if we solve the energy crisis. It's us or them, and we have to be proactive. We have to start fighting back. It's funny, all the rank and file soldiers seem to really like El Piso, but all the like named characters that you talk to, they all like, I got a bad feeling about that El Piso guy. When you first meet El Piso, he's perfectly nice and he's happy to meet you, and he reaches out to shake your hand, and Zero just doesn't shake his hand back, because Zero just gets a bad feeling from him. And he tells El Piso, Neo Arcadia's not a sitting duck. We can't possibly fight them. El Piso's like, thanks for the advice, appreciate it, but this is our only hope, so we're gonna do it. And I mean, he's kind of got a point. I see his point. And indeed, he will be somewhat vindicated later in his belief that Neo Arcadia will not forgive, even if they solve the energy crisis. He turns out to be right about that. But anyway, in the moment, he plans and executes Operation Righteous Strike, which is just, you know, they're going to assemble their resistance forces. They're going to go into Neo Arcadia. They're going to hit some key targets. They're going to kill a lot of Neo Arcadian soldiers. And it's going to be a victory. It's going to embolden the resistance troops. It's going to be a major victory for morale. It's a complete failure. Everyone dies. The whole thing is obliterated. The 4 Guardians show up and just mop him up. El Piso barely survives, and he loses his mind. He can't cope with this. He's like, well, okay, I'm gonna go rogue. I have a plan, and he is obviously evil now, and he does a scary anime eye. I'm gonna get power. I'm gonna get power on my own. I'll destroy Neo Arcadia myself. And he has some secret plan, and he is off pursuing some strange goals, and what will eventually become clear is that the baby elf, the baby elf that he brought with him from Neo Arcadia, he brought that with him when he went rogue and went off on his own, and he tracks down the other of the 2. There are 2 baby elves, and Alouette, the little girl, member of the Resistance, she names them Kriya and Priya. Yeah, there's 2 baby elves, and he gets both of them, and they are telling him what to do. I guess I might as well mention now that over the course of this, we go on more missions, and we fight the 3 remaining Guardians, and we fight Highleg Orobuckle, Polar Camrus, Panther Fauclaws, Phoenix Magnion, Burble Hecalot, and Kuwagust Anchus. And you know what? Let me mark this, because this is a fact. This is an interesting fact that is remarked upon in the game. This is not speculation. Herculeus Anchus and Kuwagust Anchus are brothers. They are both electric element beetle mutos reploids who are brothers, and you have to fight them tag team later. And that is, I think, a reference to, and I didn't mention this because I forgot because it's not that important, but it's interesting. Boomer Kuwanger from X1 and Gravity Beetle from X3? Is that 3? Yeah, they're also brothers, and I'm pretty sure Herculeus and Kuwagus are like a reference to that because they're also a red and a blue beetle who are brothers, so there we go. Actually, you know what? I guess I might as well also mention Volt Kraken. When you fight him in X5, he is angry at you because you killed, in English he says something about Octopardo, and I guess it's a bad translation because what he's talking about is Launch Octopus. He's mad that Launch Octopus was killed by you, and I think they were brothers. They were at least friends. I think they were brothers. I'm gonna mark it. And you know what? I forgot to mark the Sigma virus. In X6, with the Maverick virus is everywhere. Before the colony crashes and the colony virus merges with the Maverick virus and becomes, or the Sigma virus and becomes the Zero virus, pretty much everyone gets infected. So all these guys in this game are either infected or in the process of becoming infected during the game. Although, interestingly, this guy, Dark Devil Bat, he has all these guys, their little life bar has a little skull icon on them. This guy has the Sigma, the same Sigma from before, this guy's symbol, and it represents that he was actually infected he was infected a long time ago with the old strain of the Sigma virus, and so he's got a different version of it. These guys, everyone else has like the new version that it was spread around before the colony. So it's not the colony virus. I don't know. It's different somehow. It's just a different strain. It's just a new variant. So anyway, El Piso, I didn't mention this, but according to that extra backstory from the drama track, he names himself after this thing called Project El Piso that he reads about. This has to do with the Elf Wars. I will explain it later. El Piso is following the instructions of the baby elves who are telling him, you need to go deep into the heart of Neo Arcadia to a place that is not named in the game, but it is called Yggdrasil. It is a giant tree in the center of Neo Arcadia where, and I think you only find this out when you actually get there, X's original body, remember his mind is now in the form of this cyber elf, but his original body is there, and he is like crucified basically against this tree. He is there to seal away something called the Dark Elf, who the baby elves refer to as their mother. So the Dark Elf is sealed away inside of Yggdrasil, and El Piso has gone there on the baby elves' orders in order to destroy X's body and break the seal and free the Dark Elf, and that's exactly what he does. The Dark Elf superpowers him, makes him really strong, but it's not enough, so it superpowers him even more, and he turns into a big demon wing thing, and you fight him, and you beat him, and he dies. And as he dies, he laments, he regrets, he says, I was wrong, I should not have done what I did. At some point, he went from wanting to fight back against Neo Arcadia. At some point, he decided, I'm also going to kill all humans. He's like, humans are the enemy, they persecuted us, I'm going to kill them right back. So he went crazy. And he says, I'm sorry, at the end. It seems like it was the baby elf's influence over him that might have made him do that, or maybe it was the Dark Elf. But, he's dying, but before he dies, the Dark Elf transforms him into a cyber elf. So he kind of lives on in this cyber elf form, and he says, hey, thanks, Dark Elf. I guess you're not evil. I appreciate it. Goodbye. And then he goes. So the Dark Elf also goes, just flies away, free now. Cyber Elf X shows up, and he explains that the Dark Elf was not always the Dark Elf. She was created a long time ago, but she was cursed by someone called Dr. Vile, and that's spelled W-E-I-L. I'm actually not sure if that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. As a kid, I said Wheel. In Japanese, he's called Dr. Vile, V-I-L-E, but there was already a guy in English named Vile. Remember, this guy's called Vava in Japanese. So I think that's why they changed this guy's name in English to this. But I think it's supposed to be German, so the W should be pronounced like a V. So I think maybe you're supposed to just say it Vile, and it's just spelled this way. That's how I'm going to say it. That makes sense to me. So, yeah, Cyber Elf X says that the Dark Elf was not always the Dark Elf. She was cursed by someone called Dr. Vile. Zero says, the Dark Elf knew my name. How did the Dark Elf know me, and why does the Dark Elf seem so familiar to me? Remember, Zero has incomplete memories of his time before awakening. I don't know if he ever really fully remembers everything. He's just kind of got hazy, doesn't really remember what happened between when he was sealed away and when he woke up. Or even before that. Yeah, he kind of barely remembers his life before 22XDX. Anyway, in a final scene, we get a mysterious voice saying, the Dark Elf is unsealed. It's time to unleash Omega. What does that mean? Well, we'll find out immediately, because X3 begins with a spaceship, a giant spaceship. Does it have a name? I think it might be called the Space Ark. It doesn't matter. The point is that it has inside of it a giant Reploid called Omega. It gives off an energy signal similar to the Dark Elf, and the Resistance is mystified by this. Zero is not able to defeat Omega, and then, in addition, Dr. Vile, this is him, appears, and he's this old man in like a looks like some sort of life preservation, like, tank, keeping him alive, I guess. And these guys show up, the three Guardians show up, they try to fight Omega as well, they think it's a threat, they don't know what's going on. Dr. Vile leaves, takes Omega with him, and he has brought Copy X back as Copy X, or Copy X Mark II, they call him. And this Copy X is the same as original Copy X, only he's got a speech impediment. He, stutters when he speaks, so he's clearly not perfect. But, Dr. Vile is just like, yeah, I brought him back. No, he's back. He's fine. He's fine. And he's the president of Neo Arcadia, obviously. And, you know what? He's decreed that I should, be welcomed back to Neo Arcadia. and I'm going to be his right-hand man now. So, hi everyone. Nice to meet you. You know, these three just kind of have to deal with it. Harpuya speaks to X. There's a scene where X is sitting, new copy X Mark II is just sitting bored on his giant X throne, like Dracula. And Harpuya is like, hey, Master X, love you, worship you, so glad you're back. Very happy about that. However, I have some concerns. Isn't Dr. Vile a heinous war criminal expelled from Neo Arcadia for atrocities beyond imagining? And copy X Mark II is like, yeah, he was expelled illegally. It didn't follow the proper legal channels. It didn't count. And one thing I want to say about Copy X and Copy X Mark II is that it makes me so mad because both of their talk sprites, their in-game portraits, do not match their character sprites, and it does not match the aesthetic of the series. In Mega Man Zero, you might have noticed that the Reploids mostly just look like dudes. They pretty much look like people, as opposed to the sort of big, bulky, like giant feet, boots guys of the X games with the big white, Mickey Mouse glove hands. These guys don't really look like, I mean, they do wear gloves, but they look more normal. The one thing about them, though, is that they all have, except the ones where it's covered, but they all have these, like, things on their heads. These guys kind of all have, like, sort of ovals. Seal wears, like, I think this is just a hat, because she's a human, but I find it interesting that she wears, like, a hat that sort of has on it these attachments that sort of look like a Reploid's ears. It's almost like she's sort of wearing, like, a thing that makes her look more like a Reploid. Zero's got these long attachments. Reploids generally have these sort of long mechanical pieces. And X also, it's like he has his helmet and then there's sort of like a long part at the bottom. He sort of has like an elongated bottom of his helmet. Well, they don't do that in the talk sprite. They have him with the old style ears, which all the Reploids in X generally have. They have these circular holes in the side of their head. And they gave him that, I guess, to make him look more like his previous self, but it doesn't match. And why? I mean, Zero doesn't look anything like his old self. So why? I don't know why they did that. It's really irritating, and it makes no sense. So, obviously, as you can see, they also gave him red eyes. Copy X has red eyes. Copy X Mark II has blue eyes for some reason. I don't know why they changed that, but whatever. Copy X has red eyes, even though Classic X he actually had green eyes. I assumed they were blue, but no, they're always green, when you can make out his eye color. No, wait, time to be pedantic. Technically, in the first couple X games, his close-up face sprites show him with blue eyes. This might be like a color limitations thing. All of the concept art, from outside the games show him with eyes that I would call at the very least green-ish. Maybe you could call them teal, but they're definitely not blue. Then his in-game art in X4, he has what I would call greenish or teal eyes. And thereafter they seem to settle on green, and they're always green from then on. So I would say X has green eyes, canonically. But anyway, yeah, obviously they did this just to make him, it looks more sinister that way. But also, I was looking through the Rockman Official Complete Works book. There were bosses in previous games where you had to fight against copies of Mega Man, like in the old classic Rockman games. In Mega Man 1, you had to fight against a duplicate called Copy Robot, and then in Mega Man 3, you had to fight against 3, I guess there's supposed to be hologram duplicates. They're called the Holograph Mega Mans. And yeah, as you can see, these copy versions of Mega Man had red eyes. I don't know if that was a deliberate reference by Inti Creates, when they gave Copy X the red eyes. Don't know if this was referencing these previous copies of Mega Man, but I thought it was interesting nonetheless. And I gotta say, the red eyes just look awesome. They look so cool. I think they're great. So I support the change 100%. I also heard a theory, and this was another one from that old dragon, the Reploid Revo channel. I saw a video of his where he talked about the style change of Zero, and some people would argue that, like I said, Reploids look more like humans. They look very similar to humans in Zero, except for some little bits, whereas they kind of look more bulky and mechanical in X. And so the question is this just how Zero looks in the new art style, which I love, by the way. The art is so gorgeous in the Zero series. I love it so much. Is this just how he looks in the new series, in the new art style, or does this reflect a canon like, his body was modified at some point? And I'm on the fence about it, because we don't really see him... Well, we see him get one character change when the X-Hunters rebuild him in X2. He comes back with a slightly different body and a slightly different shoulder pads, and you could maybe write that off as just an aesthetic difference. But other than that, he never really... There's no really other changes to his body, to his design, other than like when they upscale his sprite for the graphical jump to the PlayStation. They don't really do anything more like that until Zero, and suddenly he looks completely different. So is this a canon change? And I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. Because thematically, in the grand scheme of the universe of the Mega Man games, it would make sense if Reploids are canonically looking more and more human. A progression of Reploids towards resembling humans fits. But I don't know when they would have upgraded Zero. I don't know when he would have had these changes made to his body to look like this. I can't quite fit it into the timeline. You know what? I'll explain why it doesn't fit in a moment when I get more into the backstory. So anyway, that's what's going on with Neo Arcadia. Copy X Mark II has been reinstated as president. Vile is basically running things for real. He's back. He's been absolved of all his crimes, and he instates these 8 Mutos Reploids in this game. They're called the 8 Gentle Judges. I think that's only in Japanese. But in English, they're called Vile's Numbers, which, remember, the Robot Masters in this classic series were called the Light Numbers and the Wily Numbers, DLN and DWN. So these are the Vile numbers, which I guess would also be DWN in English, DVN in Japanese. But they are, what are their names? Blazon Flyzard, Childra Inarabita, Devilbat Schlitt, Deathtan's Mantisk, Cubit Foxtar, Glacier Lekaktank, Volteel Biblio, and Tratista Kelvarian? They are Vile's numbers. They are the bosses in this game. They have been brainwashed to serve Vile. They are loyal to Vile, not to Neo Arcadia. They are not, these guys are doing their job serving their country. These guys are like, we're Vile's secret police. So what Vile wants is to find the Dark Elf, because he wants to combine it with Omega. And this combination of Vile and Omega was what Project El Piso was. Apparently, when you combine Omega and the Dark Elf, it creates something called the Perfect Ruler. It basically they both empower each other to... Alright, so the Dark Elf, as we saw with El Piso in the last game, the Dark Elf can alter a Reploid's DNA. Not unlike the Nightmare virus from X6. It can alter a Reploid's DNA and also mind control them. It can bend them to his will, and this is basically what was happening with El Piso. The baby elves are clones of the Dark Elf. They are similar to the Dark Elf. They would grow up to be identical to it. So yeah, the Dark Elf is a mind control, give you superpowers, control your body, change your DNA at will kind of creature. And inside of Omega, it can do this on like a global scale. It can control like the entire Reploid population like this. So that's bad, but Vile senses, they get a signal like, oh crap, we found the Dark Elf. We gotta get Omega to it. Oh, it's in a human residential district. That's okay. Put Omega on a giant rocket and fire that rocket into the human district. Just get Omega close to the Dark Elf by any means necessary. So they put it on a rocket and they fire it, and Zero's gotta jump on the rocket and ride it and fight enemies on this rocket while it's firing into this human district. But he's too late. It lands. It combines with the Dark Elf. And that's really bad. So everyone gets mind controlled. all the resistance people they suddenly become evil, they suddenly turn on Zero and Seal, but Cyber Elf X shows up and he's like, okay, bam, everyone's unconscious, alright, I bought you a little time, Zero, you gotta go and put a stop to this right now. So Zero goes to Neo Arcadia, Zero finds Copy X, Zero fights Copy X again, Copy X Mark II is like, damn it, I'm supposed to be the perfect copy. Why can't I defeat you? And Zero's like, listen, stand aside. And he's like, no, I'm activating my super form. I'm going to become a giant battle body and fight you again. And as he tries to do this, Elf X is like, don't do that. Vile put a bomb in your body to self-destruct if you try to do that. But he does it anyway. And he dies. Copy X in general is like the saddest, most pitiful villain ever. He has such delusions of grandeur, and he's just so worthless. Betrayed by everyone, exists only in the shadow of a former hero, tramples all over the legacy of his past self, who he admires so much, in an attempt to be like him. Just fails at everything he ever attempts to do, out of misplaced hubris and belief that he can do no wrong. It's tragic. Okay, so Zero goes to Neo Arcadia again, confronts Vile, finds Omega, fights this giant monster, Omega. It's messed up. Its giant battle body form kinda looks like X and Zero a little bit, which is strange, but Zero prevails. However, it turns out that when he breaks Omega's armor, inside of Omega is the true Omega. And what Omega actually is on the inside is Zero. The real Zero. Kind of. It's Zero's body. It's the real body of the original Zero from 21XDX. This Zero that you've been playing as is actually the mind, or the DNA soul, or whatever, the cyber elf, whatever you want to call it. It's the soul of the real Zero that was transplanted into another body, a duplicate body, not a perfect copy, but a good enough replica. Yeah, and the real one is Omega. And the Dark Elf, what the Dark Elf is a program. It was the first cyber elf, the prototype of all other cyber elves, and it was designed with the ability to rewrite Reploid DNA because that would allow it to erase Sigma virus. All viruses, in fact. The Dark Elf was created as a perfect antidote to the Sigma virus, and indeed, it wiped out the Sigma virus. There is no more Sigma virus, and it's because the Dark Elf could just delete it out of a Reploid. For the first time, the Sigma virus was curable with the power of the Mother Elf, as it was called. This was before Vile cursed it, as X put it. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure if they actually get around to making this super clear in the games, but it is made clear in supplementary material. The Dark Elf is based on Zero's mind. They basically studied Zero's mind that was transplanted into this alternate body, and they used data from Zero's brain as the basis for this master program virus antidote that became the Dark Elf. So the Dark Elf is sort of based on Zero in a way, as a countermeasure to the Sigma virus. Oh yeah, this is Omega, by the way, and this is the Mother Elf, in case that wasn't clear. And you know what? Just for good measure, Dr. Vile basically modified the original Zero into Omega, made this big armor container for him, I guess, as also a container for the Dark Elf when they combine into Project El Piso. So where does that leave us? Alright, so anyway, Zero finds out all this at the last minute, and he's got to fight his old self. And by the way, the question of Zero's design is, I guess a lot of people think that Omega should look like this. Omega should look like Zero's, old style body. But he doesn't. He looks very similar. He's just a slightly different coloration of the new style Zero, which kind of suggests that no, it is just an art style change. Canonically, according to the canon of the Zero series, Zero always looked like this. Reploid Revo, I believe, argues that Zero was upgraded into a more humanoid form because Zero was alive. He was reawoken, and he fought in the Elf Wars. He was alive for this until I think they did the research on him that led to Omega and the Dark Elf. I believe he submitted himself for study in order to produce the Dark Elf, but then while that was happening, Dr. Vile basically, I think, stole his body and turned it into Omega, as well as cursing the Dark Elf in the pursuit of Project El Piso. Yeah, what I just said doesn't make any sense. We know from flashbacks that Zero was conscious and awake and fighting in the Elf Wars, and obviously those didn't happen until after the first elf, the Mother Elf, was created. So yeah, Zero presumably submitted himself for study to create the Mother Elf. Then after Vile turned it into the Dark Elf, that was what began the Elf War. So Zero must have woken up, fought some more, and then been put back to sleep. The circumstances around why he was put back under, I don't think are ever made entirely clear. But yeah, Zero must have fought in this current duplicate body against the Dark Elf and his original body as Omega before. For Omega to look like this, and for this to be a canon, change, like they upgraded his body to a new style of Reploid body, I mean, the change would have had to happen, I feel like, a long time ago, because the Elf Wars happened between the start, the end of X. All of X takes place in 21 XDX. The Elf Wars are basically just a continuation of the Maverick Wars. They're pretty much just the last thing that happened in the Maverick Wars. My read is that it's a bigger time skip from the end of the Elf Wars to 22 XDX when Zero wakes up, and it's a fairly short one between these events, the events of the X series, and when the Elf War takes place. Pretty much these lead directly into these. Yeah, I went and double-checked this, and in-game info and the timeline given on the website for the collection both say that the Elf Wars ended a century ago. So, yeah, unless there was some kind of really fast, technological revolution that completely changed how Reploids were built and they suddenly had more human-looking bodies, right at the end of the Maverick Wars over a century ago, and then that new design just kind of stayed consistent for that whole time, I don't really see why current Zero and Omega both look like the new Reploid style. If it had turned out to be the case that, the Maverick Wars had gone on for more than a century and then ended with the Elf Wars not that long ago, and then, X had been sacrificed himself basically to seal the Dark Elf, and then maybe only a few years had passed before CL had, cloned him and made Copy X, then maybe I could believe that, over all that time that the Maverick Wars continued to happen, technological advancement in Reploid bodies was made over that time, and Zero was gradually modified and eventually, came to resemble what he looks like today. And then after all that, the Mother Elf was developed, cursed by Vile. Vile took Zero's body and made Omega, etc. That would make sense. That doesn't really seem to be what the history given in the game suggests. Even though it would make sense, but that's not what it says. So I think I gotta lean on, it's just an art style change, even though that sucks because Reploids evolving in design to look more human, really does make a lot of sense when you consider the whole arc of the timeline of this world. But, oh well. So, I feel like to say that Zero was modified to look like this by the time of the Elf Wars is to say that must have basically happened almost immediately after the events of X6, which I feel like it would have happened sometime in the post-Elf War world. That just makes more sense to me. Even though I like the idea of this being a canon Zero was remodeled in the new style, but I feel like it's hard for me to place when that would have happened in the timeline, which is frustrating. Because I do think it would be thematically good if, canonically, Zero changed his body to reflect new Reploid technology that made them appear more human-like. Except for the big pointy robot ears, I guess. They just couldn't get the ears right. So more background on the Elf Wars. Yeah, basically when Vile took Omega and cursed the Mother Elf to become the Dark Elf and combined them into Project El Piso, and he used the power of the Dark Elf. The Sigma virus was gone, but the Dark Elf was maybe an even worse threat because the Dark Elf could mind control everyone. And that's what happened. And the Elf Wars were so bad that it killed 60% of all humans and 90% of all Reploids in the world. So, the Eurasia colony crash was the worst thing that ever happened in the history of the world by a huge margin. It basically was an apocalypse. The Elf Wars was so much worse than that. So, the timeline is but that's what happened. And Zero was put under for study, and then all this crap happened with the Elf Wars. His body was basically out of commission because it was Omega, while his mind was preserved in this alternate body. I think I said that already. So anyway, the way the Elf Wars ended was that not this X, the original X, for whatever reason, who knows how this works, but the only way to get rid of the Dark Elf and end the Elf Wars... Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sometime before the Elf Wars, X founds Neo Arcadia, which is a country that is built on equality of humans and Reploids. Humans and Reploids can live together in this new paradise that I have created. That's the idea for Neo Arcadia. And for a while, it is that. X is the president of this new nation called Neo Arcadia, this new Unity nation. And yeah, it is seen as a paradise by humans. Humans love X and worship X, basically, because, yeah, for the first time, under Neo Arcadia, they're finally safe, more or less, from Reploids. They managed to live in harmony with Reploids inside the borders of Neo Arcadia, and it is better than what was going on before, which was just, cataclysmic war after cataclysmic war. X founding Neo Arcadia leads to I would say a brief era of peace where humans and Reploids get along for the most part. The Maverick virus, the Sigma virus, is still a threat, but I feel like during this period it was less prominent, it was under control, and then eventually it was completely eradicated by the development of the Dark Elf. Or the Mother Elf. But once the Mother Elf became the Dark Elf, the only way to end the ensuing Elf Wars was that X had to sacrifice his body. His body had to be used to seal the Dark Elf inside of Yggdrasil. And sealing the Dark Elf away was the only way to get rid of it. And so that's what he did. And it got rid of the Dark Elf, and it split his soul off into the Cyber Elf, X. Maybe the Dark Elf did that to him? Not clear. Because the Dark Elf did do that to El Piso, turned him into a Cyber Elf when he died. Who knows? But yeah, that solved the problem for the moment, and Neo Arcadia went on peacefully after that. Again, I have to interject that the timeline is a little bit ambiguous, and I cannot say with confidence which of these scenarios was true. Either X founded Neo Arcadia during the Elf Wars, like in response to the Elf Wars, he founds Neo Arcadia as sort of a safe haven for humans and Reploids, and then a few years later, because the Elf War only lasted 4 years, that's confirmed, and then, maybe a few years later, he has to sacrifice himself to seal the Dark Elf, so he wouldn't have even been the president for that long, if that was the case. Or he might have founded Neo Arcadia before that, like at some point before the Elf War started and the Mother Elf was made and then turned to the Dark Elf. So if that was the case, who knows how long he was president of Neo Arcadia before he had to basically die to end the Elf Wars. Either way, though, Neo Arcadia definitely existed for at least, give or take a century by the time Zero happens, because the Elf Wars happened about a century ago, and Neo Arcadia was founded certainly no later than the end of the Elf Wars. And I think most of the time that Neo Arcadia existed was a pretty peaceful era for humans and Reploids to live together. Old Andrew tells all these stories about, good times between humans and Reploids. He talks about working as a baker and working as a sailor and working as a teacher, and all of them involve, peaceful cohabitation between humans and Reploids. And I think that Andrew is talking about post-war Neo-Arcadia. He could be old enough that some of his stories come from pre-war Neo-Arcadia Maverick Wars. And I mean, it's not out of the question that there were places and times during the Maverick Wars where humans and Reploids got along. I'm not ruling that out. But I think we're supposed to assume that he's talking about a time in Neo-Arcadia before, things got bad and the Reploid apartheid started. And when that exactly started is unclear. It might have only started very recently because the energy crisis was going on for a little while. The energy crisis started at some point, and then Copy X was made only like a decade ago. And Copy X is the one who's really pushing anti-Reploid policy in Neo-Arcadia. So things got really, really bad very recently. Things might have gradually progressed and gotten gradually worse over a long period of time. Maybe even as soon as X was gone because of stealing the Dark Elf, things might have, started out fine and then had a very gradual decline over 100 years. Who knows if maybe anti-Reploid sentiment just slowly built up over that entire time. So when Andrew says that his time as a baker came to an end because of some sad incident that he doesn't want to remember, he could be saying that he was a baker during the Maverick Wars, before the Elf Wars, and then the Elf Wars happened, and that was the calamitous event that ended it. Or he could be talking about he was living in Neo-Arcadia, and there was some kind of anti-Reploid action or displacement or something that occurred that is what did that. Because we know that Reploids in Neo-Arcadia, the ones that are alive now, were born with, they didn't even get names. It seems like that probably didn't start only a few years ago with Copy X. Probably Reploids were already seen as lesser in some regards, even before Copy X started being more aggressive about it. So yeah, it's hard to say with certainty exactly what the timeline was for, like, when did Neo-Arcadia start and for how long was it good before it got bad. Honestly, we're talking about, like, an entire nation and civilization here, so probably it would have depended. There would have been places where anti-Reploid sentiment grew faster than others, one assumes. But we know that it did eventually happen, and I think it would be naive, I think, to assume that anti-Reploid sentiment was completely gone for a while and then just suddenly reappeared immediately upon the energy crisis and the creation of Copy X just out of nowhere. It must have been building up. It probably never entirely went away, given the whole sordid history of the Maverick Wars and all that. I love thinking about this, by the way. This is the history of Neo-Arcadia and the Elf Wars is so interesting. I'm glad that it's so vague and ambiguous, honestly, so I can ramble about it like this. All right, but that's enough for now. Back to the lecture. And everyone saw X as this hero who founded a paradise and then sacrificed himself to protect it. Everyone loved X. He was a hero to humanity. Yeah, and then only later, when there was an energy crisis and then CL brings back Copy X to do something about it, that was when it seemed like the real problems began in Neo-Arcadia. So that's the story of the Elf Wars, and that's the story of the first 3 Zero games. When Zero confronts Omega, he has to take sword in hand, and he's got to destroy his original body. It's the only way. And he does it, cause Cyber Elf X tells him, you know what's important, Zero. The body doesn't matter. It's what's inside. It's the soul that matters. Which is appropriate coming from a guy who is a completely disembodied spirit at this point. So, like, he knows what he's talking about. It's good. So when he kills Omega, the body explodes. Now, it explodes it looks normal. It looks like any other boss explosion, basically. But apparently, the 3 remaining Guardians were there. They helped fight it. They helped immobilize it for Zero to land the killing blow. Apparently, the 3 of them shielded Zero from the explosion of Omega and all died, because they're not in 04. There was some concept art and there was some talk from the developers at some point in an interview or something saying that they hoped maybe to do a game with these guys, with the 4 Guardians. And their fate was unclear. People asked them, like, what happened to them? Why aren't they in 04? Because they're not in 04. And they said, we might do something with them. And then, no, later on in the Rockman Zero Complete Works book, they say, oh yeah, they all died. They died in the explosion. They shielded X from Omega exploding and they died. So I guess that's the canon explanation. Sucks a little bit, but that's what we got. They never appear again, except kind of. But not again in Zero. Anyway, there's one more game in Zero. Apparently they thought that 03 was going to be the end. They thought they could end it without leaving it like, yeah, oh, Dr. Vile is still in charge of Neo Arcadia. We never have any resolution to that. But they thought 3 was going to be it. And then people were like, no, we want to know, like, what about Dr. Vile? What about Neo Arcadia? And so they were like, oh, crap. Well, I guess we better make another game. So they did. And 04 is pretty weird. 04 has some weird, stupid, grab weapons from enemies and use them, but they're all bad, so don't bother. Anyway, in 04, Dr. Vile has completely taken control of Neo Arcadia. He has instituted new policies. You know, before, Copy X was doing Reploid apartheid. Humans were favored. Reploids were second-class citizens. Reploids were subject to immediate execution and sentencing for no reason, basically. For any reason or no reason. And so that was bad. Dr. Vile is just doing that to everyone. He doesn't care if you're a Reploid or a human. He will persecute everyone. Anyone that questions him is immediately labeled a maverick, human or Reploid, doesn't matter. Everyone goes to jail. So he's just the worst, and even the humans hate Dr. Vile, if you can believe it. So in 4, there is a caravan. You know, I meant to put a picture of a group of humans. It doesn't matter. There's a caravan of humans that are fleeing from Neo Arcadia, and the plot of 04 largely revolves around protecting them from attack by Neo Arcadia. They're led by this lady, Neve. Is it Neve or is it Nige? No, it's Nige. Anyway, this caravan of humans are escaping from persecution under Neo Arcadia, and they still hate Reploids, though. And it's interesting because the game starts with some narration from Nija's point of view, talking about her experience, why she decided to flee from Neo Arcadia. And the way she talks about it, she does not draw any distinction between the Maverick Wars and the Elf Wars. I'm not sure she even knows that there is a difference. She refers to the whole conflict ever since the first Reploid was created all the way to today, where the resistance is fighting against the Neo-Arcadian government. She calls the whole thing just the War of the Machines. In her mind, the whole thing is just robots causing trouble, robots making problems for humans, and that's it. And I think that's really interesting. She doesn't care about any of the finer details of it. They're not relevant to her. Robots are the problem. Yeah, the whole caravan hates Reploids. They won't let you hang out with them because you're a Reploid. They're like, go away. Reploids just cause trouble. Leave us alone. Even though you're on the same side, you're both rebels from Neo Arcadia, but they don't see it like that at first. One of the caravanners says something interesting. He says, like, the only Reploid that ever looked out for humans was X. X was the only good one. All the rest of them were bad, which is too bad. You know, that clearly wasn't always the case. Old Andrew was married to a human, so humans definitely didn't always see it that way. I feel like this is probably a more recent thing in Neo-Arcadian society, that Reploids were more and more seen as more and more blamed for the energy shortage, and human attitudes toward them shifted as a result of that. Is how I interpret it. Anyway, Dr. Vile's in charge, and instead of the Pantheons, remember those were the rank-and-file soldiers of Neo Arcadia, they looked like X with one big eye. Instead of that, there's a new rank-and-file soldier type. They're called the Valiant, and they're purple, and they have like a blank black face, and I don't know. That's just a fact. So the caravan's goal is to get to a place called Area Zero. Now, what is Area Zero? Get ready for this. Area Zero is the place where the Eurasia colony from X5 crashed, is this place called Area Zero, which is the only habitable place, or the most habitable place, on the planet, or at least in the area. And the reason why is, I guess, because the Eurasia colony, it was an artificial environment in space, and it had environmental, regulatory devices. It had terraforming tools to keep the atmosphere clean and keep plants growing, etc., whatever. It had all that on board, and I guess some of those are still functioning even after the crash, and so it has created the most habitable region at the crash site. So the human refugees are on their way there. I guess the resistance, since they're all Reploids, they don't really care about that. Like, they don't really care about, like, if they have to live in the desert or someplace where they can't grow any crops. Like, it doesn't matter to them. That's interesting. I just thought of that. Yeah, they wouldn't care about any of that stuff. But humans would need environmental, they need their environment carefully controlled in order to survive, more so than Reploids do. So anyway, these refugees are trying to make it to Area Zero, and these guys show up, and these are the Einherjar warriors. They are more Mutos Reploids from Neo Arcadia. These ones are loyal to Vile. Fenry Luna Edge, Heat Genblum, Mino Magnus, Noble Mandrago, Pegasolta Eclair, Popla Cocapetri, Sol Titanion, and Tech Kraken. And, see, there's this line here from Phantom to Tech Kraken, because all these guys are loyal to Vile. Tech Kraken expresses a very funny sentiment where he's like, yeah, I work for Vile now. I hate it. I miss Phantom. I liked working for Phantom, but he's gone. The old government's gone. This is all I can do. I'm worthless. I'm pathetic. All I'm good for is fighting. So now I fight for these monsters that I hate. Oh, woe is me. Poor guy. And they're led by this guy named Kraft, who is a guy. He's a Reploid. Turns out he and Nij were like dating or something, or they fell in love or something. But he's bad now. He's working for Vile. He thinks that falling under Vile's heel is the only thing humans do to protect themselves. Nij is like, no, that's no kind of life. We have to try to get something better. We got to try to do better than that, etc., etc. Okay, so the mission of the Einherjar warriors is, because Vile is aware that humans are fleeing Neo Arcadia because of how shitty he is, he has decided, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to destroy all of the planet completely. I'm going to destroy all of the natural environment, make the world completely uninhabitable, except for Neo Arcadia, so there's nowhere to run to, and humans have no choice but to live under me. Vile is so evil. He's so despicable. So vile, you might say. It's delightful. So the Einherjar just go out in the world and start destroying the natural world and ruining the planet even more. And, what can I say? You go fight them and you stop them from doing that. However, it turns out it was all a distraction. The Einherjar warriors were only meant to buy time to distract Zero, I guess, or anyone else who might have been concerned, to divert their attention away from, I didn't mention, they call this Operation Ragnarok, is the operation to destroy the world, make it uninhabitable. Well, that's a lie. The real Operation Ragnarok is that Vile is building an orbital satellite cannon to kill everyone. I assume he would use the orbital satellite cannon to do the same thing, to just obliterate the natural environment. But he doesn't get the chance because Kraft, who's inspired by Nij telling him, no, that's no life. We've got to live free or die. Live free or die, baby. Nij is a libertarian. He's inspired, so he goes to Ragnarok, mans it, points it at Neo Arcadia. Remember, this is the capital city of human civilization. Like, everyone lives there. He points it at Neo Arcadia and pulls the trigger and blasts Neo Arcadia right on Dr. Vile's throne or Capitol building or whatever. Blows up what I can only assume must be, acres and acres of residential area. A horrifying calamity, but nothing compared to the other horrors we've witnessed thus far. A drop in the bucket. I actually kind of hugely underestimated how serious this was. In a written recap, a piece of writing called Vile's Incident, Eden Dome, Its Sin and Rebirth, and this was a piece of writing included in the track listing pamphlet that came with one of the remastered tracks Rockman Zero albums. the Physis one, because there were a bunch of them. This one was subtitled Physis. Anyway, Vile's incident. This describes apparently Kraft firing that shot at Neo Arcadia killed 20 million people in an instance. So serious stuff. Just thought you ought to know. So Zero shows up and he's like, "Hey Kraft, you shouldn't have done that. I hate Vile too, but I think you were going a little overboard there." And Kraft says, "Nope, I'm gonna do it again." And Zero says, "Nope," and they fight, and you kill Kraft, and he's like, yeah, that was that was maybe a bit much. I guess you were right. And then he dies. But, you know, as bad as maybe this was to do, it seems to have solved the problem of Vile, because, yeah, it seems to have killed him. They did obliterate the capital city, and he was there, so he must be dead. Right? No. Because he shows up at Ragnarok, at the orbital satellite, which they're on. His face is all smashed, like his tank head is all smashed up, and he's grinning like a madman, and he's like, "Well, Zero, that was a pretty good shot. You got me, but I'm back." Yeah, that definitely should have killed him, but he can't die. And the reason why he can't die is because, in punishment for his actions, which you remember led to the Elf Wars, which killed 60% of humans and 90% of Reploids. He's directly responsible for that. He did it on purpose. He liked it. In response to that, the humans of the time decided to punish him. And they gave him the worst punishment they could imagine. And that punishment was that they made him immortal. In a decision that is sure not to have any long-term repercussions. Certainly won't have any negative consequences in the future. The most evil guy in the world, let's make him live forever. As a joke. I don't know how they did it. It does, you know, I think maybe they reverse Pinocchioized him. I think maybe they Ship of Theseus'd him into a constantly regenerating metal robot nanomachine body. And he is continually regenerating. He can't be killed. He's lived for this long, and he'll live for who knows how much longer. And he just thinks it's funny. And he tells Zero, you just don't understand. Only humans can understand how great it feels to dominate others and control them and be cruel to them, exercise power for its own sake, just out of pure evil. Only a human can know this joy. Is this the right game? Does this happen in 3? No, it's not in this one. It's in 3. In 3, Zero tells Vile, "He's the real Maverick. You look like any other Maverick to me, you psycho." No, I think it was in 3 that he says, you'll never understand the pleasure of controlling and dominating, because only a human can understand. I don't know. Whatever. It's a great line anyway. So Dr. Vile, he's here, and he's a little mad. He's laughing and he's having a good time, but he's a little mad. He's definitely going to kill you. So he merges himself with the Ragnarok satellite energy core, its engine or whatever. He merges his immortal machine body. He is a human, but he has been, as I say, reverse Pinocchioized into a metal immortal being. So he merges his machine body with the Ragnarok core, and he fights you. And he's blasting, and his head is in a little bubble, a little amber bubble of liquid, and the tentacles, and he's shooting beams at you, and it's great. It's great fun. But you do beat him, and at this point, the orbital satellite Ragnarok is falling. It is falling to Earth in what must surely remind Zero of Sky Lagoon and the Eurasia incident. And Seal calls him on the telephone and says, "Zero, the satellite's falling. The satellite's falling to Earth. It's gonna crash. You gotta get out of there." And Zero says, no, not again. And Zero decides that the only way that he can stop this from happening is he has to blow the reactor core. He has to blow the core that's powering Ragnarok, and only that will have enough power to blow the ship apart and prevent impact. And so you beat Vile's final form, you break him apart, you destroy the core, and the blast consumes Ragnarok, and pieces of it harmlessly fall through the sky as shooting stars, and the resistance and the rebels, the caravanners all stand around under the stars, and they look up and they see the pieces, and they're like, wow, he did it. But is Zero going to be okay? No. Ciel tells the other resistance that are watching this unfold, she says, Zero's still out there, and I'm sure he'll come back to us one day. And then she runs away and sits down under a tree and cries. Then she looks up at the stars again and says, come back to me one day, Zero. And then we see the helmet. And then we see his cracked, shattered helmet in the desert. He's gone. I'm holding it back. I'm holding it back. Whew. Had a close one there. Oh, it's a good game. It's a good series. I feel so sorry for this ancient metal man! The Zero games are the best games in the series because they have a pretty tightly defined beginning, middle, and end. They start at a pretty clean starting point. Zero wakes up in a new world and has to confront challenges there. There are developments. There are mysteries revealed about his past and about the past of the world at large. And then in 3 and 4, those mysteries are resolved. The rights are wronged. Zero's arc comes to a natural conclusion. And then they didn't make any more games. That was the end of the Zero series, and it's perfect. Okay, I've consulted my notes, and I have a couple other things I want to mention about the Zero series before I move on. Phoenix Magnion in Zero 2. This is one of those things it doesn't say in the games. Maybe it says it in the manual. Hang on. But in his battle against him, he summons these ghosts, and they attack you, and the ghosts are Vile, Bit, Colonel, oh yeah, and Agile from the X-Hunters. He summons these ghosts to attack Zero, and I guess the explanation for this is that Phoenix Magnion has some kind of, like, mind-reading power where he can, like, draw out data of people from Reploid's memories and, like, reconstruct them, and that's what's going on. And he just does that, and it's not remarked upon. It's just a really wild and wacky thing that might happen in when you fight that guy. In Zero 3, when Omega lands at the beginning of the game, this apparently opens up portals to cyberspace. In, I guess, kind of the same way that, like, the Colony Crash and the Zero virus, sort of opened up the Zero space cyber realm in that game. Yeah, I don't know. Omega's presence is enough that it tears holes in reality, and this other cyber universe is accessible, and that interacts with the cyber elves in certain ways. It's just I guess it's a weird callback to that, and I don't really know what it says about Zero. It's just his DNA is so powerful that it tears holes between the real world and the digital world where Digimon live. Also, Phantom was there. Phantom, who killed himself in Zero 1, in Zero 3, you can just find him hanging out in cyberspace. I guess that's where ghosts go. We know that cyber elves live in cyberspace. They only manifest in the real world through effort. They live in cyberspace. That's their natural habitat. And I guess the ghosts of dead Reploids go there also. And also, dead Reploids can sometimes become cyber elves, as El Piso did, as X did. So, I don't know. Draw your own conclusions about what that means. Oh yeah, one thing that I should have mentioned in Z2, where is it? In Zero 2, there are some ancient ruins in some forest levels that I believe are described as being from the Maverick Wars. But they have in them Reaverbot eyes. And this was apparently put in as a deliberate reference to Legends because, and this is again from the interview in the Rockman Zero Collected Works, no, not Collected Works, Complete Works, right. The Rockman Zero Complete Works book, they say that, yeah, these are there in that ruin as a deliberate reference to Legends, and that they understand that Legends is the end of the timeline of Mega Man. So they see this, and I guess maybe Capcom told them so. I assume they didn't just make this up. They must have got it from somewhere. But yeah, they see Legends as the end of the timeline, and so they put these Reaverbot eyes in this Ruin as a reference, although it seems a little weird because why the Reaverbot Eye is like a future thing, and why are they in ruins from the Maverick Wars? I don't know. I guess there could be ways you might try to explain it, but it's worth mentioning, I think. Damn, not that much to go. I guess there's only 4 games left on this chart that I haven't talked. No, wait. No, 7. Ugh, my feet hurt. No, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but yeah, the team that was behind the Zero games is a different team. They were a company called Inti Creates that made the Zero game. They were contacted by Inafune. They were in close communications with Capcom. They were working under Capcom's oversight, but they largely had their own... They could largely do what they wanted with the series as long as they followed a few guidelines. So, like, Inafune and the original Capcom team had pretty, I don't think any real direct involvement. They pretty much just were people that were there to approve or disapprove of things. But I mean, it's all canon, of course. This is all canon to the timeline. That should go without saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it. I forgot to mention in Z3, I alluded to this, but I didn't say it, so I'll say it now. CL does complete her alternate energy source in 03, or I think before the start of 03. She completes it. It's called the CL system. It stands for Convergent Ignition by Energy Linkage. Actually, I misspoke. It stands for Convergent Ignition by Energen Linkage. And Energen are the name of the crystals, at least sometimes. In most of Mega Man Zero, they're just called energy crystals or E-crystals. I think they might be called Energen in Japanese, although I was not able to confirm that. But in Mega Man X2, there is a stage, Crystal Snail's stage is called an Energen crystal mine. And so these Energen crystals are I guess they're the same crystals. They're the energy source that is running out, and there's a shortage of them in the Zero series, which is causing the energy crisis. So I guess CL invents some new method of using them for energy production. And I guess when it works, it looks like this pink lotus flower that's the device that performs it. So she made it, and in the middle of Z3, or at the beginning of Z3, they are on their way to meet an envoy or something with Neo Arcadia. They are going to offer a peace treaty. They're going to offer the energy source to them as like, here, we made it. If you take this, the energy shortage will be solved. Please stop persecuting us. Thank you. Later on, after the Omega incident where Vile fires the rocket into the human residential district to merge it with the Dark Elf, CL is like, no, we can't trust Vile. Maybe she would have trusted Copy X originally, at least. I mean, this Copy X Mark II is there in that, but I mean, Vile is the one pulling the strings. Maybe before Vile had taken over, she might have still gone through with it, given them the energy source, and I guess maybe El Piso would have still been proven right, or maybe things would have gone differently. But I think he was probably right. I doubt they would have. I wonder if Copy X feels any affection towards CL as the one who made him. He never alludes to feeling any way at all about her. Although I guess the only time they directly interact is when it's Copy X Mark II. They have the communication where CL tells him she's not going to give him the CL system because you can't trust him with it. And he says, well, we're going to kill you then. So maybe Mark II doesn't see her as his mom or whatever. Maybe he sees Vile as his dad. Vile tells the baby elves that he made their mother, as in the dark elf, which he didn't really. He just turned her from the dark elf from the mother elf into the dark elf. I guess I should have a line for that. Right, anyway, Vile tells the baby elves he made their mom, so they should think of him as their grandpa, which is kind of funny. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I mean, CL is young, and she made Copy X years ago, which would imply that she made Copy X when she was a little kid. And yeah, this seems to be confirmed. It's not really talked about in the game, but it's in supplementary materials, and I believe they say it in that interview in the Complete Works. Yeah, she did. She was like a child prodigy, and she is also... That's right. One more thing I had to mention. She is also the result of Neo Arcadia's attempt to basically improve human genes, improve human brain power. I guess eugenics or something. They're breeding smarter humans in like labs or something like that. And CL is maybe the product of that. She is an especially successful, like a prodigy result of those human intelligence experiments, which might be the only reason why she was the first person able to, perfectly copy X's DNA. And on that note, I have one more thing to say, which is that in the timeline, that website, that promotional website for the Rockman, not the Complete Works book, the Rockman Zero collection game had the website that included a timeline of the canon games. And in that, it says that the person that made Dark Elf, Mother Elf, again, based on Zero's mental programming, was the great-grandmother of CL, but also a Reploid researcher. Now, that could mean a Reploid researcher as in someone who researched Reploid technology, but it sounds to me like they're saying that she was a Reploid. For instance, they describe Dr. Doppler as a Reploid scientist. They describe Gate as a Reploid scientist. Whenever they say it like that, it means that they are a scientist who is also a Reploid. So it sounds like they're saying that CL's great-grandmother was a Reploid, and I don't know how that works, except that it might have something to do with the fact that she could be, according to the thing about her being the result of human engineering experiments, she could be some kind of laboratory test tube baby, and maybe in that sense, her grandmother is not exactly literal. I don't really know what it means. But the ending of X6, remember, Alia says that she wants to work on what used to be her and Gate's shared dream of creating honestly, I don't believe that Gate actually wanted this. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. But whatever. Alia says that she's going to work towards building a perfect antivirus, a program perfectly resistant to diseases and the Sigma virus. And it sounds like what she's talking about, that and the connection of the Nightmare virus, which remember is a virus that can manifest itself in the real world, a program that can manifest itself in the real world, like a cyber elf. It sounds like Alia is the one who developed the cyber elf that became Mother Elf, and cyber elf technology in general. So I'm going to do it. It's a bit speculative, but I feel like all the implications are there. What do they mean? What do they mean, great-grandmother? We may never know. Yeah, that's not... These two pink lines crossing each other isn't confusing at all. Okay, whatever. You get it. You know what? I said one more thing, but one more thing. That timeline contains a lot of weird stuff. That's the one that says that X split into 5 cyber elves and 4 of them became these guys. It also says that Sigma, the Sigma virus, was considered the first cyber elf. And thinking about that, I mean, in X3, he does kind of come out as a sort of floating pure virus entity, and you have to shoot him. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, he did kind of become a pure program existing in cyberspace that had enough energy to manifest itself in the real world. And kind of the same with the Nightmare virus. It was a program that manifested itself in the real world, seemed to have Reploid level intelligence, seemed to have free will, and so on. And on that note, who else is kind of a program who manifests himself in the real world is Dr. Light. Remember, his hologram appears at the end of X6 and heals X. Cyber elves do that kind of thing. Cyber elves, a lot of them are nurse-type cyber elves. They, you use them, and they heal you and die, because it uses up all their energy. That's kind of what Dr. Light does at the end of X6. He manifests in the real world, heals X, possibly has an effect on his memory, and then, well, I can't say he was never seen again, because he does appear in X7 and X8. But honestly, that's just one more reason. That's just one more reason to say maybe we should think about these as a separate timeline, because, gosh darn it, it sure would be compelling if Dr. Light pulled a cyber elf, and he was, I guess he would be the first cyber elf, because he created his holographic self before Sigma became intertwined with the Maverick virus, so he would predate Sigma. I don't know. There's a lot to untangle here, and a lot of it's open to interpretation, and maybe you think this is all nonsense, and you are wrong. Cyber elves. All right. I've said enough about Zero. Let's go on. Is that bug on the inside or the outside of my window? I think it's on the outside. Good. Anything else I wanted to say about that before I move on? I have notes here. I have a lot of little things that I noticed, but there's no point. I'm not going to list every cute or fun or cool little detail that are in the Zero games. You should just play them. They're really good. I like them a lot. They're a masterpiece. They're pretty hard. They're pretty hard as Mega Man games go. They're some of the harder ones. But I mean, I beat them when I was a young teenager, so like how hard can they really be? All right. So, now Inti Creates would go on to make more games. They would make the ZX games, but before I get to those, I'm going to back up and I'm going to talk. I got to finish talking about the X7 and X8. And like I said, I'm tempted to consider these to be a separate canon because they seem so divorced from the story of the world that takes place between this and this with the Elf Wars and all that. They have, I mean, I guess this could just happen before this, like this, maybe this happens like 20 years later and this happens in the 20 or so years in between or something like that. Who knows? Or maybe it's like 80 years later and then only like 20 or so years go by between these two. Mega Man 7 takes place in some city or another. Symphony City, Monsteropolis, Able City, I don't know. Around this time, actually I think it was a little later, but I'll mention it now. Around this time, they did release Mega Man X Maverick Hunter X, and it was a remake of X with a more, like, modern X sensibility with, your navigator talks to you, and da-da-da-da, and they kind of retold the story, they fleshed out the characters more, it included an anime OVA called Day of Sigma, which changed a little bit of the lore. They set that in a place called Able City, which maybe is meant to parallel Dr. Cain and Abel, I'm not sure. If so, I don't know what the significance of that parallel is. I don't care. I don't like it. I don't believe in remakes. They're cowardly. Just accept the canon of the classic games, you fools. You don't need to George Lucas it. So I don't accept it. I see it as an alternate canon. Same with Mega Man Powered Up. No, thank you. So Mega Man 7. So, in the not too distant future, society is rebuilding after the Eurasia colony crash. Things are sort of getting back to normal-ish. If you accept this as part of the continuity, that's what's happening. Things are getting back to normal-ish. Reploid crime is on the rise, but the Maverick Hunters have gotten sloppy or something, like they're not doing their jobs, or they're not sufficiently doing their jobs, or they can't handle the threat by themselves, or something like that. And so there are bounty hunter groups, there are, private Maverick Hunter organizations, basically, one of which is called Red Alert, and it's run by this guy named Red. And he has this protege named Axel, who is a young orphan. He has amnesia, he doesn't know where he came from. However, Axel is special. Axel is not like other Reploids, because Axel is A-Trans. Axel has A-Trans. That's an ability called A-Trans. What did I say? Anyway, A-Trans lets him transform into other Reploids. X can copy weapon data. That's child's play. Axel can transform into other Reploids and become them and use their completely useless abilities that don't do anything. But it's amazing. He has this revolutionary technology he can transform into other Reploids, and he is, this is unique. Nobody's ever seen this before. So he's a special child. He's not that much of a child. He runs away from Red Alert. We don't know why at first, but he runs into the Maverick Hunters, and they're like, what are you doing? And I guess he has caused a kerfuffle by running away, fleeing from Red Alert. And he explains that he had to run away from Red Alert because they used to be good guys. They used to fight bad guys, but they started turning evil. They started turning evil and doing evil things. So now Axel wants to join the actual Maverick Hunters, and Zero is active. He's actively Maverick hunting, but X has, I guess, not been doing it for a while. He's sort of just like, I don't want to fight anymore. I hate fighting. I hate violence. And he's always hated violence. He only fights when he has to. That's his thing. It does a little bit remind me of how in 01 he told Zero, I just got so sick of the fighting for years and years and years that I just gave up and died. In this, he's just over it. He doesn't want to fight anymore, which is understandable. But he eventually gets his ass into gear and gets back out into the field, as he should. I'm a little confused because Red Alert is a Maverick Hunter group, but when Axel runs away to join the Maverick Hunters, they get a call from Red saying, okay, well, I'll challenge you to a battle, to a sporting contest. We'll see who's the better Maverick Hunters. I'll use these Mavericks that I've captured previously. I'll employ them now as my warriors against you in this contest to beat you, and if I win, I get Axel back, and those are the stakes. I don't know why he needs to use Mavericks. I get that maybe, like, Red Alert is evil now, so it's okay letting the Mavericks run rampant as part of its organization. I get that, but surely he's got other guys. Like, surely he's got other non-Maverick guys that hunted and caught the Mavericks in the first place. I would think, but who knows? These are the Mavericks, and they're bad. I assume they have the Sigma virus. I assume they're Mavericks on account of having the Sigma virus, but I don't know that for sure. They could just be criminals, but no, I think they're Sigma aligned. But so, yes, you fight the Mavericks. And in the end, it is revealed that Sigma was behind it all. Sigma was colluding with Red. Sigma was sharing DNA data with Red, which was helping Red in combat somehow. But he wanted something in return, and what he wanted in return was he wanted to use Axel to copy the DNA data of X and Zero, in particular X. So he wanted Axel to copy these two so that Sigma could acquire their DNA data. And Red said, no, I don't want to do that. And Sigma said, well, heck you. I guess in the course of in their collaboration, the organization became less scrupulous. Although Red doesn't really seem like such a bad guy, but I guess maybe Sigma was just a bad influence on him for a while. I'm not sure. Anyway, you beat Sigma. I don't know. There are some times, there's one part where X says something about utopia is not just a dream. Is he talking about Neo Arcadia? I don't know. This game is so bad. I literally can't believe that somebody made it on purpose. This game's in 3D for some reason. They decided that they would completely change the formula, but also Keiji Inafune thought that just because they were making the game in 3D didn't mean they had to really change anything. Like, he said that. He said, like, just because you're making a 3D game doesn't mean you have to make a 3D game, right? Like, we can apply the same basic philosophies to game design and level design and enemy design to 3D as we did to 2D, and it'll be fine, right? Well, no, the game is a nightmare. I hate all of the Mavericks, some more than others. I hate Heinard, Flame Heinard, because he won't stop screaming, burn to the ground, burn to the ground, burn to the ground. I hate, Motor Pig, because his voice is so stupid that I feel sorry for him. It makes me sad to hurt him because he sounds so pitiful when he screams, holy moly, every time you shoot him with his weakness. This game makes me angry. But for the sake of completeness, I'll say all their names. Soldier Stone Kong, Tornado Tunyon, Splash Warfly, Flame Heinard, Ride Borsky, Snipe Anteater, Wind Crowrang, and Vanishing Gungaroo. I mean, some are worse than others, but overall, the game is poor. The game is bad. Everyone knows this. I'm not blowing anyone's mind by saying this, but I was shocked because I had never played it. I didn't know how bad it really was. And X8, is a little better. The plot of X8 revolves around... Well, Axel's still here. They are building an orbital elevator called the Jacob Project, and the orbital elevator is supposed to reach to the moon. This is interesting. You might recall that I mentioned in the little-known Rockman Grand Five Island adventure, there is also what may be some sort of ancient orbital elevator that could be connected, perhaps. Could be a coincidence, I don't know. This guy, Lumine, is the leader of the Jacob Project. Even though the elevator is functional, I guess they're still working on it, expanding it, whatever. This guy is the leader of that scientific endeavor. He is kidnapped by Vile at the very beginning. Oh, wait. I forgot to mention, the first thing that happens is off of the elevator breaks a car with a bunch of Reploids in it, which X sees this happen and he goes to be like, oh, is everybody okay? And the Reploids come out and they all are Sigma. There's like 12 Sigmas just standing there, and X is like, So, he doesn't like it. He's not liking what he's seeing, but Lumine shows up and he's like, oh, X, don't worry about it. Don't the look on your face. Oh, you old-fashioned Reploids are such rubes. Don't you know that these are newfangled Reploids? These are new type Reploids. The new Reploids they're all a trans, baby. They've all got a trans. They can all duplicate other data, and clone themselves and turn themselves into clones of other Reploids, even better than Axel can. Axel, it turns out, was a prototype for this new Reploid, new model Reploids, or whatever they're called. Lumine is one. I'm pretty sure all of the bosses are, although they never transform. The bosses themselves never transform, but no, they're all new Reploids. Anyway, and he says, yeah, don't worry, all the new Reploids have Sigma's data. They're all just chock-a-block with Sigma data, obviously. But don't worry about it. It's not a problem or anything. New Reploids are all immune to viruses. So, it's fine. And he's kind of right, in a way. Let's talk about it. There are two new navigators, I guess. I never understood why the later X games are really invested in these navigator characters. They've never added anything to the games in any context for me at all, but they get more and more of a spotlight, and they add more and more of them, so you get these two, and they're fine, they're okay, whatever. They'll give you a little message in battle sometime, in the level sometime. If you want it, you can hit select and you can hear what they have to say, and it's fine. But in one level, I will say, this is a bit interesting. I don't remember which one, it doesn't matter. In one level is set in an old rocket field, like an old rocket research lab, like a launch site is what I'm trying to say. Where they used to build rockets. And this is Palette and this is Layer. Layer, if you let her give her little spiel to you during this rocket level, she will say an old rocket test site, a launch pad? Wow, that's so nostalgic. That's just like the good old days. Rockets are a lost technology that nobody makes anymore. Nobody makes rockets. And I can't help but remember that at the end of Legends 2, Roland Tron inexplicably struggled with how to make a multi-stage rocket despite being able to build fully functional airships and anti-gravity devices and all that stuff. So it's there's sort of a theme established here. Oh yeah, and then there's the Jacob Project. In our world, when we do space travel, we use rockets. Well, the Jacob Project is a way to travel to space rocket free. And I don't know, is this connected to Elysium? Perhaps, maybe. Why were rockets banned? I don't know. I have to imagine that maybe it had something to do with the fact that, maybe after the Eurasia colony incident, when a satellite colony fell on Earth, maybe people got a little squeamish about space exploration and putting things in orbit for a while. Maybe it was banned after that, and that soured people on it, and this orbital elevator was seen as a safe alternative because it's not about creating a space colony artificially. It just goes to the moon. So maybe that's seen as a preferable alternative. I mean, if we're trying to draw this thematically into Legends, it would be a bit weird because there is
Elysium
is basically a space colony. It's a big Death Star thing in orbit. So if the goal was no more space colonies, they failed. But yeah, there's this detail that appears a couple times in the series of rocketry is a lost science in this world, and it's not completely clear why, but we can speculate. This game is mechanically a lot less horrible than X7. They go back to a mostly 2D gameplay style, and it's fine. I still don't really like how it looks in 3D. I think all the characters have plasticky Teletubby faces, and I don't appreciate it, but whatever. I kind of just don't like 2.5D in general. I sort of think sprites almost always look better. But whatever they want to do, it's fine. It's fine. They're not Mavericks. They're new robots or new type Reploids. They are working for Sigma. Sigma's back. They're working for him, but they're not like infected with the Sigma virus because these the new model of Reploid, I think that's what they're called, new model Reploids. They are immune to viruses. So that's all true. Anyway, these guys are Bamboo Pandemonium, Optic Sunflower, Dark Mantis, Gravity Antonion, Earthrock Trilobite, Gigabolt Manowar, Avalanche Yeti, and Burn Rooster. I think I mentioned that Vile is back. That's true. Vile, I didn't put him... This guy, he appeared in X3 as Vile Mark II, and now he's back here, Vile Mark 5. So I guess there were two marks between him and then now that we didn't get to see. I should put a mark here to designate that these new model Reploids are all based on Axel as the prototype, sort of in the same way that all Reploids are based on X as their prototype. Okay, so you fight these guys. They're not Maverick, even though they're working for Sigma. But I guess now we're acting like being infected with the Sigma virus is the only way to be a Maverick for some reason. You ascend the orbital elevator of the Jacob Project to the moon. You fight Sigma on the moon. He's back. And by the way, Sigma, lately in every single one of his appearances, he looks more and more like decrepit and degenerated. In one of these ones, I think in 6... Did I mention that Gate brought back Sigma in 6? I might not have even mentioned it because it's totally irrelevant. But after you fight Gate and beat him, like, Gate's the villain of that story. And he did it all on his own. Sigma wasn't involved at all. But you beat him, and at the end, he's just like, well, you beat me. By the way, and I know I shouldn't have done this, but I did it anyway. I brought back Sigma, and he's the real final boss, and then he dies. Anyway, he looks like a zombie. He looks like he's all messed up. And in this one, he's like all black and like kind of coming apart and stuff. It's kind of a neat little attention to detail. Like, it's like every time he dies and comes back, like he's becoming less and less himself or something like that. So, you fight him on the moon. He's all weird looking. Oh, you rescue Lumine. By the way, all through the game, everyone's wondering, like, what is the connection between the new model Reploids and the Jacob Project? And, I think Alia says that, like, they are related. They suggest to me that they are related. Space travel and the new model Reploids are related. They're not unrelated, but I don't know why. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't know what the relationship is. I wish I did, because I'm interested in the whole what's going on with space travel in the world of Mega Man theme. But I don't think they ever really spell it out, and I don't get what they're implying, so whatever. Anyway, you rescue Lumine, and he's evil. He's evil, and he explains that, you fool, X... No, those Reploids weren't infected with the Sigma virus. We new model Reploids are immune to such trifles. However, all new model Reploids were made with Sigma DNA, and they have Sigma's DNA in them, and this enables them to go Maverick at will. Oh my god. Are you telling me that these new model Reploids, they have the free will to choose to do bad things if they want to? Is that what you're telling me? I can't believe what I'm hearing. I am shocked and horrified at the implications. Robots that can just do bad things because they decide to? That's like, wow, they should make like a whole series where someone comes up with that and that's the premise. That would be crazy. If robots had free will, imagine what would happen. Imagine the horrors that could unfold in such a scenario. This game doesn't understand the premise. It misses the point of the whole premise of the series, and I don't like it. I don't appreciate that. Oh yeah, and the other thing is, if new model Reploids are resistant to the virus, then why would we need the Mother Elf? I guess you could say, well, maybe they stopped making new model Reploids because it turned out they were a bad idea. The ending of 7 sort of suggests that they should stop making Reploids, but they don't, in kind of a callback to the way that Dr. Kane initially says, like, yeah, we probably should stop making these Reploids, but because they're starting to go Maverick, but people are too dependent on them, and they don't want to stop, so they're just going to keep doing it. Anyway, yeah, at the end of X7, it sort of says the same thing about new model Reploids. It says they stopped production for a while because it was decided they were dangerous, but pretty quickly they started making them again because, I don't know, they liked them and they were useful. I have a couple other things to say. At the end, you fight Lumine. He turns into a big angel, and you kill him. Right before he dies, he, whacks Axel with some kind of, tendril out of his body, and it, breaks his head crystal thing, which looks like... It's a little different from the other ones. His sort of looks like a photo aperture lens. It gets cracked, and the last thing you see is a little purple glinty thing inside, so... I don't know what it means. He's infected by Lumine's will or something like that. I don't know. I can't help but notice that the Nightmare virus has on its chest, it has this big blue camera aperture head hole. Well, I mean, it's on its chest, but I mean, it's a very similar hole, is what I'm saying. I don't know if there's a connection there or if it's a coincidence. They do look remarkably similar, though. And that's X. That's the X series. Done. Ends on a little bit of a whimper there. Axel's A-Trans ability is very underwhelming. It leaves me wondering what am I supposed to be so impressed by with these new model Reploids? And of course, if they exist in the same timeline, did they stop making them because they were bad, or if they continued to make them and they were to become, the new type of Reploid that was made, you would think that would eliminate any need for a Mother Elf to, cure Reploid kind of the Sigma virus, because eventually there would be fewer and fewer old model Reploids and the new ones would be resistant to it, so you would think that problem would have been sorted, but it wasn't. So, I guess it's up to you what you think is the right take on that. I'm back. You might have noticed, you might be able to tell from the deepening shadows that it is night. I have once again stood here in front of you all day to do this. Second day in a row. I think I'm gonna just power on through. I am moving tomorrow, so I don't want to have to do any more of this in the morning. So let's go. The final stretch. We've got 5 games left, I think, to talk about. Okay, let's go. Next up is Rockman ZX. We've arrived here in the Age of Legion. Explain what that name means in the next game, actually. So, these 2 games, ZX and ZX Advent, were both made by Inti Creates, the same team that made the Zero games, and they take place some large number of years in the future from this, so an unknown number of hundreds of years, so we move from 22XDX to 20XXDX. And this, of course, is the middle point between this and XDX of the halcyon days. So, 20XXDX. In the first game, ZX, you play as either Vent or Ale, and they are both human. They're a human kid. Their story is pretty much the same either way. You're an orphan, and you live in the future, and your mom was killed in a Maverick raid. And what that means is, these days, there is civilization, there is a city, I think they live in a city, I don't know if they say the name of the city, but there's civilization and there's the wild outer lands outside where the Mavericks roam, and the Mavericks are just, outlaws, bandits, criminals, basically. Bad dudes and machines and stuff who will hurt you. Your mom was killed, you're an orphan, and now you work for this guy, Giro, short for Giroette, and you'll notice he has the red triangle on his head. He is a Reploid. In this world, Reploids and humans live together. They are pretty much equal. They are all just kind of collectively, I think in the Japanese, they're all just called Hito, which is people. They're all just called people. I think the humans are also called humanoids, or maybe it's Reploids and humans are all collectively called humanoids. Anyway, they're all just grouped together. They're all just people. They live alongside each other. They work with each other, and that's how it is. I will tell you some more about the humans in the Age of Legion later, because the player doesn't really know this until much later, even though it's true and the characters would know it, but I'll tell you that there's stuff going on. Anyway, you get attacked. You work for this guy as a delivery kid, and you're making a delivery, and you get attacked by some Mavericks, and it turns out that the thing you're transporting is this really important super package called a biometal, and it turns out to be this thing. I'm just gonna let you know right now, ZX and ZX Advent are a complete Saturday morning cartoonification of Mega Man. It is basically just a big pile of references to their previous Mega Man, and in particular, the Zero franchise, and it is very silly because it involves these kids, doing like cool Power Ranger anime transformation Gaijinka merge combo with their biometal and becoming superheroes called Mega Man. That's the plot of ZX. So you're transporting this biometal, and it turns out you are the chosen one, Vent or Ale. Biometal X, that's what this is. This is a biometal, but specifically it's the blue one. Biometal X tells you, all right, now hold me in your hand and shout Mega Merge as loud as you can. And there's an anime cutscene where you shout Mega Merge and you Mega Merge and you become X's avatar in the future. You get covered in blue armor and you can shoot bullets, much as X might have done once upon a time. And so, yeah, you are the blue Mega Man, the wielder of Biometal X. You can transform to and from your super powered up form. And this game, I mentioned that 0-1 had kind of an open, explorable, continuous world. ZX and ZX Advent have gone full Metroidvania. Their worlds are continuous and big maps to explore. Pretty cool, honestly. I thought it was pretty neat. So, you're getting attacked by Mavericks and you fight back with this biometal power of it. And then you meet the person who was shipping the biometal, and it's this lady, Prairie, this pink one right here, and she is the leader of an organization called the Guardians, and the Guardians are, I guess they fight Mavericks, they protect people, they just protect people, they're, warriors of the future. They have a big airship they travel around in. It is made abundantly clear through references, the fact that she has the same stuffed animal, she looks the same, she frequently talks about her big sis, and how her big sis was a scientist, and such, and she's clearly talking about Ciel. Yeah, it's Alouette, this little girl, who was the same one that named Kriya and Priya, the baby elves. She has grown up, or I guess been modified, because Reploids don't grow, but she has hundreds of years in the future. She is still alive, and she is leading this organization called the Guardians. Ciel is nowhere to be found. She is presumably dead because humans don't live that long. Actually, in this time, Reploids also don't live that long, but I will get to that. So, this guy down here, where's my sword? This guy down here, it's not confirmed, but he looks so much like this other guy, Paraquet or Paraquiet, I'm not sure how to say it. His name is Fluve in the future, but looks so much like him and he acts like him, so I'm pretty sure Fluve is also Paraquet in the future. Anyway, you are the chosen one for this biometal. Nobody knows why yet. But you start doing missions for the Guardians. You join the Guardians and you start, fighting against Mavericks. Conversations eventually reveal that in this world, the Guardians are around to protect people, but they're not a very big organization. Mostly, the people that protect civilization from Mavericks is this private company called Slither Inc., which is run by this guy called Serpent, and he's got a little triangle, so I guess he's a Reploid, but nobody really mentions when someone's a Reploid or a human. It's basically a non-issue, but you can tell them apart by the red triangle on their head, which again is a reference to X's red head jewel. So you start doing missions for the Guardians, and at some point you find your boss, Jiro, who you lost track of in the kerfuffle when you were attacked by Mavericks and you gained the power of the biometal, he's hanging around. And he, guess what? He's another chosen one. He has biometal model Z. He's got the long blonde hair and everything. He is the chosen one of Model Z. However, he is tragically killed in an altercation. Serpent, who turns out the head of the definitely not evil giant corporation that runs everything. He's totally evil after all. He is the wielder of biometal model W, which he has a little piece of it that doesn't look like this, but you will find out later that actually biometal model W is much bigger than these biometals. It's like there are huge pieces of it that exist all throughout the Earth. Anyway, he's wielder of that. And so I'm sure I don't need to explain this, but these biometals are based on legendary heroes of the past. X0 are Model X and Model Z, and then Model H is based on Harpuya, Model L is based on Leviathan, Model F is based on Fafnir, Model P is based on Phantom, and Prairie reveals to us that it was Ciel who created them. It infused their DNA, these ancient Reploids, she put their DNA into these biometals that could be harnessed by someone, I don't know, she made them to preserve their power from the past because so they would never die or something like that. She made them. Ciel made them. Speaking of Ciel, yeah, Serpent Inc. does protect people from Maverick attacks. That is what they do. They guard civilization in that way. They also solved an energy crisis. I guess not the same energy crisis, because this is a long time in the future. They did solve an energy crisis, and this is how they came to prominence. And you can see they definitely are using the Ciel system. You can see their headquarters in a big background shot that has a giant, huge pink lotus that is generating power. You can see it. Also, the Guardian ship in its engine room has a big Ciel system flower glowing down there. So everybody uses the Ciel system in the future. That's most of where energy comes from. So I guess, good job. Proud of her. Anyway, Jiro is killed in a fight with, or actually, he gets mind controlled. He gets mind controlled by Model W, and he is made to fight you, and you have to kill him. Well, you wound him so bad that only Model Z is keeping him alive, but he says, like, I'm done for, you gotta take Model Z, just take off Model Z, you take it, it's yours. And I think biometals are not intended to work like this, but in this game, because you have Model X can link up with other models, and you become the merged Mega Man Model ZX by basically double mega merging and equipping both biometals at once. And so you can take on 5 different forms in this game. You can be Model ZH, ZL, ZF, ZP. You are the chosen one of Model X, but Model X allows you to link up with these 4, and it's basically like as though you were Phantom or Fafnir or whatever. There's also these 2 weirdos, Pandora and Prometheus. They hang out with Model W Mega Man Serpent here, and are his lackeys, it seems. This guy wants to awaken the true power of Model W, which is what he's doing. When Jiro dies, curiously, he becomes a cyber elf, and his cyber elf floats off to parts unknown. And you, Ale/Vent, had never seen a cyber elf before. You did not, I think you didn't know what it was, so you were confused by that. Becoming a cyber elf when you die is not normal in this world, but nevertheless it happens to Jiro. By the way, it is said in this game that the Mega Merge, the MEGA in Mega Merge stands for Meta Encapsulated Granule Awareness System, is the Mega system that allows you to merge with the biometals. In Japanese, it's the Rock system, and instead of Mega Merge, you shout, Rock on! And that's what lets you merge, which is pretty sweet. Rock stands for Rebirth of Crystallized Knowledge, which is better and cooler. Anyway, you learn dark secrets of the Slither Inc. Corporation. They don't just protect people from Maverick raids, they stage them as well. They make them happen in order to show up and stop them and be the heroes. So it's pretty much this guy's fault, it's Slither's fault that your mom died, because it was a staged raid that they did to make themselves look good. So he's super bad. And as if that's not bad enough, his goal is to awaken Model W, and the way, it's true power, right? Because it's dormant or something. By the way, Model W is vile. You know what? I should put lines on the board. I'm honestly unsure for vile whether I should put a small line or a big black line. I feel like the argument could be made that Model W literally is vile, but the other biometals are clearly not just their same dudes. They are just pieces of matter that have the DNA data sort of infused into them and have their sort of spirit within them, but they don't remember stuff from before they were born. I think they are aware of who they used to be, but they are not. Don't think they have all the memories of those people. I didn't put a picture of it, but the little shard of Model W that Serpent has that he uses to transform into Mega Man W does look exactly like Vile. It's very funny looking. It's a triangle with his little orange head dome thing. Anyway, it all shakes out that Serpent's plan to awaken Model W is this. Kill people. Kill lots of people. Get their cyber elves. Convert dead people into cyber elves. And not just cyber elves, but cyber elves that have been terrorized. So you have to terrorize them, scare them as much as possible, make them feel fear and misery, in addition to killing them, and get the cyber elves, and then you feed those cyber elves to Model W, and all that evil is good for it. It's food to this creature, and this will awaken its power or something. Anyway, you confront Serpent in Slither Inc. headquarters, and you defeat him. You show him that you are the ultimate Mega Man, that he is a mere rube, a mere pretender to the throne, the title of the ultimate Mega Man. No, it is you. You are the strongest. I mean, you've got like 6 biometals, so it hardly seems fair. Oh, I skipped over, you fight other bosses in this game, and you have to avoid hitting their weak points, or else you damage the biometals. These are they're called pseudoroids, and they're called that because they are other Reploids, or maybe humans, I don't know, they're other things using the biometals. They're like drawing the power out of the biometals to become these monster forms, but they are not chosen ones. They are not doing it, the proper way. So they're pseudo Mega Men, pseudoroids, I guess. Hyvel the Raptoroid, Lurare the Abyssroid, Fistlio the Predatoroid, Purpril the Mandroid, Hurricaune the Wolveroid, Leganchor the Gelroid, Flammel the Moleroid, and Protectos the Goreroid. Goreroid? That's their names, in case you were curious. You beat them, you get the pieces of the biometal back, you confront Serpent, you put a stop to his machinations. The end, happily ever after. Okay, that's ZX. Before I move on from ZX, I should mention that in flashbacks we learn Serpent was in the Guardians, which, by the way, I forgot to mention, CL founded the Guardians, which I guess is why Prairie has carried on leading them. But Serpent was in the Guardians, and at some point they unearthed Model W, the Model W fragment, and it started to have a negative effect on everyone in his hunter's party. It gave them headaches, and I think it made them irritable being around it. And then one day he stole it and disappeared, and that's his backstory. Makes me wonder if maybe he stole the CL system energy crisis. Maybe that's how he solved the energy crisis. Surely people would have been using the CL system for the hundreds of years that elapsed between Zero and ZX. It can't be the case. There's no way it's the case that Serpent just passed off the CL system as his own invention. That can't be true. But I don't know. I can't find a clear answer to this I looked into it as best I could, and there's this image that shows Serpent in the Guardians, I guess right before he stole Model W, and this shadowy figure on the right side looks like it could be CL. Some of the things like the headset that it's wearing kind of resembles CL, but her glove does not match other images. CL's only shown in like kind of shadowy profile in it's sort of suggested in a couple of images in ZX. It kind of feels like it looks like her, but I can't say with confidence that it definitely is. These other Reploids and Serpent himself all have the red triangle. So for this to be CL, that red triangle forehead thing would have had to have been a convention that started being adopted in CL's lifetime, which is not impossible. But I mean, CL, this is hundreds of years in the future, and CL, would have only lived maybe 60 or 70 years after the events of Zero. Well, we know that CL founded the Guardians, so this could have happened all the way back then. And Serpent might have been founding Slither Inc. and doing all that for hundreds of years. He might be hundreds of years old. And if that's the case, he may have stolen the CL system, but that's speculation. It's just a possibility. It's equally possible that, no, he's normal age, made more recently, and just, I don't know, maybe modified or did something with the CL system or used it in some way that helped it to solve a new energy crisis, and that this whole excavating the Model W shard was much more recent than that. This figure on the right, looking at it, my gut feeling is that it should be CL, but I can't convince myself that it's definitely her, and it would make the timeline really weird and complicated if it were. So, again, I'm on the fence. Yeah, so that's Serpent's story. And by the way, in addition to being definitely dead because she's a human, CL also disappeared. Like, Prairie says that CL disappeared one day suddenly. Like, nobody knows how she died because one day she vanished. So sometimes she talks about CL as though she's still looking for her, like as though she still wants to find her. Because maybe it sounds like she's looking for her because she's alive, even though she can't be. I think what it's trying to say is that she wants to discover what happened to her, like why did she disappear one day. I don't think we ever find out. But she's dead no matter what, so it's fine. Next game, ZX Advent. You are one of these two. You are either Gray, the boy who is a Reploid, or Ash, who is a girl and a human. I played through Gray's story. Their stories are slightly different, but they start a little different. This guy wakes up in a lab with no memory. This girl is like, she's some kind of bounty hunter or something. She's after some booty, like she's chasing some treasure on a train or something. I don't know. Either way, you end up at Hunter HQ, and hunters are some people who do missions for Legion. They are bounty hunters and treasure hunters and just people that work with those guys. So yeah, Hunter. You join the Guild of Hunters, and Legion is these three. These are basically the three twin presidents of the world. They are Master Thomas, Master Albert, and Master Mikhail. And if you were paying attention, you might remember that these are named after Thomas Light, Albert Wily, and Mikhail Cossack. They are not necessarily related in any way, other than they're being named that as a little cute nod to the lore. Okay, so anyway, whichever one of these you are, you end up with this thing during a mission. This is Biometal Model A. Its origins are mysterious. So Biometal Model A is pretty wacky. It gives you the ability A-Trans. Remember who had A-Trans? It was Axel. So, yeah, this Biometal Model A gives you the ability to copy other, pseudoroids, I guess. Other biometal data. So, there are 8 more pseudoroids in this. These ones are not they are not made using the power of these biometals. They're all made using pieces of Model W, which, remember, there's lots of Model Ws. Model Ws exist. They're much bigger chunks that are just kind of strewn about the Earth. In this game, the villain, who I will reveal in a moment, is excavating them, trying to put them together. It actually turns out that Model W is pieces of the Ragnarok space station. Remember, before Zero destroyed it, Dr. Vile merged himself with the core of the Ragnarok orbital space station. When it exploded, Dr. Vile, who remember was an immortal, constantly regenerating nanomachine metal thing, he had merged himself with it, and so I guess he was infused into the metal of the satellite, and now his spirit lives on in these chunks of it that are just all over the place. Anyway, the 8 Pseudoroids in this game are called Buckfire the Gaxilleroid, Chronoforce the Xiphosauroid, Rospark the Fluoroid, Queen Bee the Hymenopteroid, Volturon the Condoroid, Argoyle and Ugoyle the Schizoids, Hedgeshock the Erinaceroid, and Bifrost the Crocoroid. And yes, Hedgeshock is a yellow electric hedgehog who rolls around and spin dashes everywhere. It is very cool. Yeah, that's these guys, and these guys all, despite being elemental, they are not based on the other biometals. No, indeed, they are all just different aspects or whatever of Model W. It also might be the case that there might be multiple of these. They might not be unique. I think it says at some point that hunters hunt down pseudoroids, so I think they constantly regenerate, or maybe multiple of them can appear. Like, there might not just be one Gaxilleroid, because again, Model Ws are everywhere. Yeah, the Model A will let you A-trans and copy their DNA and become these freaks, and they have varying amounts of usefulness. Definitely more than anyone you could A-trans in X7 or X8. So I'm sure you're thinking, oh, so this is a direct continuity between Ladder X and ZX, because clearly Model A is infused with the spirit of Axel somehow. No, I will explain why that is not the case, but get that thought out of your head right now. It is just much like the names of Legion. They aren't actually related. They just are similar in some ways and have the same name as a reference. Anyway, you must be wondering what happens with these other biometals in this game, and the answer is that Ale and or Vent still has X and Z and is still mega merging with it, but at some point between games, these 4 were stolen from a lab where they were being, analyzed, I guess, and these 4 chosen ones were found for them. I'm not sure how these biometals feel about it. I'm not sure if they were taken against their will. When I say chosen ones, the biometals don't seem to choose them themselves. So I'm not sure if they're okay with the situation that these guys are keeping them and holding them and being Mega Men with their power. It's unclear. But anyway, these guys are, do I remember their names? I don't remember. Hang on. Aeolus, Thetis, Atlas, and Siarnak. And luckily, your A-trans ability works on these guys as well, so you effectively become the Mega Man of these guys in this game also by copying their DNA data and transforming into them via A-trans. So they found a way in both games to, even though you're only the chosen one for one particular biometal, you still effectively get to be all of them in both games, which is good, very fun, very cool, varied movesets and all that. You know what, while I'm at it, I might as well just add that it turns out that these 2, Pandora and Prometheus, are also Mega Men of Model W. This guy was one. Serpent was a Mega Man of Model W, but so are these 2. They say, yeah, actually, even in the last game, they told you that, yeah, Model W is just using Serpent. Serpent's just a tool for Model W. Serpent thinks he's in control, but he's just a stooge. They want to fight Ash or Gray, because they believe they are involved in something called a game of destiny, wherein all the different Mega Men must battle each other, and the strongest will become, I guess, king of the world or something. So it's sort of a battle royale plot type of thing. But not actually. Not actually. They've all been duped. Because how it shakes out is that one of these guys, this one, Master Albert, is evil. He's an evil scientist from hundreds of years ago. He's human. They're all human, but they all have these guys have robot bodies that have lived for hundreds of years. I think Albert was alive, maybe not when the Ragnarok crashed, but maybe shortly after or around then. He dates from back then, so he's hundreds of years old, but they've all got robot bodies that make them immortal. And actually, this isn't even Albert. This is the real Albert. This is like a robot duplicate that serves as Legion member in his place. So this is the guy who, I guess, first discovered Model W. I think he was just doing stuff independently of CL. I don't think their research ever overlapped. I think he just discovered Biometal Model W and developed various things with it, and CL also found it and used it as the basis to develop these 6. So Albert is the one who created the Chosen Ones, the Mega Men, by which I mean because he's president of the world, basically, he was able to contrive to have his DNA put into a couple of people around the world to make them into special chosen ones that could use these. So I guess he must have known. He must have known about these, and he must have done something to be like, okay, well, this kid is going to be for this guy, and this guy is going to be for this one. He did something with that. He secretly put his DNA into these guys, even the Reploids. Some of them are Reploids. This one's a Reploid. This one's a Reploid. These two, this one's not. This one, I'm not sure. This one is. This one is not. Yes, no. Even the Reploids. Doesn't matter. DNA, human DNA, robot DNA, whatever, tomato. So, yeah, they're all sort of related to him. He contrived to have them be Mega Men who could harness the power of the biometals, and he convinced most of them that they need to fight for supremacy to become the ultimate Mega Man. Although, of course, actually, he is the ultimate Mega Man, he believes. He wants them to fight. I don't remember why. And he also created Model A. He is the creator of Model A. He created it, I guess, as some sort of backup, like if something were to happen to him and he were to die, his DNA, spirit, essence, or whatever would be able to live on in the form of Model A. Yes, A stands for Albert. It is Biometal Model Albert. It is not Model Axel. So that's what's up with that. A-trans similarity is a total coincidence. I do want to mention that these guys have serial numbers. The first Mega Men made by Albert were Prometheus and Pandora. They were made directly by him. They are Reploids, and he just built them the way you would build any other Reploid. And he gave them a sort of countdown timer that will kill them if they don't return for maintenance regularly. So they are pretty much forced to do his bidding or they die, and they eventually get sick of it. They turn on him. They hate him. It doesn't really work. He's too powerful. He is the master of Model W, after all. But yeah, they have serial numbers. I believe they're DAN001 and DAN002. And if you play as Ash, you find your tank that you woke up in with amnesia, and you are DAN000. I think. No. That's wrong. No, this is DAN000. His robotic duplicate is... I don't know. You don't know. You don't have a serial number. Even though it feels like you should, because you're a Reploid that he made, so why wouldn't you have one? I mean, Ash is a Reploid that he made. Gray is just someone who he put his DNA into. I mixed up the names. This is Gray. No, this is Gray. This is Ash. No, the wiki tells me... The wiki says that actually this is DAN000, just his regular body that he modified with cybernetics. And these two are DAN001 and 002. So I guess this and this don't have serial numbers. Whatever. Fine. I feel like mentioning, I think I neglected to mention that it's sort of implied that Model W is the reason why there are Mavericks in the world. Like the reason why there is civilization, and then outside civilization there are, just raiders and wild people and people that don't obey the laws and bandits and such, and those are the Mavericks. It might be that the presence of Biometal Model W is just making some people evil, and that's why there are places where you just can't go without being attacked by Mavericks. Which I guess makes sense. Alright, well, I think that pretty much covers it. You, the player, find all this out. You meet up with Vent or Ale, and they've still got, you battle them. Oh, and you A-trans the Model ZX, and you get to be that as well. Cool. You do all that, and then you confront Albert as he is he brings together all of the pieces of Model W to, I guess, put them back together, and this time they form this serpent biting its own tail. It's called the Ouroboros, so it's no longer the Ragnarok, but it is formed of all the pieces of the Ragnarok. So he reconstructs it as the Ouroboros, and this is the ultimate Model W, and you have to get on the Guardianship. Vent or Ale has access to the Guardianship. You get on that, they fly you up, you confront Albert, who is, powerful. He's got Model W power. He thinks he's going to, create the next step in human evolution with Model W. He's like, we gotta wipe the slate clean. Humans are bad. Humans have conflict. Reploids too. Tomato, it's all the same. Forget it. We gotta start fresh with the power of Model W, and then things will totally be different this time. Sure. So, you destroy him, and he's dead. And that's it. Happy ending. Except, okay, right, epilogue. You see the two remaining Legion members. Did I mention these three are called Legion? And they're sort of the world government? So this is the Age of Legion. That's because Legion's in charge of everything. So the two remaining ones, Thomas and Mikhail, are talking about what just transpired, and they're like, boy, oh boy, that Master Albert, he'd been working on that Model W for a long time, and I guess it drove him crazy, gave him some crazy ideas. That sure was silly of him. And Thomas is like, yeah, pretty crazy, but I mean, was it that crazy though? No, it never works. People always delude themselves into thinking that wiping the slate clean and starting the world over in your own image might work for them. But it might work for us. So Thomas tells Mikhail, he sort of alludes, he doesn't really say exactly what he's planning, but he summons the other Mega Men to his chambers, and they are at his beck and call, and he alludes to the fact that in this world, there are things called equality laws that were passed at some point, and they mandate that all humans be given access to robot parts, or maybe mandatorily given robot parts, and all Reploids must be created with a lifespan imposed, because Reploids by default live forever. They don't ever die naturally. So in this world, turns out all the Reploids have been given an artificial death clock that they will eventually die of old age, and this seems to be hard-coded into their DNA. And humans are part robot, turns out, and you would never know this from playing the game, but it was revealed on Twitter or something, that, this black part of their skin, it looks like they're wearing tights or something. No, it's artificial robot skin. These are humans but they have metal skin. They are largely robot. And I mean, I guess now that I'm looking at it, I mean, they've got the weird robot ears. So maybe that was the giveaway. Yeah, these are humans, but they have robot bits. They've all got it. But Master Thomas says, what do you think we did with those human bodies, with those normal human bodies, huh? What do you think we did with the uncorrupted DNA data of the immortal Reploids, We've still got it. We're gonna do something with it. What are we gonna do with all that? And I just don't know. It's pretty creepy to think. It sounds like he's saying that they've got all the surgically removed human bodies and body parts just lying around somewhere, and they're gonna do something with them? I don't know what that means, but it sounds pretty scary. We'll never know, because there was a sequel planned. It was supposedly going to be called Mega Man ZXC, and it was canceled, so yeah, this was around the time a lot of Mega Man stuff was getting canceled. There was a big explosion in, new series. There was Mega Man X and then Zero, and then they did this, and there was Legends running at the same time, and at the same time there was Battle Network, and then that became Star Force, and so on and so forth. There were infinite mobile games. That was all around the late 90s, turn of the millennium. And then sometime around 2011 or 2012, everything started getting canceled. Everything started getting canceled, and a bunch of these series will never be concluded, unfortunately. Or it seems that way. Yep, such was the fate of ZX Advent and ZX in general. But you can see there's a continuity here. You can see how these humans are similar to the Carbons in Legends. How, these are humans and yet they have robot parts. They have achieved parity with Reploids and vice versa. The distinction between man and machine has blurred, and by this point they have seemingly become literally one and the same in the form of Carbons. There is no distinction anymore. Although I guess there are still the pure humans. Although exactly what the relationship between this and these are is not clear. 5 hours ago, I said that I was going to mention this, so I'm mentioning it here where it's relevant. In ZX, humans and Reploids both, not normally, but under certain conditions, can become cyber elves when they die, and it seems like this is tied to Model W. Like, Model W is somehow responsible for turning them into cyber elves because it eats cyber elves or something. In Mega Man Zero, cyber elves were something that only Reploids could interact with, and the only beings that we saw become cyber elves were Reploids. But by ZX, the Reploid human barrier has kind of started to break down. They're much more similar to each other, and indeed both now are able to become cyber elves upon death. So, remember that way back in Mega Man Legends 2, when Mega Man Trigger had his memories reawoken of the Master, when the Master died, he said, "I go now to be with my true mother," and he turned into a glowing ball of light and faded away. Well, Mega Man Legends 2 was released in Japan in 2000, and the first Mega Man Zero game, which introduced the concept of cyber elves, was released in 2002, so I'm certain that this was not the intent when they had the Master say that in Legends 2. But in light of what is revealed in the Zero series and ZX, in light of everything we learn about cyber elves and the Mother Elf, I feel like the pieces are there that if you wanted to, you could read this as the Master becoming a cyber elf and going to cyberspace. True Mother might refer to the Mother Elf, who maybe has migrated from the real world to live in cyberspace, perhaps. I don't know. That's what I would do if I was the Mother Elf. Remember that Legends is the furthest future point in the timeline. The Master is something called a pure human, whereas the main characters are something called Carbons. But we've seen that the distinction between Reploid and human is tenuous. Both have the ability to become cyber elves. I mean, that implies to me that the two are sort of spiritually similar. They're the same kind of entity at their core, so to speak. So why couldn't a pure human become a cyber elf? Perhaps. Anyway, this is, at best, a huge retcon, and at worst, wild, baseless speculation, but it's there if you want it. First, there are robots. Then there are robots with human intelligence. They have free will just like humans. Then, around this time, the robots start to resemble humans. The Reploids start to look like humans like this. And then by this time, there is a conjunction. Humans and Reploids start to be similar to each other. They start to converge. And then by this time, they seem to have fully converged. That seems to be the trajectory of the world. So anyway, a lot of cancellations of games around this time, 2011 or so. There was a sort of a quiet period where there were not a lot of new Mega Man stuff. They announced that Maverick Hunter game, that like gritty 3D first-person shooter where you would play as X, but in a grimdark sort of realistic art style. That was canceled. And then in 2009? No, 2008. Yes, in 2008, it was Inti Creates, again, the same people that did these games, were contracted to make the first classic Mega Man game in a while, and they did a little retro revival thing. Yeah, they made it in the old style, with the old NES-style sprites, and they were just like, let's just make a game that resembles the old ones that everyone liked, and that's what they did. Okay, so classic Rockman is back, baby, and it's got the classic, funny subtitles and everything. This is Rockman 9, Yabo no Fukatsu, or The Ambitions Revival. So the Robot Masters in this one are DLNs again. They are Dr. Light's robots, and Wily has hijacked them, has turned them to his own evil ends. Concrete Man, Tornado Man, Splash Woman, Plug Man, Jewel Man, Hornet Man, Magma Man, and Galaxy Man? Did I get that right? Yes, I did. These are DLNs. Wily, once again, twists them to his own evil. The way that he does it this time is a little interesting. We find out in a mid-game cutscene, in a flashback, that he approached all of them, and he said, hey guys, your retirement date is coming up. That's the date when, by law, you are considered obsolete, you've lived for too long, you're no longer useful, and we euthanize you. We, meaning human society. You don't want to die, do you? And they're like, well, gosh, no thanks. But I guess that's how they do it. I guess eventually Robot Masters, or whatever you want to call them, they only are allowed to live for so long, and then they get killed. They just get murdered. And they're like, no, we want to keep living. We want to keep being useful to humans. Can you repair us so that we won't be obsolete? And Dr. Wily says, oh yeah, that's the plan, baby. But I believe he reprograms them in the process. That's how he gets them. And it makes you think, gosh, is that what happened to all the classic Mega Mans? Did they all just get old enough and die? Like, were they just scrapped because their time was up? No one knows, but they're not around anymore. So something must have happened. Because they don't die naturally. They would be immortal if not for outside intervention. Anyway, there's kind of a happy ending. You beat them all, and then you beat Wily, and that's it. And it shows them all doing new jobs. So I guess they all get to live a little longer because they find some new way to be useful or something. But they won't do that forever. But isn't that just the human condition, though? Is that not just them coming even closer to human equality, having a time limit, having only so much precious time in which to do their business before they're unceremoniously discarded? This is the first step. First step towards equality. Killing all the robots in a huge mass grave. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, it's funny because light robots start rampaging, and Wily makes a fake video wherein he tells Light, hey, stop, your robots are rampaging, stop. And Light says, no, I'm evil now, and my robots are going to take over the world. And Wily, he sends out a message that's like, hey, I'll build some robots to stop Light's robots. Just send me some money. Let's just crowdfund. Let's crowdfund some robot masters that I can build to stop this madman Light from taking over the world. Pretty good plan. Rockman 10, Uchu Kara no Kyoi, or Mega Man 10, Threat from Outer Space. There is a virus. There is a robot virus in this game. It's called Roboenza, and it gives you the flu if you're a robot, but also sometimes it makes you go crazy and makes you go on a rampage. And there's an epidemic of Roboenza, and robots all over the world start going crazy, and that's really bad because humans are dependent on robots at this point in the timeline, so it disrupts all the things that we use robots for. Society grinds to a halt. Wily shows up at Dr. Light's lab and he says, Light, I was working on a cure. I was gonna figure out how to cure Roboenza, but those dang robots stole my cure making machine, my analysis machine that was going to figure out how to make the cure for Roboenza. I only have one dose of it, and if I want to make more, I'm going to need that machine back. Help me get it back. And Light's like, well, I guess we both want the same thing then. If you're trying to cure Roboenza, I guess we'll help you. Which is fair. You can play as Mega Man, Proto Man, or Bass in this game, which is neat. I didn't mention in Mega Man and Bass, but Bass plays differently. He has a double jump, and his buster shoots like a rapid-fire machine gun, and it can shoot in all 8 directions. Mega Man's only shoots forward. He can't dash. I think that, yeah, he can, Bass can dash also. Proto Man has his shield, which is kind of cool. Other than that, I think he can charge his shots, whereas in this game, Mega Man cannot charge his shots. He is using the Mega Buster. He is not using the upgraded chargeable Mega Buster from Mega Man 4 onward, I think? 5? So the Robot Masters in 10 are listed as DWNs, but after reading through their descriptions, I just don't get it, because they were not made by Wily. I don't know if any of them were. In general, they were just robots who got Roboenza and went crazy. That's their only connection. Hey, look at that. I forgot to list the Robot Masters of this game, so here we go. Blade Man, Pump Man, Commando Man, Chill Man, Sheep Man, Strike Man, Nitro Man, and Solar Man. Okay. It does turn out partway through the game that, yeah, Dr. Wily did make Roboenza, and he spread it around on purpose with the idea that he would manufacture a cure, and anyone who wanted the cure had to work for him. You know, robots. So, I guess in a sense, you could say that Wily modified them by making the virus that, made them go crazy and do evil stuff. But I feel like, I don't believe it. I don't think he deserves credit. He doesn't deserve the credit of a line. So, with Wily having made the virus, I feel like, obviously, our minds go to the Maverick virus. Wily created the Maverick virus, which infected Zero, which infected Sigma, which made every robot go crazy, and eventually, form a coalition of infected robots all working together to achieve world domination. Is Roboenza the precursor for the Maverick virus? I'm just gonna say yes. It's so obviously similar that we're definitely meant to think that, hey, this kind of reminds me of that other virus that Wily made. Probably this was something about early basis for the research that went on to become the Maverick virus. Sure, I think we can safely assume that. In the end, you go to the Wily Fortress and you fight through you fight all the bosses again. You fight through the Wily levels. You get to the end, and this time there's a huge, I guess you might call it an orbital elevator. There's a huge, giant tower that goes all the way up into space, and you fight the final Wily boss on the top of this tower in space. Humorously, in several of his later appearances in the game, Wily sneezes. And then when you fight him in his final Wily pod, his weakness is Chill Man's weapon, Cold Spike or something like that, Ice Spike, Chill Spike, something like that. And when you hit him with it, he sneezes. And then when you beat him and he's bowing and begging for mercy, he gets sick and he gets a fever. You might remember that a long, long time ago in Mega Man 3, when I mentioned that a block fell on Wily and seemingly crushed him, that people have supposed that he might be a robot replacement ever since then. You could argue that, he got Roboenza, he's a robot. He says, no, I'm a human, meaning he doesn't have Roboenza, he's just regular sick, in a bit of narrative irony. And other robots don't get flushed and get fevers, they just go crazy. So, it doesn't seem like Roboenza to me. But if you're Mega Man, you say, oh no, we've got to get you to the hospital. If you're Proto Man, you say, serves you right. But he does end up in a hospital, so somebody takes him there. Proto Man probably takes him anyway. He just takes the opportunity to gloat first and rub it in his face. And if you're base, you just say, well, see ya. You definitely don't. You leave him to die. Somebody finds him, presumably Mega Man or Proto Man. So Wily ends up in the hospital, and in, I guess, a moment of realizing that what he did was wrong or something, he flees from the hospital in secret, but he does leave behind a big pile of the cure for Roboenza. He realized that deliberately spreading around a contagious virus is bad, so good for him on that one. About the title, Threat from Outer Space, I don't know what the titular Threat from Outer Space is. I think it might be a deliberately silly and non-descriptive title. I think they might have been doing sort of a parody thing with it. So maybe you could read it as Roboenza came from space. I'm not sure if that's true, but it might be. There is actually one potential explanation for the title, and that is that there are theories that the Roboenza virus might somehow be connected to or derived from the evil energy from Mega Man 8, the stuff that Duo was on Earth to try and destroy. Wily got his hands on some, And it's possible that he kept some and maybe did some stuff with it. It's not mentioned anywhere in the game. It's complete speculation, but it is plausible. You can't disprove it. So if that's the case, I mean, dark energy did supposedly come from space. It is a threat from outer space, and therefore so is the roboenza virus if it's derived from it somehow. Same with the Maverick virus. I guess it's all connected. It could be. Who knows? Okay, the last game. This is the last game. We're in our final moments here. Mega Man 11. I must have been getting sloppy at the end here. I forgot to read the Japanese title, which is Rockman Ereben, Unmei no Haguruma, which is Rockman 11, Gears of Fate. Was made in 2018? Yeah, 2018. It starts with a flashback to Wily and Light as students at, I think it's just called like the Robotics University or Robotic University or something. They are both students. They both want to get a grant for their research. Dr. Light wants to pursue studying increasing robot intelligence to make them have more human-like intelligence. Wily wants to pursue something that he calls the double gear system, which is a mechanism for enhancing robots' strength and speed. Light says the double gear system is dangerous. He says that he wants humans and robots to achieve equality, to see each other as partners, so he wants to make them more equal. Wily says, screw you, man. The only way that's ever going to happen is if robots become stronger and faster and better than humans and dominate them. Only then will humans recognize robots at all. So they've got two different takes on this subject. Anyway, the university grants funding to Light, and Wily resented him forever. But anyway, in this game, he suddenly remembers, oh yeah, I invented a double gear system that makes robots super strong and super fast. How interesting. Why didn't I think of it before? I should use that thing. So the game starts in Light's lab. These 8 robots are there to get checkups to make sure they're functioning properly. Wow. Guess I forgot to list the numbers in this game too. Can't have that. Block Man, Fuse Man, Blast Man, Acid Man, Tundra Man, Torch Man, Impact Man, and Bounce Man. And this is confusing. Blockman, he says, like, you built me good, or you built me real good, Doc. So you would think that these are light robots. They are not. They are listed as DWNs. But Wily didn't build them either. They all, in, like, their bio section, they each have a different manufacturer listed, and none of them are Light or Wily. They're made by, like, other companies that exist. I think, Acid Man is made by, like, the University of Massachusetts or something like that. You know, things like that. I don't know why they're DWNs. They just are. Maybe it's because he steals them. Wily shows up. He steals these robots out of Dr. Light's lab during this checkup, and he says, I'm gonna, put my double gear system in them. I assume he's going to reprogram them too and make them evil, because they fight you later, so they must have been brainwashed. So, maybe it's because he put the double gear system in the, maybe that counts as ownership. I don't think so. No line for this batch. Anyway, Mega Man also gets the double gear. He gets strength gear, speed gear. They make him very strong or very fast. It's fine. It's cool, I guess. So anyway, you use the double gear system that Light gives you. Light has a prototype version of it. That's where you get that. And you use it, and you beat these guys, and you beat Wily, and etc. And when you've beaten him, he does a little trick where it looks like he's using speed gear. Oh my god, is Wily a robot? But it's just a joke. He just does a really fast bow on the ground and beg for mercy. And then he says, you only won because of my gear system, so actually I won, ha 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 ha, you've just proven me right. Light says, hey, my fellow doctor, I feel bad that we've had that falling out years ago. Maybe we could work together. What if we combined our research, we could do more together than apart? And Wily's like, no, you're just jealous, heck you, bye, unfortunately. And I mean, that's the story of Mega Man 11. Doesn't really advance the status quo much. Does feature the most chronologically backwards scenes in it in Wily's their university days. I'm pretty sure that the whole, like, they picked his research over mine thing was also part of the backstory for the Battle Network series. So that's interesting. I think it might have been in other things as well, mangas and maybe the cartoon and stuff. I think that's kind of a pretty common element in retellings of the Mega Man origin story. So I think maybe this wasn't the first piece of mega media to use that. I wasn't exactly sure where to put this in the lecture, so I'll just throw it in here at the end. But I want to shout out one of my favorite enemy types in the whole series. Going all the way back to the very first Mega Man game, there was the Yellow Devil, who was this weird, like, I don't know, clay golem thing with a central eye who could separate himself into pieces, and, you had to dodge the individual pieces as they came apart and reconstructed themselves. And in many of the games, they have continued a tradition of various kinds of devil enemies who all share the same general idea, the same theme of being a central controlling eye or head unit in the middle with a liquid or semi-solid or at least a detachable surrounding body or substrate that forms their whole self. So let me just run down all the canon devils from the game. There are some others from other media like comics and stuff, but here are the ones from the actual games. The Yellow Devil from the original Mega Man, Yellow Devil Mark II from Mega Man 3, Yellow Devil Mark III from Mega Man 11, the Green Devil from Mega Man 8 and Mega Man in Base, Dark Moon from Mega Man Roman numeral V on the Game Boy, the Twin Devil from Mega Man 9, the Block Devil from Mega Man 10, the Gray Devil from Rockman and Forte Challenger from the future, Shadow Devil from Mega Man X5, Rainbow Devil from Mega Man 0 and Mega Man 02, and the Lava Demon from Mega Man ZX, and I would also say that the Nightmare Mother from Mega Man X6 has all the traits of a devil, so I'm going to count that too. Anyway, I love them. Look at them go. Super cool. Alright, shoutouts to devils. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Alright, anyway, let's continue. I don't know when I was going to mention this. Maybe I should have earlier, but now's as good a time as any. In, I think, 2018, there was this document found. And this document was found, there was some sort of, like, festival. I think it was Mega Man's, like, 30th anniversary or something like that. There was this festival and some developer was there. And some Twitter user went to this developer's desk and just got to look at, like, design documents. This guy just had, like, his old papers from when he had worked on the game. And this random Twitter user, this Japanese-speaking user, found, in Japanese, I'll show it on screen, a piece of paper with a diagram on it that showed, like, character relationships. And someone translated it into English. And it showed, you know what, I have a copy of it right here. Yeah, it showed, the Robot Virus Project as a separate thing from Zero. It shows Dr. Light and Dr. Wily being classmates. It's got this thing on... Yeah, this is where the note came from. Since already the baddest Robo by design was turned good instead by the virus. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing here is this bit under Proto Man where it says that Proto Man was used as a reference point for Zero. Now that's interesting, and it would make some sense, because, I mean, they're both red, and they both have a long trailing yellow thing, so, I mean, obviously, the connection is there. It would kind of make sense because we know that Wily modified Proto Man. He did work on him, so we would have had access to his schematics. He could have used him as the basis for that. It seems a bit weird, canonically speaking, that if that were true, then why did he make Base and why did he make King instead of just going right to Zero? What was he waiting for? I think the wiki cites this as evidence that this is true, that, like, maybe this was always the case, and I don't really believe it. I think some people think that this piece of paper was written like while they were making X, and I don't think that can be true because they don't really refer to Sigma as a virus in the first game, or even in the second game, I don't think. I don't really think they came up with the virus angle until 3. So this document, I don't think this would have been made until after some time had gone by, and they were already a bit ways into making X, and maybe someone thought of this possible connection later on. Yeah, and Inafune's comments about how he designed Zero don't mention anything about Proto Man as a reference. I think this is an after effect, like someone was like, hey, what if this were the case? And we don't know when this document comes from. This could have been made at any time post X and just wound up in this guy's papers at some point, and we would never know. So I'm not going to draw the line because I don't feel convinced by the Proto Man Zero connection just based on this piece of paper alone. I think this is maybe some developer had this idea, what if this were the case at some point, but it does not seem to have ever been canonized. That's kind of the thing with Mega Man, is that so much of the story is not told through the games because the games are so minimal on storytelling that a lot of what is true or might be true in the games, you kind of have to get it secondary. It comes from things like Capcom press releases, interviews, promotional materials like newsletters, and just straight up asking devs on Twitter. It's very hard sometimes to tease out exactly what is true and what someone at some point later might have retroactively decided to be true. I mean, heck, in some of these Q&As and newsletters, I mean, some grunt at Capcom might have been tasked to write some of the stuff and come up with it completely off the top of his head, and it might have just become canon. We would never know. Maybe that's where the Shadow Man is an alien thing came from. I don't know. If you know the answers to these questions, leave a comment. Comment if I missed something obvious, or anything at all. Anything that I have glossed over and you would like to clarify in the comments, I invite you to do so, because I learned as much as I thought I could about Mega Man before I embarked upon making this. I reached a point where I started to feel like everything that I was learning came with more uncertainty. I was no longer learning new things with certainty. I was at the point where I was like, I'll hear something and maybe it's true, but do I know it's true? How will I know? And it was becoming increasingly hard to verify more and more obscure facts. So I did my best to present the canon of Mega Man in as clear and straightforward and indisputable a way as I could, in a way that explains how it all shook out, using an evidence-based methodology. I hope that's what I achieved. I guess that brings me to the end, and if you watched this whole video, you might have noticed, yeah, it's dark. It's dark again. That means I have been standing in front of this piece of paper for 2 full days I have spent recording this. It has been a long time for me, and it will be a long video. I'm not exactly sure how many hours it will be after it's edited, but it'll be a lot. So I want to say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope that you learned something. I hope it was interesting. If there's anything that you want to know that I did not mention or glossed over, again, feel free to ask in the comments, and I will try my best to answer sincere questions that I think that have not been asked before. I will try my best to answer good questions that I think I am able to answer with confidence. If you know something that I don't know, let me know in the comments. I would like to have closure on some of these, on some of the more mysterious aspects. I would just ask that if it's something obscure, cite your source so I know where a fact comes from, who said it, and why, and under what circumstances. This is my first YouTube video in a while. I've been away from YouTube, and I wanted to do a big project to come back with, and this was it. And it was actually much bigger than I thought. I thought this might be maybe a 2-hour video, and I have a feeling it's going to end up longer than that. Anyway, all I can say is thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Show your friends if you want to do me a favor. Leave a comment. Give me a subscribe. Maybe pledge to my Patreon, patreon.com/BenSaint, if you like this content and want to see more. I am curious how people will like this video. If this video does really well, if it gets a big response, if there's a show of support behind it, then I will take that as my cue that I ought to do more like it, and I will formulate a plan to do more similar things. I've given it some more thought during the editing of this video, and here's what I've decided to do. I will make more videos like this if this video does well and is a success. In addition to that, I've decided that if my Patreon can reach 100 patrons, so if 100 people pledge, I will do a special bonus lecture that I will let patrons decide. I will let patrons suggest topics, and then I will have a vote that only patrons will be allowed to participate in. They will be able to vote on what the topic is. I will do whatever people want me to do. Sky's the limit. Go wild. Right now, I think I'm at about, 36 patrons or something, so, that would only take, 60 of you to pledge, and then I'll have to do that. So if there's something you think would make for a good lecture, that's the way you can compel me to do it. And only the tiniest fraction of people who will end up watching this video will need to pledge to make that happen. So if you decide to do that, thank you very much, and I appreciate it a lot, and I can't wait to hear what stupid, terrible things people ask me to do, but I will do it with a smile. That's if the response to the video is positive, which I hope it will. I hope people will enjoy this. I had a lot of fun learning all of this and making this diagram and standing up here talking to myself and you through my camera. All right, I'm rambling. I would like to thank my patrons. I would like to thank those who have stuck around through this content drought that I have had on my channel recently. Those pledging at $5 or more, still, I appreciate you very much. In the future, should I make more videos like this, I'll be reading patrons' names in a thank you section as follows. To all my patrons who are pledging me $5 or more on patreon.com/Ben thank you to Mizumba Strosis, Colin, Drip, Julia Medina, Dragsy, Nisioe Sin Shil, Sakai no Pizza Bitch, Shini Saba, Tempest, Kato, Adalwin, Airlock, Anthony Chambers, iPie, Cake, Dag Zaggles, Daniel Van Cleek, Gold Orchard, Dr. Crime, John Ahern, Julian My Julian, K-Man, Kaylee Lahoda, Cross, Lucas Staniland, QQ, Red 5 Rainbow, Ritsu Zizix, Sauce Pirate, Scrub J, Toya White, Tayo, Wuzuf, Your Daisy, and Prince Isolation, and Jada Prog, who pledged while this video was being edited. And to everyone pledging below $5, thank you very much as well. I appreciate it a lot. You have stuck with me for a long time now. I have not uploaded in a while. You have been more generous with me than I deserve for that, and I thank you. And I hope that you enjoyed this video. I hope that I have justified your investment. Thank you. Thanks to everyone for watching. And if you're not a patron and you would like to help me out, again, tell people about this video. Tell people Ben Saint is uploading videos again. Tell people about the freak who spent 19 hours, who spent 2 straight days standing in front of a wall drawing diagrams on pictures of Mega Man characters. And that's a hook, I guess. So I'm tired, my feet hurt, and I have to move. I have to get a moving van and get out of this dump that I live in 8 hours, so I might not even have time to sleep, which is bad, but what can you do? So I better stop recording right now. So I will. Yeah. What am I doing? There's no need to go on. There's no reason to go on. What am I fighting for? Oh no, this can't be happening. There's no reason to go on. What am I fighting for?